Hello there, I hope you can all hear me and it's all working correctly. If it isn't, well, we're gonna be clicking things, doing things, clicking buttons, you know, all the usual. It is I, of course, Vesper, welcoming you to Day 2. Day 2, also known as the top 16 cut of the... did I just shout cut? No, I didn't. I'm just looking at the audio levels and kind of panicking a bit, but I hope you can hear me all fine. This is gonna be the top 16 cut of the European and African Continental Championships. The first ones that we have well, I mean, anytime I talk about it or anytime we all mention it, it has, you know, like different names. But I think the official one, or one of the official one, is the Nisei 2020 African Europe Continental Championships, the one you can see on the screen. We are going to be going into the top 16 cut round 1 soon enough. I will be joined soon by my lovely co-hosts. I am prepping the consoles, I am prepping all the different equipment and whatnot to make sure that you're gonna have a nice experience today. Greetings to Tradon in the chat, and FrankFeta420, and Princess Space Kitten coming live soon with me here on stream as well, along with Bridgman. Pulse Flare Gaming, hello there. Grease, hello. And Javi86, and Scatotonic, and Hyplan. Everybody, hello there on the stream. Hello chat, what's up chat, how are you doing today? Of course I have around 17 screens turned on here in the Nisei Plaza, which basically is my living room extended into an office, but never mind. We're gonna be streaming a lot of interesting games today. Yesterday was quite something. It was quite something, and indeed Cabonesa Wu was number 1 in Swiss, so we had quite a few players. We had quite a few players popping up. I should be probably popping up the Cobra screen as well, just to kind of remind you of the top 16 and the situation. And I haven't done this, and now I feel silly, because I should totally be opening Cobra and pulling it up. Let's do it. Let's totally do it. I hope it's actually in there, because, of course, things were moving around a bit, as they should. And some tournaments might be less visible than others, and indeed, there's no way to see it anymore. No, I should have taken a screenshot. But what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna actually pull up the screen where we have the top 16. So you will see what's happening over there. We are going to be using challenge. This is the TO's, of course. The TO's decision and discretion. We're gonna be using challenge for the top 16 cut. This visual, it does have Polish in it, but basically it's Runda stands for round. I have no idea. I spent a good 10 minutes trying to figure out whether I should clear cache and cookies, do anything else, but challenge apparently thinks I'm Polish, knows I'm Polish. I'm a bit worried about this, and everything is in Polish. So don't worry, the usernames or the player names will not be in Polish. You will see the top 16 bracket appearing here. It will be updating as we go with the games, as we move on through the different matchups. And there's quite a few different interesting matchups indeed. Quite a few big names, quite a few fresh names in the top 16. Although, well, I think, from what I've heard, in the wings, so to speak, or you know, through the grapevine, there's quite a lot of people here who haven't been, for example, playing in the last year or two, and suddenly they just came back to the game and boom, voila, top 16, Nisei Continentals, Africa and Europe. The hype train is totally rolling, indeed. I will be getting my co-hosts into the room quite soon, and also, as a reminder, because maybe you're not aware of this, but the top 16 decks are publicly available for your viewing pleasure. They have been shared yesterday on Discord with the public. So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna just locate the room, because of course Discord has so many tables that I have to walk all along, you know, find them. And if you're not on Discord, worry not. I'm just going to make sure that you actually get the deck lists. I'm going to copy this link that Akira, our residing TO for this tournament, the main TO for this tournament, published, and these are the decks. So you can actually see them in the chat right now. It is a bit of a lengthy deck list, URL, but you just click it, you go to Google Docs, the spreadsheets, everything is organized there. You can see all the decks nicely. I hope to be able to share the different versus matchups if we're going to be jumping into a particular game, of course. And I'm going to use secret technology that I was putting together. No, basically I'm going to try and share two different browser windows at the same time. I hope it works out. Let's have a quick test. Shall we? Testing. This is looking okay, of course. Well, fair enough. For now, that's okay. But we're not going to be spoiling the decks just yet. Let's just hop over into the lovely narwhal. And by the way, if you're amazed by the animation, as I am, because my jaw has been consistently dropping on the floor every 10 minutes, Krembler, our residing art director at Nisei, has taken some of the awesome graphics put together by many people that contributed to Ashes, and not only, and animated them a bitsy bit. And here we are. Isn't that lovely? Okay, I think I should be getting my co-hosts into the rooms, into the Discord room, which basically means I should be hopping into the commentary room. Therefore, let's connect with the super flashy music in the background. I'm gonna dial into that room. I hope I will be audible in a second, and I hope they will be connecting with me as well, because we should be starting the rounds soon, I believe. Let me just click all the buttons in all the places. So far, no games have been created, but I am hereby calling upon Princess Space Kitten and Bridgman. Are you there, lovely people?
Good morning, Vesper. How are you doing?
Good morning! Lovely to hear you again. And to see your little pink cat on a rocket, which is just awesome.
Alexis drew that.
Well, I mean, Alexis is you know, she's quite a mean person.
She's an artist.
She's a mean artist, absolutely. and Bridgman, hello there as well. I'm gonna actually ask you to... I'm going to ask both of you to introduce thyselves while I tweak the audio volumes, because, of course, as it was the case yesterday, with many different people connecting from different setups, the volume could be different for all of you, but I would say Princess Space Kittens first, so please remind us who you are and why are you here?
I am Princess Space Kitten, Mar, or anything you want to call me. I don't have many problems with that. I am European OP for Nisei, and I'm here because I was invited, I think. And also I love to stream, so I actually asked for this.
You never asked for this? No, it's a quote from a game. Anyway, you're here because you were running the tournament yesterday, and basically today it's your day.
That's I have to sorry, how goes the expression?
You have to explain yourself.
Akira is being the one running the show.
Fair enough.
The rest of us are just helping her because she's a Discord and online tournaments queen absolute.
Fair enough, but you were running the tournament as well. I mean, please don't belittle your role yesterday. So you were definitely involved, and therefore you have inside knowledge, and you're gonna probably be scooping things and so on. I'm gonna have some questions while we talk, but okay, enough about you for a second. Bridgman, please introduce thyself.
All right, I'm pretty active player from Sweden. Been playing a couple years now, maybe 5 years, something like that. Not sure. Been putting up some decent results lately. So, and I'm here because I thought it would be fun to commentate, and hopefully I have some insight into the current meta. We'll see about that. But yeah, that's why I'm here.
Great, welcome to the stream. And you mentioned some results. Can you please tell us a bit more, if it's not, too confidential or anything? Like, what were the last big things that you attended and played, and what did you enjoy the most?
I mean, okay, that depends on how far we go back. Like, the thing I'm most proud of is last year's Worlds, where I got 5th place. And recently, I did well at some store championships. Got 1st place at Barcelona and 2nd at Antwerp, and I got 7th at the Asia Continentals. So I'm going to be playing in the Intercontinental tournament in 2 weeks, I believe it is. Yeah.
Indeed. So basically you're here to scout and see what the other people are playing. Fair enough.
Well, it's all going to be posted anyway,
Yeah, no, of course.
But now I'm actually like doing those guys a favor by offering my opinion on all these decks,
That's what I like to say as well. Yeah, I'm just offering my opinion. Oh, look, that's a spicy card. I should take some notes. No, of course, I'm kidding. Great to have you both on stream. I'm super happy that you're here. We are still ahead of the game starting. Of course, the players are checking in on Discord together with Akira, who indeed is the queen absolute of this tournament. When it comes to organizing, obviously. And I see that there's quite a lot of people in the lobby. I think they're still checking in. Let me just...
We are missing the one person, I think.
Okay. I'm just typing in because I'm getting pinged. Like, I shouldn't be getting pinged. No, I'm kidding, of course. I want my privacy. No, again, kidding. Absolutely, I don't want my privacy. People should totally ping me, but I will not be responding super fast because I'm busy with you here, folks. Have you had a chance to take a look at the lists?
We have sight.
Yeah.
And what do you think?
Do you want to go first, or should I?
Go.
All right. Well,
Be shy.
I was very pleasantly surprised with these lists. I think it was really cool to see, like, I mean, there are a lot of deck archetypes we've seen before, but even those lists have been like slightly tweaked. Maybe like one card slot has been shifted to adapt a little bit, but also like I love seeing this Cabonesa list. Like I haven't seen anyone playing this, and yeah, it looks very creative. I mean, it's reminiscent of the old Cabonesa but without the Surfer and combo with Lamb, of course, because that's banned now.
Yeah.
But that's super cool to see, and the corp deck of Mortivar as well, really cool. Again, like, looks very original, and I'm excited to see like how that's going to perform. Also, I was surprised to see that we have Palana in the top cut. I hadn't seen a lot of people playing it, and like thus far this meta, Jinteki hasn't been performing very well. Like at the start, we had some replicating perfection, but that quickly died down. Like as people adjusted to it, they realized that okay, it's not actually that strong. We can just like it's just like if you know how to play against it, it gets killed most of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, and also another interesting thing is I think we have 3 identical Geist lists.
Yes.
I assume those guys have been practicing together, and I noticed that there are 2 identical outfit decks. And the Geist list, I noted down that they have like the specific cuts they have made. Like first of all, Paperclip is now included in Geist, so they have cut the Corroder and 1 Gabali to make room for that. And then they've also made room for Clot and the Black File, I guess, as Titan hate, because Titan has been a big thing.
Correct.
And I was thinking that, like, the good players, they will want to make sure that they will just kill Titan, basically, looking at previous results. Now, interestingly, not everyone has very, like, super specific hate against it. A lot of them just seem to have, like, let me play a deck where I can get my breakers fast and then hammer servers fast, and they play like the Turning Wheel and Amaku. I saw there was an interesting Valencia list, which was unexpected to me. That was basically just, okay, you can make cheap runs with Amakua and Turning Wheel and snatch an Atlas that way, I guess.
Yeah.
So I mean, and also it was interesting to see the GameNet deck playing 3 Jinja City Grid to create those big remotes. It makes a lot of sense, because at least when I've tried GameNet testing it, like building those big servers becomes very costly and you don't necessarily have the cash. So it does make a lot of sense. I'm sure there was more stuff. I mean, it's interesting to see a little shift in Argus where they swapped out the Oaktown renovation for a Cyberdeck sandbox, because expecting Tapworms and maybe some Kumalo in the meta. So I mean, yeah, I'm sure I've missed something, but there was so much cool stuff.
Do you want to talk about Captain Nice?
Oh, let me
Sonny
check.
and Old Sun?
Oh, Blue Sun. Okay, so this one. Oh, somehow how I missed this. I don't know
Blue
how.
Sunny, huh?
I don't know. Yeah, I thought I looked through all. I guess I didn't. But this is. Yeah, this is beautiful. I mean, okay, so it looks like. Okay, yeah. So Psychic Field, yeah, I guess kind of spicy, but I guess against 419 makes sense. Trojan Horse. Wow. Okay. I don't know. It's like a mix. Like it looks like kind of a standard Blue Sun, but a little bit of rig shooting mixed in.
Yeah, air quotes.
Which is cool. I'm not sure how that works at all, but it will be very interesting to see. And yeah, other than that, makes sense. I think it's good that he's not running. Oh, what's that? The new ice, the big spiky sentry from Hasbiroid for influence. The one that's on the mat. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that one. I think it was just very spicy, but like unnecessary include. This looks like a wiser use of your influence.
We have Captain Nice on stream saying that Trojan Horse got him the win in his 2-for-1 game against 419 by getting rid of an Amina.
Yeah, so Captain Nice, yeah,
exactly.
They're kind of the expert Sunny player. I know that for sure, and I have no idea what their approach is to Corpse, but we will definitely be trying to see Captain Nice playing today. Oh, no worries. We're here to talk about things now regarding. I think we're gonna go for table 1, right? They're still setting up, but I think it's time to pull up the. And this is gonna be on stream now. I'm gonna pull up the current 2 people on table 1. We're gonna be going to table 1 for sure. There's gonna be Mortivore, who we haven't seen at all yesterday, so I'm very, very sorry for that. In case you were like wondering why don't we see any Mortivore games, we are going to watch it today. So unless somebody just tells me not to watch it, but here we have the 2 decks on the screen. Oh yeah, of course, somebody didn't fix their sounds again. While I fix my sounds again, please tell me what you think about these 2 lists compared to each other. Princess Space Kitten, please tell us what you think is gonna happen here. Quick analysis, you have 2 minutes, go! Kidding.
Please don't do this to me, it's really early in the morning.
No, I'm kidding, but yeah, what do you see here and what do you think is gonna happen?
I mean, I think that Argus will have a big problem with hard-hitting news high-profile target route with Cavonessa, because misdirection is 1 click away all the time. So False Lead, Hostile Takeover, Project Atlas. I think Traden has to go fast, really fast, and just try and push out the Atlas and anything he can before Cavonessa can get any kind of advantage. I only had 1 minute, please don't judge me.
No worries. No pressure whatsoever. And
please don't judge me.
This is all about the hot takes. Okay, so I'm just going to jump in and say this is definitely a kill deck. You can totally see that. And Cavonessa can take her sweet time here. I mean, I think Mortivore will be able to set up quite nicely. That Sneak Door Beta is a super spicy include. Very nice. The Peace in Our Time, again, it kind of shows you that you're going to be setting up, you're going to be taking your time, but then you have Stim Hacks. So in case you need to run and get that agenda, you will be trying to get that. Of course, there is a Citadel indeed. Very good mention there, Paulie G, on the stream. There is a correct number of net chips. And I'm pretty sure that the net chips and simul chips and whatnot, they're going to be powering the Cusick. Cusick here, probably one of the win conditions, obviously. We'll see how that plays out for the runner. On the Corp side, from the spicy things that we have here, there's actually not that much spiciness, no? What do you think, Bridgman? I mean, this looks like a very standard run-of-the-mill list.
The Corp?
Yeah.
Argus? I mean, False Lead is definitely huge spice. I mean, for Argus, like it's not the standard. It is the top 16 seed, right?
Yep.
Tradon. Yeah. So false lead. I think that makes it a lot more interesting. Like first of all, because we haven't seen false lead in Argus a lot, and it's playing boom, and one high profile target, 2 boom. So boom is like the main way to kill your opponent. You have the combination, of course, with false lead and hard hitting news. Now, of course, as you mentioned, there's misdirection in the Shaper deck. But imagine basically you can set up a scenario where the runner will not be able to steal your agendas from the remote anymore. If you have a false lead scored, you have, let's say, 2 data ravens and a Prisek in the remote. That means you cannot go steal it because you'll die, right?
Yeah.
You'll just run one. If you run the first click, you go through them, false lead, and you can no longer misdirection. You don't have the 2 clicks left over. And that's very important. So if a false lead is scored, that changes the character of the game from that point on. And I think that puts a lot of pressure on the runner. So I think that will be an important part. But if the Shaper gets fully set up, especially if there's a Citadel, then that's going to be very hard to pull off a kill from there. So as you mentioned, Space Kitten, like speed is key here, but also what agendas you're able to score. If false lead is scored first, then you have that opportunity to set up a remote that cannot be contested.
Better lucky than good.
Yeah.
Speaking of luck and being good and whatnot, both players, I'm already in the room. You can join table 1 if you can on the competitive tab. A quick reminder to anybody trying to watch those games from the same rooms, please don't crowd the rooms where you have streamers, including Alice, including Koga running the Italian stream today, and including, I think, New Andes are streaming as well. Oh, we're going into the game straight away. Okay, so they're looking at their cards, and I should be showing you the table already, right? Probably. Could be good. Do it. Let's just watch the music. Kill it for a second, and oh, by the way, speaking of the music, I will be talking about something, a little mistake I committed yesterday and probably last week as well, and I'm terribly sorry for that, but we're gonna be talking about it later on. Now let's face the music. We have Argus in the Corp corner. In the Runner corner we have Cabonessa Wu, and I think Mortivore mentioned in the chat that they were basically surprised to make the top cut. To quote, I am quite surprised I made the cut. So, Mortivore, he representing Russia. Tradon, he representing Germany. I have met Tradon in person. Actually, he's on one card with Space Kitten, a fan-made card. So there is a connection here, but that doesn't give him any extra points for anything. But he's one of the...
That's true.
Yeah, he's one of the biggest collectors in the community. So if you want to, I think I mentioned that yesterday. If you want to trade, go to Tradon and talk about stuff. Mortivore, I've never met, and it would be great to meet in person at some point when we actually can. Okay, we have Argus keeping. I will be, by the way, giving the game to both of you. I'm just going to shut up, and you will be the ones commentating while I do all the clicking. But Argus keeping, Cabonessa thinking, and yeah, over to you, my lovely co-commentators. Good luck.
Thank you. You too.
All right.
All right, let's do this. We have a keep from Argus. Like, it's pretty standard. And we're waiting on Mortivore to
He's
check
not decided. Yeah.
Also keeping.
Okay.
Okay, let's do this.
All right, so...
We have a... Oh, yes.
Oh, immediately we have hostile takeover scored. Yeah, I mean, Cabonessa will not be running a lot early on, so I mean, running with StimHack perhaps just to be able to install some Resekis. So the first turn is definitely going to be dedicated to that.
Yeah, probably.
And there is definitely a window here early on where you can jam like Rashidas without them being contested and scoring out agendas.
Absolutely. Also against Argus, you against hard hitting news in general, you also want to like set up your money.
Yeah.
Before it's too late.
So he's taking his tweet time.
Oh, okay. Just
going for it.
Yep.
That's surprising to me.
Proving us wrong, first thing.
Okay,
he acted the fast track from HQ, and he goes again. Hard hitting news.
Yeah, I think this is it's very risky, but to me this indicates that he doesn't have peace in our time or stem hack, because you definitely want to get your Risekis out.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, but then again, why would he keep the hand if that's the case though? Because you're risking econ warfare into hard hitting here, and that's absolutely devastating.
Okay.
So
Wait. Now comes the peace in our time.
yeah,
Mortimer has swear that he's gonna keep us proving us wrong all the time. Just
yeah. I mean, it's just I wonder why this is the order. I guess he wanted to snatch an agenda from HQ, but it seems unnecessary to me to take that risk.
on the first turn, yes.
So yeah, because if you just set up the Risekis first, then you're not that scared of misdirection ever, because you're getting the drip, and then you can use Cabonessa to pull out the misdirection. In worst case, well, you don't really want it to be removed from the game, but you always have the option at least to save yourself from dying early
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Okay, and
If
then
you get yourself
Earthrise
in a pickle.
instead of the third Riseki, that's also surprising to me. Because yeah, to me it's just like you want the drip immediately, and then you can do whatever else and just let the money roll in. But he wants the cards quickly here. Basically.
I think they probably think that Tradon is gonna be fast, and they need to find their pieces too. So
Yeah.
they're sacrificing a bit of the money for that speed or that
Yeah.
tempo.
Yeah, I can't help but think that like if you just install the Rasekis first, like he would be in a better position to contest like the scores more quickly. Because now it's like he's one turn behind basically.
Exactly, and also in the case that in the first turn, okay, border control, hitting a wall there, and in case that in the first turn you actually get an agenda, what do? You take attack and go down to 3 credits, or do you take 2 damage on a hand you wanted to keep?
Yeah, exactly. Like even if you get an agenda, and I think the most you can hope for is like maybe 2 points. It's not a hugely beneficial outcome. Like I guess you take the tag, because if you take the meat damage, you might lose peace in our time, and then you can no longer set up your board in the way you wanted to. And now we have false lead, so there's already a false lead scored. And if Tradon can get a data raven or 2 on the remote, I guess that's pretty far off. I'm assuming that has to be a price tag in servitude.
Yep.
So yeah, if you have data raven and Prisek and false lead scored, so there's already a Prisek, so you would need like another Prisek or a data raven. At that point, you need to have misdirection pre-installed to be able to contest the remote.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've just been told that that piece in our time was played right after the hostile takeover score.
Oh.
Or the turn after.
Yeah, of course.
No, it was okay. That's why Mortimer didn't play it on their second turn.
Okay, yeah, that's a good catch. For sure,
Yeah.
that explains a lot. But I'm still unsure that you should be running there, but at least it makes a lot more sense.
Yes, indeed.
So, okay, we don't have a third Riseki yet. Perhaps I don't know. Perhaps he feels he needs the memory slots, or wants to save the self-modifying code to get a specific icebreaker out.
Yes, but before they're playing Angolo, if I'm not mistaken. My memory doesn't.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's an angle of nanot
If-
and paperclip.
yeah, if they want to put their goal there, they will be needing a second net chip.
Yes. Oh, double false lead now. So if he runs, he can
Be dead.
yeah he might just die
Yeah.
immediately. That's I mean that's that's puts him in a really bad spot because now he needs to always stay above in terms of credits, but perhaps that's doable with the Resekis and everything.
But we have only seen one Rashida and one hedge fund. Tradon can get up in money really easily.
Yes. And there's economic warfare as well. So this is getting tricky now. I think he didn't get the third Reseki because he wants the option to pull out self-modifying code to get misdirection, so that it can stay on the board permanently. But it makes the drip a bit slower.
Oh, they're discarding the. Well, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to run right now anyway. But
or
at the same time,
anytime soon.
Yeah. But at the same time, you won't need to run in order to win, and your opponent is already on 3 points. It's a really rough spot to be in.
Those two false lead are a threat hovering on Mortimer's head.
Oh, and that's even more cash. And the bad publicity, it doesn't matter that much because you don't want to run.
Yeah, because you won't be running. Oh,
it's horrible.
Yeah, what do you do?
Yeah, anything double advanced here is like you kind of need to run it.
It's a threat.
Yeah. So global food here is game.
So let me see.
But
yeah,
But well, right now actually, it's almost safe to start running soon, because 1919 in terms of credits, and there's a link as well on Cabonessa.
Yeah.
So maybe and there's only one price in the remote. If you take one tag, you don't die from that. So for now, like.
Sorry, there's someone that decided to start renovations.
Okay. Okay, so we have a double advanced card. Could be an NGO.
You think so though?
Yeah. But
wait, it's Simon on the on the chat.
oh, actually, like if this is just game actually, because you can. No, it's not game. What am I talking about? I was thinking like you could forfeit the false leads and then score global food, but obviously you lose 2 of your agenda points then. So
Yeah,
that's not a play. Okay.
We have a run.
Yeah, he's like asking if he wants to do anything, but as of now, it doesn't make any sense to do anything. So he's probably gonna. I think Tredon is expecting this server to be run, so that's why I think it's probably an NGO.
Mortimer is asking on the chat like action. It's like what? And Tredon is like, no, I'll tell you, just don't click too fast. Oh,
yeah, that's actually, if they're not communicating via voice, that can be an issue, where your opponent is like just installing cards.
Preemptively putting misdirection down. Are they gonna
Yeah, I
rock
guess
or
he's
not?
planning. Maybe he's planning on, if it's an agenda, he's planning on taking the meat damage, and then he doesn't want misdirection to.
To
Okay,
yeah,
so,
to hit
but
the bin.
basically now your opportunity to steal any agendas is done. So he's just
Oh,
banking on this being an NGO, and if it's not an NGO, he loses. It is an
oh.
NGO. Yeah, okay. So I mean,
I hold my breath just there for a second.
so that paid off, and now here's the second NGO. Let's see if he runs that. No,
I
but
mean,
it's unfortunate for Tradon that there's no more eyes on the remote, I think. But at the same time, now the hard now this could be a
he doesn't care.
yeah. At this point, he doesn't care, right? Because
He benefits from the runner running, and he benefits from the runner not running.
yeah, well, Mortivore is once again too low on credits to not get hard hitting news, and he knows there's a hard hitting news in hand, and if he runs, it's just. I mean, assuming he has a boom or high profile target in hand, then Mortivore will die. And unless he gets more money. So he needs to both snatch any agenda and okay, so stim hack. So you don't
Okay,
lose any money on this run, so that's
fair
good.
enough.
And then I suppose if it is an agenda, you can. Yeah, maybe you
Damage?
might pop the border control here,
I
depending on what's in the remote. If it's an agenda, maybe you pop the border control, have him run again. I don't know.
don't know.
Okay, so he's breaking here.
Okay, the suspense.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that's a global food in the remote and then the Prysec. So yeah, you kind of you have to think about how much money is he gonna have at the end of his turn.
Yes.
And
Do you sacrifice your false leads to avoid Mortivore running again after you pop border control, or
no, I mean no, because then even if you score it, you're only gonna be at. I mean, unless you have like Audacity and Atlas in hand, then maybe you do it. Okay, so it's an Atlas. So he saves the border control for later on. That makes sense.
yes?
I assume that means also that he will not have enough cash for the kill. Okay, so we have Prysec, and he's gonna pay, of course.
One of the Kushuk, not the second Steam hack, and Peace in Inner Time.
Right.
Ooh, that was
So that's as long as Mortivore is out of hard hitting news range. So the thing for Tradon is he needs to, depending on what piece of a kill he has in his hand. If it's a boom, you still need 4 credits. If it's high profile target, you can actually go down to 0, then just double click for credit and play it.
yes.
Okay, so of course, yeah, he clears a tag. Now it would make sense to just click for 3 credits to avoid if it helps. So hard hitting news there would be a difference of 3 credits, then there's 1 link, so effectively it's a difference of 2 credits. I still think he doesn't survive that though. So if Tradon just double clicks for credits, hard hitting news, lands the tags.
Forfeits the false leads.
Yeah, so the question is, what does he have in hand?
Exactly.
There's only 1 high profile target in the deck. He will go up to 23, then hard hitting, that's 3 for the operation, trace 4, and you would need to trace. So it's 9. You need to trace 20, so 16 more. So you pay those. Yeah, you would have 4 credits left, and that's enough to boom. So I assume he
Oh,
Yeah, I guess he doesn't have boom then, because it was actually a kill if I didn't miscalculate that. Because you would need to pay the 3, so you go down to 20. Then you boost it by 16 to go up to 20, and then he cannot beat the trace, and you still have 4 credits left, which
I
means
trust you completely because I'm very bad at maths. So I'm just gonna trust you, and that was the kill. So probably Traden didn't have it.
yeah. Yeah, because I mean Mortimer was at 18 and
18,
he
yes.
had a link, so that's 19, which means you need 20 trace. And the base trace of hard hitting news is 4, and then you need to boost it by 16 more for him to
Yes.
not be able to match. So
And
you would spend 19 credits, which means he would go down
Mhm.
to 4.
And I do think that by Traden not having the kill on his 7 right now, just gave Cavonessa a new chance to turn this game around
Yeah.
completely. Because
Yeah, the more
now
time
Cavonessa will be getting momentum with Rizeki.
and stopping this Rashida, and it doesn't even cost any money because of the bad publicity.
Yes.
Like, I wonder what that eyes is. Like, if that was a data raven, that would be great. But obviously, not
Archer?
something that. If it was an archer, I think he would rest it because yeah, I mean you lose a point, but Mortimer needs to spend a lot of money
Yeah, to break
to
that.
break that. Actually, he
Can
wouldn't
that
even be
be?
able to. You would end up trashing a bunch of programs, right? Or you can pop a simul chip and get in a knockout, but that's still a lot of money, and I think that's worth it. And then if he doesn't if he doesn't jack out, he needs to go through the border control, trash the Rashida. That's still a little bit more money lost. I mean that's pretty taxing just to check the remote, and you lose 1 point. That should be okay. Yeah.
I'm I have ceased to understand what's going on.
Well, it seems what's going on is
The battle of the credits.
so I guess Tradon didn't want to rest the ice because he feels it's too expensive for the situation. It might be a spider web something, and he feels like I shouldn't rest that just to tax. In my mind, he should still rest it because
Because then it's already vexed.
yeah,
And
because
you make him
exactly, and he will need to make him run through that remote over and over again.
exactly.
So it wouldn't make sense, and I don't see any eyes in his list that I feel like that wouldn't be worth it. But
Exactly.
I'm not sure because if he's trying to save money for the hard hitting news,
He's
then
failing. Because now he's already at 18 and there are 3 Rizeki on the table.
yes.
Oh,
Okay, so it was a border control. That's it's definitely the worst ice to have there, but you should still rest it, I think, because it will tax him a little bit every time he's trying to get through the server. So now basically the only difference is Mortivore would have 2 fewer credits, and it would be the same situation as it is now.
yeah.
And
So what are you thinking?
well, so
Oh,
yeah, because of there was a window there.
there you go.
We know that Tradon did not previously have boom or a high profile target
Mm-hmm.
or consulting visit. Like none of those cards can be in his hand or were in his hand. He might have drawn them now, but we know there's a hard hitting news. But the longer this goes on,
Yeah,
the worse it gets. At the same time, he's still not losing by any means because he still needs to go through the remote just to check what there is every time.
exactly.
So just putting a card there and pretending it's an atlas is annoying for Mortimer to deal with.
Mhm.
But the remote is not taxing enough yet. You need a data raven or something
Yes.
to really make that painful.
Also,
Like right now,
those two NGO fronts are gone, and
yeah,
is getting out of things he can fake in the remote.
well, yeah, you cannot fake global food anymore, but I think just installing a card there is actually like pretty scary in itself. Because if you score an Atlas, now suddenly you only need a hostile takeover.
Yeah, but that's
win.
the thing. He only has one Rashida left and two Pricex. Like, there is an amount of cards that he can fake on the remote.
Yeah.
And they're not many.
Yeah, well, there's the two Pricex, there's two Rashidas, and there's one NGO.
No.
Okay, so there we go.
Only two
Oh, right. He's only playing two.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's one Rashida left and two Pricex.
That is, I mean, that's a good point. So, but
and
now at least there's
Kamesa-
another ice on the remote. So this is gonna start being more pricey, and the agenda in the remote. I just realized as well the play I talked about, scoring an Atlas and then scoring a false lead, it doesn't work either because there's only two hostile takeovers in this deck.
Okay, the Archer.
Yeah.
The Archer.
The Archer. Well, finally a good ice on the remote.
Okay.
And that's helpful.
That's gonna cost Mortivore a lot.
Yes. That's a lot to break. So did not it will have 4 strength, I believe, and then you have to boost it once and pay 4. So that's 7 just to break. It's 4 to install, 11 credits, and then you need to go through the border controls just to check what's in the remote. So even though a Tradon doesn't have that many cards left to bluff, I mean, if you're gonna check all of them,
yes,
11 credits each time, plus border controls that, like, if there's anything important, he can actually end your run. So we shouldn't count him out here. It's
another turn of events. That's why we love Netrunner. Just one single card, and suddenly it's a different game.
Yeah, exactly. You just needed something on that remote to make it scary. And Archer is perfect for that. That's like the hardest eyes for him to deal with. Like the other stuff is fine, like Data Raven, okay, you take the tag, you beat the trace, and then you clear the tag after the run. Of course you have the problem with border controls. Okay, he's trashing misdirection here.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess he can always use a Simmel chip to get it back if he needs to, without spending a click even. So
money is more important. Don't touch my Ristakis.
yeah. So he's okay. So here he's saying this is too expensive for me to keep up.
Oh wow.
And so he realizes that if he's gonna be running through this server every turn, it's not gonna go well for him. So I guess he's banking on the R&D locking now, because you can like Kishuk and or maybe just single access R&D every turn.
Oh,
he's
okay.
for Sneak Door on
Sure.
the net chip. That's nice. And that's gonna give him a bunch of turning wheel counters as well. So
and with
not bad at all. Not bad at all. Like shifting the focus from the remote. This is quite nice. Ooh, and that's really big. That's really big.
That's snipe. Oh my god.
Yeah. So this
oh
now
wow.
that's huge. So he takes the tag. I guess he has some important stuff in
Corp is acting. Okay.
It might be an accidental click. It's I don't know. I press that accidentally all the time. Okay. So yeah, so he doesn't want seemingly to run again here because he's clearing the tag first.
Wouldn't you?
So he doesn't want to take another tag because I mean that's ordering is off, right? Like you should run first and then clear the tag. because
Just in case, I guess.
yeah, there's no quantum predictive model, to worry about.
We just saw economic warfare from Hand. Rashida
Yeah.
just popped. Now we are 16 versus 17 credits.
Oh, but
And
this is
just
fast
fast
track.
track?
But yeah, I mean, this is so. So what if he? So he would have gone down to 13 credits. I guess it's not enough because he goes down to 13. He has one link.
Oh
So
no,
you need.
wait. This is gorgeous. He's baiting an Atlas on the remote to really put Mortimer under credits and have like the
Yeah.
advantage.
But I think actually, I mean, this is not even. I don't even think this can be counted. Well, it could be a bait for sure, but I don't think it is because if he wants to stop him from getting into the remote, I think he can. Like, there's no way he can safely get that Atlas. Right?
I don't.
He's gonna
It's
go
like
so low on credits that it's
Mortimer just said, "I
yeah.
don't care. I'm just gonna make some money."
No, exactly. I think he needs to do this and let him score the Atlas, and then you just run next turn a bunch of times,
Yes.
and you need to stay within like outside of that margin of the econ warfare plus hard hitting news. And I mean, definitely running the remote will drain you enough where you're no longer safe.
Mhm.
And the bad thing like is if you get hard hitting news there, like usually if you can't clear the tags, you at least have a turn to try to steal the last agendas. But you can't do that here because you lose 4 clicks, so you have one run in you before you die. And there we have the Atlas. So now, so definitely a
Everything.
good play by Mortivore here because, yeah, Tradon will also draw an extra card, so that increases the chances of agenda stacking up in HQ. And now he can just spam Sneak Door and then maybe go for a big turning wheel play.
Yeah.
I think it's
No, that's
he
completely
should
enough.
start. I think it's a good time now to start checking the top of R&D because you want to know what cards are coming.
Yes, and
Oh, there we go. So that's gonna do it. No, it's not. Well, you're gonna maybe steal an agenda, but you're not gonna know what's on the top of the deck at the end of it because Kishuk shuffles after the access. Okay.
okay. So wait.
Yeah, makes sense. You don't need to pop the. But this is not what I expected, though. I would
There
have
are only
expected him to like check the top just to make sure that Tradon is not drawing. Okay, but actually, when I think about it, the only agendas left are 1 false lead and 3 global food.
yes.
So I guess there's actually nothing that Tradon can threaten the game with unless he double advances it. So this might be a good call here.
Okay, they still global and post because the corp is acting twice.
Yeah. So does he? Okay, no. I mean, oh, he is popping the false leads. So why is he doing that?
Because probably, yep.
Oh!
Do it.
Oh
Do it.
no! Oh no! Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, that's true. Like, it's not possible to take the tag there. Wow. Oh, that's very unfortunate. I think if Mortivore just like prepares, like draws 2 cards before doing that,
Yeah.
he's probably gonna go on to win that game.
Mm, most likely, to be honest.
Yeah, because like I don't see a way for Tradon to set up the kill. Threatening the score has to be telegraphed because all NGOs are gone. You have the 3 global foods left that you have to double advance, and so
Yeah.
Mortimer needs to steal 1 or 2 more points and then just get your global food, and he wins.
I do
And
think that simul chip had to be used to get Ngolo, like, because if you're using Kyushuk, it's because you want to see an agenda.
yeah.
So you don't want to get the tag from Mausoleus or get the damage from Mausoleus. So you have to break that ice.
Well, yeah, either you break it or you prepare by drawing the cards if you really want to save the simul chip.
Exactly.
Yeah. That
So
that was a
think,
really tense game.
yeah.
Wow. But I feel bad for Mortivore. Like, what a sad way to end that game. I think he had a good shot there, but it's
Yeah.
like it's one of those things where you miss that particular scenario. That
Yeah.
if you keep a tag there, you suddenly die because you don't have enough cards left.
Mm-hmm.
That
I
was
do think that trashing misdirection with the first simul chip to, like, maybe sacrificing a Rizeki would have changed the course of actions.
I think because of the double false lead, then it was a good call, because if you actually get hard hitting news, you're not going to be able to use misdirection anyway, because he's going to do it and then he's going to
And
forfeit
then
both of the
forfeit.
false
Yeah,
leads.
that's true.
So you just need as much money as possible to try to avoid that scenario.
Then there was absolutely no reason for him not to using simul chip on the Ngolo.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Actually, I think it's just because he doesn't have the memory, so he doesn't want to trash programs to do that, and that makes sense. So I think then what you have to do is draw 2 cards before running, so you can survive in that scenario. But you have to think of it ahead of time. That's
Yes.
the difficult part.
And you have to predict that that would be a Mausolus. But, well,
Yeah, you know that
anyway,
there's
that
a
was
possibility. You know that it
that
could
was
also
very
be a
interesting.
data raven that might give you a tag as well. So yeah, something you need to prepare for. But yeah, Netrunner is a hard game.
It is indeed. I'm just gonna hop in here
Yeah.
right now. I'm bringing the decks up again. What a game! This was super exciting. It was there was the very first part where we had Tradon contemplating the kill with the 2 false leads scored. That was the false leads were quite the thing, and they basically won the game here, I think. But it was really tough for Mortivore here. Really well done to get so far, especially if you don't expect to make the cut and then you end up first on a Caponessa deck,
Yeah.
no less. We're gonna be going into round 2 in a while. For now, I'm just going to pull up again the launch screen to see what pairings are popping up there for now. We have and Chris Ferg on table 2. We had Cable Carnage beating Eref. So there's going to be Tradon versus Cable Carnage. So 2 people residing in Germany. And then there's going to be versus Chris Ferg on table 14. Table 15, we still don't have any results. Although I think... oh no, these games are actually still going on. Table 5 and table 6, indeed. And table 8, we don't have the scores reported in yet, I think. But Captain Nice is through. I'm trying to just check if Captain Nice, if they were on Sunny, if that was the Sunny game that we missed.
Yes.
Dang. I think we should. I don't know about how chat is feeling about this, but I think we should be jumping into a Sunny game. Although, of course,
That sounds good.
We can totally go for the top team. Well, I mean, whatsoever.
Captain Nice versus Percomis. Percomis was on outfit, so it would be Captain Nice on his plus son against Peter Case.
Yeah, so I think well, okay, if Captain Nice is corping and if Percomis is going to be running, that could be fun. Although Percomis is on Geist, we all know how Geist works. It's a lot of DJing. I don't know. I mean, chat, do let us know what you think we should be streaming next. Do remember as well that there are other people streaming. There's Shanodin, so Nisei's on Alice, so to speak, our EDI team lead, who is streaming and commentating for people who might be not so knowledgeable when it comes to the game, haven't played for that long, and maybe don't know the whole card pool. They don't know all the insider plays and whatnot. So if you want to have commentary that's basically explaining the game a bit more in depth from a very fresh point of view, do go there. Definitely a cool stream to follow. We also have Italian language streams. So we have, we have one with Koga running it. Yeah, I was like, yeah, we have 15 streams. No, well, for now, not yet. Maybe next
Italian.
year. In Italian, indeed. Koga is running a stream in Italian. We have New Andy's on, I think, running a stream in Spanish. Indeed, which is quite cool as well. I wish I could have a stream in Spanish. Next year, I'm going to be streaming in Spanish, just saying. So I'm going to be totally, or Catalan, or any other language.
I can help.
Yeah, we can make that happen. But yeah, for sure. We have a raffle going on as well. There are 3 apocalypses happening in the chat. So chat, if you see any pairings that would be interested in, do let us know. We'll be considering the next table to view. And of course, that's going to mean popping up here with some decks again to show you. But we're going to take a very, very quick break, 2 minutes basically, and we'll be back in a sec.
Okay. See you in a sec.
Yep. So here we are, we're back. We took a very quick break. We're still waiting for the pairings to be populated. Obviously, we cannot really start a tournament. Start the second round of the tournament, obviously, without all the people ready. There was a bit of an extension on one of the tables. We had one player being a bitsy late, but that's just because they're in a completely different time zone. This is, of course, ran in time zones that are good for Europe and Africa, or good, well, let's just say daytime Europe and Africa. I don't know if they're good. If they're good for you, I'm happy for you. If they're not good for you, you're probably a bit like me, a night owl or any other night animal. I have with me, of course, Bridgman and Princess Space Kitten. They're gonna be jumping in again in a while. I wanted to clear up one thing I did yesterday, and if you noticed that, I'm very sorry if you had issues with this. But yeah, the music you keep hearing in the background, it's produced, made, published, released, and promoted by a lovely person from Belfast, Northern Ireland, that goes by the nickname or band name or project name Trip Mirror. And what I did yesterday, I had an error in the URL, so it's actually double P, tripmirrorbandcamp.com. I'm very, very sorry for that. If somebody was looking for that music on Bandcamp and was getting an error because, hey, you know what, it didn't work. I'm really sorry. Do remember it's, or I will remember forever now, but yeah, you should also remember it's TRIPP. So it's double P, tripmirror.bandcamp.com. Definitely recommend it. 2 albums that are all about Netrunner, and they're actually, all the songs are named after different cards. So that's quite exciting. Right now we have Analog Dreamers, which was one of the cards that did not get a lot of use, but at least the music's good, right? Anyway, do support the content creators, do support the people putting stuff out there, like Trip Mirror, for example. Really cool music. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's definitely my default go-to music for streams, and it's really cool to have, you know, the official confirmation from the artist himself that we can actually use it for those streams. So thank you very much for this music that we can use. The raffle is still going on strong, and I'm still waiting for challenge to be updated. In the meantime, also hopping around Discord to make sure I'm not missing any news here. Round ended. There was a bit of an extension, so there's still 2 minutes on the table that's getting an extension. We're not going to jump in there because it just doesn't, you know, it doesn't make sense to bother people at the very last moment when they're trying to figure out who's going to win that and progress in the top bracket. In the bottom bracket, we already have some names as well, and we will be trying to get games from the top bracket to kind of keep the excitement high. But if you see any pairings in the bottom bracket and you're like, then, you know, let us know. Maybe we're going to just jump in there. Emmeline Pinsel on table 10, that is an option indeed. And by the way, there are some new commands in the channel where you can, in the stream chat, where you can basically pull things up very quickly. So exclamation mark deck lists will give you the list of the cards that people are playing, and exclamation mark I think top 16? I don't even remember, but it's all there. You can definitely pull up the challenge page where you can see all the brackets, the way I'm actually displaying it on this screen right now. Somebody's asking in the chat, is there a tutorial series or something similar for Netrunner? Very good question there, very good question. There's quite a few resources out there. I would just say go to nearearthhub.net, nearearthhub.net. Definitely a good resource put together by Dan Bouchard, one of the community members, one of the members of Nisei, but he's doing it on his own, so to speak. It's a personal project. I don't want to say vanity project, that's a card. It's a personal project, and it's full of resources, it's chock full of good resources and information, including startup information, so to speak. So if you just joined the community, if you just joined the games in a way, and you're like, you know, I have no idea what I'm doing here, or I really want to learn more about this, then yeah, there are good resources out there, and there's a ton of good content from the past of Netrunner as well. So there's a lot of stuff that you can check online. The subreddit on reddit.com as well. The Netrunner subreddit has some really cool startup information for people who are fresh to the game. Bioken's videos, indeed, Valkyrie's Gaming here in the chat giving you a lot of good tips. So yeah, a ton of stuff. You can always ask the community for more tips. Anybody who's playing the game probably has a good idea where to find resources, because we're all deeply invested in this game when it comes to, you know, learning it, mastering it, having fun with it. That's my job, more or less, having fun with it, or my approach to it. So don't ask me for spicy includes into your decks and interesting things you can do with combo cards. But if you want to talk fun, Netrunner, I'm definitely your person. Okay, I'm gonna be jumping back into Discord to talk to my guests for today. For now, we have Bridgman and Princess Space Kitten on the stream with me. They're gonna be... They were taking a break as well. I mean, you know, we all deserve breaks here. Absolutely, to get some liquids and whatnot, but we will be coming back at you with round 2 of this, and we still have to decide which games. I don't know. PSK, Bridgman, if you're there, do tell me which table do you think we should be hopping into?
Hello, let me check Cobra.
Absolutely. Well, you should actually be checking Challenge. Yeah, Cobra doesn't have any.
Oh, where do I check it?
It's on Challenge. I'm gonna paste you the link, or actually, okay. Yeah, you can pull it up from. Let me just We're clicking around. It's basically challenge.com/Europe Nisei. That should bring you to the page.
So did the chat have any special requests?
The chat was asking about a bunch of different things. So yeah, table 14, table 16, ML versus Pinzel as well was mentioned. I think table 14 is quite interesting because we have 2 players who have met before, and one of them swept the other as the only person able to do so. So that's kind of that could be an interesting matchup here, definitely, for sure. Thank you, by the way, Mike, in the chat. Exclamation mark brackets gives you the link to Challenge, where you can see things. Yeah, it's super automated. We have bots for everything. We have 2 tables number 6. I don't know. People are slowly creating tables, so I'm just gonna bring up Challenge on the screen one more final time, and it's decision time, I would say, because we should hop in. Other people streaming as well, so we want to make sure that all the streams are not crossing. I would say let's go table 16, as in, well, table 16. Let's go Percomis and
Captain Nice.
And Captain Nice. Definitely 2 players. We just have to figure out who's playing what. I'm going to very quickly jump into Discord. Yep.
It might matter not that. Peter is running.
Yeah, so Percomis is running. I'm asking this myself and to the other people because I basically want to pull the decks up on the screen so we can have a very quick look.
Percomis and who was the other player?
Captain Nice.
Yeah, Captain Nice.
Okay.
A lot of clicking happening in the background. We're all frantic. What was the thing again? Frantic coding, right?
Frantic coding.
Yeah. So he's Peter is running.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's on the Geist list. The Geist list. That 3 people are playing, and Captain Nice. They're
running on Blue Suns. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the spicy list. My initial reaction is that would be hard for Blue Sun because they have a lot of big ice, and it's easy for guys to get through big ice. So I don't know.
That's also true. That I'm trying to find Captain Nice. Titanium has there are a lot. Well, not a lot, but some ice that has more than 2 subroutines, and Peter will have to find the back so he can bring back some resources at some point. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to watch.
Yeah, I think
Boomerang will not carry him all the way.
No, that's true. But you do have a grappling hook and as well.
Exactly.
And, you have the breakers as backup. Now, Captain Nice, they are running Trojan Horse, the spicy include. So possibly getting rid of a breaker here and there. And Arc Lockdown, I don't know if that's like the game is gonna go long enough for that to be relevant, but if it is, then you could get rid of some pieces.
Yes, but we're talking about both Trojan Horse and Arc Lockdown are one-off.
Yes, Yes.
Speaking
So
of,
you also have to like find them.
indeed, speaking of, we're in the game right now. They already started. They both mulliganed, by the way. So there was a bit of thinking. Captain Nice, they're having breakfast right now, so bon appetit. And I'm just gonna mention, that these players are both based in Europe, and hopefully, well, one of them is gonna keep carrying the torch, the Continental torch. Over to both of you, my lovely co-hosts. I'm switching off again and focusing on other places. But yeah, let's go with this round.
All right, so this will be interesting, I think. But yeah, as I said, like Blue Sun is like it's a pretty slow and steady corp in my opinion, and that I think that fits Geist because Geist once he finds all his pieces, like if you get a bunch of tech traders out, you're in such a strong position. And you can keep recycling your boomerangs over and over again.
Yeah. And so, also, sorry.
Yes. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you go.
No, it was just I think that's basically it. Like if you get set up with the tech traders and you have your breakers out, I think it's really hard for Blue Sun to do anything. So perhaps he needs to try to go semi-fast. I don't know. Or maybe like the late game threat of border control plus some big ice on a remote is good enough.
I think the second Percomis puts his tech traders down, Blue Sun is going to be on that position where I don't want to rest ice, so he doesn't get his money and his boomerangs back and his things back. But if I don't rest ice, I'm not making money from it. So I just think it's going to be super fun to watch.
Yeah, really I mean, you do have to rest the ice eventually.
Exactly.
Yeah. And okay, so he has a Shiashi already. So or they have a Shiashi already. It's okay. So Bravado.
Sure.
And they are resting Afshar here. Yeah.
Afshar is such a beautiful piece of ice.
It's as long as you have it on HQ. If you have it in another place, then you're crying. But on HQ, it's so good.
Yeah, that Shiashi will give Captain Nice a net worth of 7 credits because they use it. They used building blocks to install it. That's not that bad.
No, that's going to be really good, especially if you can repeat it.
Yeah, Peter now is thinking about if it's worth it to use one of the grappling hooks to break the Afshar. Yeah, and he thought, yes, it's worth it. Let's go.
I'm a bit surprised because I don't know.
I don't think so.
If this is a Hortum or something, then I think that's good for Captain Nice. Sapper, ooh. Oh, and that's gonna trash a grappling hook. That's nice. It's a good pickup.
Not yet, because Pronostic Culip. No, Peter said, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay. And yeah, you want to. You're gonna have to rest those eyes on HQ at some point anyway, I guess, because diversion of funds is going to be a big deal.
Yes, but now.
But yeah, now at least he can't do the trick where he's resting the ice to get rid of all his money. But I guess he's aiming, or they are aiming to be on like such a high amount of credits anyway that that might not be a factor. So it's nice to get some value out of this ice immediately.
Now, also information is power. Now, like Sapper, if you're running Boomerang on Afshar, that Trojan horse check, what does this do? For anyone that doesn't know, it's a trace for operation that only can be used if the runner accesses one card last turn, and the trace is 4. If successful, they can trash an install program with an install cost based on the difference of the trace. Thing is, there's not many programs that Peter wants to install, and if they have no program installed, Sapper became like innocuous. Like it doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, so there, of course, you have the icebreakers that you will want to install eventually. Also, Stargate can be a big deal, but
Yes.
I think the problem is, or it's going to be hard for Captain Nice to pull it off because, I mean, yeah, Peter already has 2 tech traders out. It's going to have a lot of money, and you have to win a trace in order to make use of it.
There you go.
Okay, so yeah, this is a bit sad because the Sapper is no longer able to do anything. So he needs to install a boomerang to get this. I guess he's already...
Masterwork, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, a grappling hook. Yeah.
The third one. Peter will be in need of the bag ASAP.
Yeah, it would be nice, but I think he can survive without it. The boomerangs, there's always like the default recursion of the boomerangs, so I think the pressure is on Captain Nice to... Oh, okay. Those grappling hooks never gonna see the light of day again.
That one off that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Players just love to prove me wrong. It's like, I don't know. They have to find it. Sure.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, eventually they will draw it. So, even if it's a one-off. But yeah, we don't even know yet if that's going to be relevant. But of course, you can always get those back with simul chips. Oh, and another diversion of funds here.
You don't
This
deserve.
is the kind of
You don't deserve money.
Because Peter is already has his tech trader set up. There's no remote, and he needs a huge. So a problem. Maybe it's not as big of a problem now, but I was thinking about that. It's hard to get value out of the 3 oversight AIs in the deck because guys has such an easy time breaking whatever is installed.
Yes.
And you don't want to lose that piece of ice. It would maybe be okay if it was very cheap for the runner to break it, but yeah,
But
if he
for
all he needs to
guys,
sacrifice is a grappling hook and a Gabali, then it's not much. For the
yeah.
Shiashi, you can also do it with Boomerang and Gabali.
Yes.
So it's still hard. That's going to be 3 dead draws in the deck, or possible dead draws.
So, what are Captain's nice outs here? Build a big ass remote and just try and score the whole old-fashioned way?
Yeah, that's what they need to do. I don't see any other way. Like that's how this deck wins, right? So, but yeah, it's all based on having a credit lead because you have the punitive threat in this deck, and you have CityWorks project as well. So like to make that more potent.
Yes, but
so far they're having a hard time establishing economy. Really hard time, and this is a third diversion of funds.
yes.
I mean, come on, this is terrible, just absolutely terrible.
Well, absolutely terrible if you're the corp.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sure.
I mean,
I'm sure Percomis is having a beautiful time here.
oh yes. I mean, he's very happy with this. So that's you've taken 15 credits from the corp and put them in your bank. Not
Yes,
not paying too much to do so.
exactly.
And yeah, he lost the grappling hooks, but I'm not. Yeah, I mean, he needs to find the breakers eventually. That's for sure. Otherwise, but I mean, he's already drawn through most of his deck.
Amina is the expensive one. Already hit the table, and he's in a comfortable 11 credits with
Exactly.
5,
5
7
credits on
virtual.
technical
Oh,
writer,
come on,
and
come on.
he has his console. He has prognostic Q loop, and they're an important part of boomerang recursion later on.
Yes.
You can leave
Second
just
bravado,
running and installing.
second bravado hitting the table.
Yeah. So, yeah, at this point, I think the runner is expecting that HQ has some agendas.
Yes.
There are 8 agendas in the deck. None have been seen so far,
Mhm.
and quite a bit of like about a third of the deck has been drawn. So you expect there to be like a third of the agendas somewhere. So 2 or 3 agendas somewhere in the hand or in the remote.
So Captain Nice is on a City Works project.
Yeah.
What else?
SSL endorsement and divested trust. So if you
What
can
does
score,
Best Trust do?
yeah. So that's when the corp. It's a 3-1 agenda. So 1 point, 3 to score it, and
Mhm.
if if the runner steals an agenda, you can forfeit it to put that agenda in your hand and gain 5 credits.
Okay.
So once you've scored that, it becomes harder for the runner to win. So
Okay.
that's a way that, like, if you can score one of those, which it looks like they are doing right now,
There you go.
that's like, I guess, the first step to creating a very taxing situation for the runner. So if you can set that up and then jam an agenda in an expensive remote, then
Mhm.
so one thing Captain Nice as going for them is that they don't have to worry about diversion of funds anymore.
There you go. An easy SSL endorsement score.
Yeah, but he had to use his. So clearly, I think he has to be flooded here because he's discarding an agenda so early. I mean, maybe he was hoping to get a punitive off by doing that. Uh,
Yeah.
oh, he's undoing it.
Yeah,
I
because
think that makes
Captain
sense.
Nice clicked too fast.
Oh, okay. So maybe he doesn't want to forfeit.
I think the agenda was not stolen yet. Oh.
So they don't want
How?
to. They don't want to forfeit the agenda. I think that makes sense because you're not getting much value out of at this point, right? He Peter will steal the agenda. You put it in your hand, and then you know you you,
Mhm.
you can't even threaten to score it anytime soon. So maybe
Yeah.
this makes more sense. They will get some money from SSL endorsement,
Mm, or maybe
which are really needed at this point.
mhm. Peter needs to keep their money up to be able to contest any punitive threat, right?
Um, well, I think right now he has so much money that it's hard. Well, in theory, yes, he does. But he, if you have 3 cards in hand, then you can survive 1 punitive. So then that means um, Captain Ice needs to almost have double what Peter has to be
Yes.
able to actually threaten a kill, and
Mhm.
that's just way off right now. Of course,
Yeah.
Peter needs to keep that in mind that he can't go as low as he wants, but Yeah, right now it's not really relevant, which is another problem. Like, the more I'm thinking about this, like the harder it seems for Blue Sun here, because you have 3 punitive that you can't really use. You have 3 oversight AI that you cannot really use.
Yes.
That's 6 cards in your deck.
They're dead.
That is a problem.
And we're just gonna check HQ. Installing Boomerang from the Culip.
And Psychic Field might also be considered a dead card here, because I don't think Peter is going to run anything that's not double advanced.
Peter has absolutely no reason to.
Yeah. So that's a lot of cards that Captain Nice cannot make use of.
Yeah. That's really interesting. Because,
Okay. So what
okay.
are the upgrades here? A Marcus
Preemptive.
Batty. There's 2 Marcus Batties, so that has to be Marcus Batty.
Mm-hmm. Preemptive for building blocks, and probably the Arc Lockdown wants to go back into R&D. Right?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, Arc Lockdown is going back with 2 building blocks.
Okay. So seems they're going for a plan where eventually Marcus Batty is like gonna snipe all of the programs. It seems to be what they're going for. And, and there's only, maybe the idea is there will only be boomerangs left to break, and that's not going to be enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's a way to win, but it's a very hard thing to pull off.
Yes, Peter still hasn't seen or installed any Gabalis. And the back and Stargate haven't seen the table either. I think the second right now. Sorry, organizing my thoughts. Now that Arc Lockdown is back on R&D, I think Peter needs to keep stargating to find it and trash it before it's a problem for him.
Yep.
So we have a second divested trust court.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yes.
Yeah. So first of all, makes it harder for Peter to steal agendas, of course, but also getting rid of that 1 pointer. It means it's less likely. There are fewer agendas left in the deck to steal. So Peter needs 3 agendas in order to win, and
Yes.
now there's 1 fewer available. So I think that's a good step. That's a nice step towards making the runner less comfortable here.
Yes.
I think
The back.
he needs. Oh, sorry.
No, the back just hit the table. That's good news for Peter.
Yeah.
Bring back those spy cameras or anything he might need.
I think what he really wants right now is a Stargate, so he can
Yes.
start pressuring R&D. But he's seemingly is not drawing it yet. So he has the Amina and he has the Book Altar, but there is always the threat now of Marcus Batty, and then it's sort of a die roll.
If that installed card on server 2 is the third divested trust, or there are
No, there are
only
only 2. So there's 2
Okay.
1-pointers and 6 3-pointers. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So are we seeing double Batty on the remote then?
I mean, it could be Rashida.
Okay.
Or Psychic Field.
Mm-hmm.
Or an agenda, of course. That he's just like he wants to advance it or they want to advance it on a later turn. And okay.
Okay. Yeah. So,
What's going on?
I don't know. I think.
So there's
Okay. Yeah, no problems.
there's no real way to tell what they installed in the remote right now.
No.
So we're just gonna
But
have to see. There's no point for Peter to run it.
we'll see now. Then there's still 2 SSLs and 3 city work projects. Okay.
Okay, so
That's the SSL.
yeah, exactly. It has to be. There is no NGO.
So on 16 credits, 3 pieces of ice. Okay.
Okay, so
Target hitting the table.
Peter is not contesting the remote, it seems.
Or yet.
Not yet, but yeah.
Because 16 credits and Captain Nice is border
Interesting,
control.
because I was very skeptical of Captain Nice's chances here.
Mhm.
They're really doing a good job.
Yeah, they're
Creating
keeping
threats and getting back into the game.
Orion, Orton, and Surveyor. Wow.
Yeah. So not very useful.
But after that border control res, they're on 13 credits, and they're using very expensive ice, so that remote might not be that safe.
No, but Peter needs to keep in mind that there are border controls and batties, so he might just use well, Captain Nice. They might use that to just end the run, and then Peter can't steal the agenda.
Actually,
of course, they need to score 2 more agendas in order to win. So that not like sacrificing the border controls. That might not be the best.
Also, isn't with the divested trust scored, isn't it in Captain Nice's interest to actually allow Peter to score this agenda? To steal this agenda, I mean?
He wants to, but
if Peter
but he's not
steals,
going to be able to unless Captain Knights wants to allow him.
Because Peter steals his agenda. Captain Nice forfeits the divested trust and loses 1 point but gains 3. I mean, it's a nice.
Yeah, the more I think
thing,
about this, the nicer it looks for Captain Nice. Because they don't even need to use border control here necessarily.
Ooh.
Oof. That's okay. So Peter's probably going to end up taking 2 net damage here to proceed.
Yes.
Because yeah, he's in the spot where he wants to force Captain Nice to either lose a border control or one of the divested trusts, so he can begin chipping away.
Yes.
But it's so damn expensive. Right?
Yes. That's okay. Peter
and interestingly, Simul chip cannot be used to get back any grappling hooks because those have all been removed from the game.
Yes.
So now Peter needs to be really worried about what the next piece of ice is.
Yep. And they have to be really careful.
He's playing Tithonium.
Mm-hmm.
That would be hilarious. On 0 credits, like getting rid of. Yeah, it would be totally worth it. You get to trash 2 programs, I believe, and a resource. Could be game-ending move.
1 second. Peter is asking, I see the card drawn from gaze before I deceive with subs to break. I'm not sure. I don't know what the...
I actually don't know, but I think so.
Yeah, I'm also 90%. Let me check. Okay, sorry, chat. I'm gonna do my Dutch studies, and I'm gonna contact Akira.
Yeah, so while you're doing this, and just to confirm, because we want to make sure, for everybody wondering on the chat, if I should be doing judge calls here as well. Technically, I could, but I kind of choose to defer things to other people simply because I am way too scattered between different things. Like clicking, for example, right now to show you the deck lists again, to remind you what these players are facing when they're duking it out. We've seen quite a lot of cards already on the table, but yeah, the one of the questions here is, of course, is that piece of ice that Captain Nice installed on server 2 innermost? Is it a Titanium? Because if that's a Titanium, that could be quite interesting. For those of you at home wondering what a Titanium does, basically, you can forfeit an agenda to res it. So one of those divested trusts can be forfeited by Captain Nice to res a piece of ice that's kind of annoying. It is a barrier, so right now Geist does not have any barrier breakers on the table. And this can mean that there will be some trashes, and also, well, that could also mean that the Arc Lockdown will be online, and bad things can happen. And well, we'll see, of course, what happens here. We're still having a judge call. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I also think like the Q loop has already been used this run, right?
I
think so, but maybe not.
No.
Because then that means that he cannot get a boomerang out to deal with Titanium. Okay. So he just he just saved himself the net like from the net damage.
Yes,
and now things are looking so good for Captain Nice.
They are. They really are.
So maybe if Peter gets some really good Stargate runs here, he can turn this around.
We have 11 minutes left on the round, and Stargate is going to be doing some job. Because I think with the preemptive action out of the game, I think one of the outs Peter has is just trying to trash all the remaining agendas and just avoid Captain Nice being able to score.
Yeah, good point.
Because right now, on 5 points, any agenda that Peter steals can be exchanged with divested trust, and Captain Nice wins.
Yeah. I think from here, Captain Nice just needs to ice R&D, and then just chill, basically.
I think so.
Until they can get enough money to put another ice on server 2, and then you can start like threatening scores there.
No, I don't think it really matters, because there are only 3 pointers left, and any 3 pointers left that Peter steals are going to be exchanged and put Captain Nice on 7 points.
I'm just jumping in here to correct this, because divested trust is an agenda that's not really played very, very often. So I cannot blame anybody for not remembering the text. This is not exchange of information. I can keep catching myself on this as well.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah. You can only add the agenda to HQ, which means you kind of get it into your hand, which is awesome. But on the other hand, it doesn't go into your score area, so you don't get the points straight away. But I mean,
I am so sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
No worries.
How to put it? The cards that we have in the game today are quite spicy for different reasons. Divested Trust is not an agenda you would usually see on the table for Wayland, so it's good to bring it up, and it's good to figure this part out. But hey, speaking of agenda, Cityworks project. Okay, this is getting
really
serious.
big.
Yep.
And so exactly. So so for that reason, you still need the remote to be reasonably taxing, but now it is.
Yes.
Because you have a Shiashi, 2 border controls,
Mm-hmm.
5 counters on the Cityworks project. I mean, I don't think the damage. Maybe the damage matters here, but because that means Peter. I don't think he has the money to get into that server.
No, he doesn't.
So
not three times.
I don't think there's any way here for him to win.
Oof.
That's really rough.
That's really rough.
Yeah. Man, what a turnaround! Like at the start of this game, I thought Captain Ice was out of it, but man, the turn they really proved us wrong.
Because even with the back and getting the Gabalis out, oof.
Yeah, you can shuffle stuff back, but that's a click. You have limited clicks here, so you have only one that you can spend on anything other than running.
Yes, and that's 3. That's the 5. Yeah, and Cityworks project will cost him the 5 cards that he already has in hand.
Yeah.
So this is looking really bad for Peter.
Does he have a boomerang? So there's he could do a trick where he gets the boomerang on top somehow, perhaps.
Actually,
if he shuffles 3 of them back, then the boomerang.
No. The thing is that he can install Boomerang with Master Work.
Yes.
Use it on Chiyashi. No, because it doesn't go back into the stack until the run ends.
But the thing here too is, even if he manages to steal it, Captain Nice, they will just install it again next turn.
Yes.
And double advance. And how are you gonna have enough cards?
Oof. I'm really
maybe the only way to win right now is you run 3 times in R&D. You hope all of those are successful, like in getting energy. But even that, like divested trust will still prevent you from winning, and you have a border control to get rid of the last click. So I don't think there's any way.
No, also you've seen with Stargate that there was a surveyor building blocks and oversight AI. So you already know that the 2 first cards are not your out.
Yeah. I think maybe it's possible to. Yeah, I'm not sure you have enough credits, but you can shuffle Boomerang back. You can get some Gabalis back. Then you can run, and you can check the top of the stack with Prognostic Q Loop. And if the top is not a Boomerang, then you can use Simulchip to install whatever from just to draw a card. And then after you draw the card, then maybe the top card is now a Boomerang. But
I mean, if you use Simulchip to install Clot, you're over a Mew.
No. What you would use it just to draw. So you would trash one of your installed programs and just reinstall it.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, and then so you
get 3 credits more. Wait. You get 3 credits more. 21. Yeah.
So basically, you would get a Boomerang. But yeah, it doesn't even help you that much. It basically gains you 1 credit. So it's not much cheaper than breaking with Paperclip. and each time you're breaking Shiashi, that's 7,
Yes.
and you have 18. A symbol chip gives you 3 more, but you still
Yes,
have to get
that's
through the
21.
border controls.
But
So
wait, but pop the first boomerang. That's 24, right?
While you're doing all the math here, I'm just going to jump in very quickly. We seem to be having some technical issues on the side of the runner. So Percomes is reporting on Discord that he's having some connection issues. No, I mean everybody's aware of this. Both Captain Nice and Akira are on it. We are going to be following this game unless there's some sort of a hardcore decision about things not working out. And yeah.
you know, so yeah, while we're waiting, I hope that sorts itself out. It would be a shame if it ends like that. I just realized there's the black file in the deck.
Oh, there is.
So that means that this might not be Peter's last turn. So he might get some more chances to pull out agendas from R&D. Though.
Okay, we need to leave the game because Peter.
Has some technical issues. Yeah. So so for the chat right now, so that you're just aware of what's going on. We have some technical issues with this game. We want to make sure this is the last game running, by the way. So we want to make sure that both players are able to finish it off. We're going to do a bit of a clear up in a way. In the meantime, I'm also gonna give you an update on what's happening in the brackets. We had Tradon eliminated, well not eliminated, sorry, beaten by Cable Carnage here. Omen, Chris, Ferg, the results are still not there. Rotom Appliance, so Patrick, whose birthday was yesterday, and we're going to be streaming his next game, beat Kikai, and the game on table 6 right now, Captain Ice versus Percomis, table 3, we're still looking at this. Mortivore progressed, Kikai versus Pincel, that's going to be the next game here as well. Still no result in Not the Beast versus RTSA. Let's see what's going to happen here on the table. I hope we can pull this off, technically speaking. Let's just see if the table is back to normal. I'm trying to connect. Okay, let's just keep scrolling. The good news is that the game seems to be still going on, or like people have left the servers behind, so to speak. Yes. All the spectators.
I don't know. There's still 3 spectators, and on Jinteki, it shows Peter still playing.
Yeah. So I think we have a bit of a technical issue here, but hey, let's not worry about it too much. Okay. A lot of figuring things out. I'm gonna hop out of the game again just to make sure that I don't break it. And yeah, yes. There are still spectators. I don't know what's going. Apologies for the technical issues, but this is what happens. I mean, sometimes sometimes that happens. People are troubleshooting this live on Discord. The thing is, Peter's using, or Percomis is using a mobile connection, which could be problematic for many different reasons, of course. And mobile internet with a phone and whatnot, yeah, that could be quite tricky. But this isn't it the future of internet? Shouldn't we be all running with our phones and just no? JNet, of course, it's a great platform, but for now it's still not super compatible with mobile devices, or might cause issues with mobile devices. Of course, this is a totally different issue here, technically speaking, because we're not talking about Percomis using a mobile device, just a mobile device to connect, which is a different story. But in the meantime, again, let's not worry about it too much. This is a technical issue. I'm just gonna bring up the 2 decks here again, and just to, we'll see who wins what and how here. But I just wanted to bring up a couple of interesting things about these 2 decks that we have here. Basically, for Blue Sun, I haven't seen Blue Sun being competitive in quite a while, and we know that Captain Nice is known for playing different things. So they've been quite visible as well in the lockdown series, for example, that I'm running every now and then, and it's gonna come back after the Continental series is over, where we have slightly restricted meta where the users actually decide what their players are deciding what they're going to be playing in the next edition, so to speak. Captain Nice is one of the hardcore players. They've been, I think, in all the top fours or most of the top fours we've had so far. And yeah, there's a ton of interesting decks that Captain Nice has been bringing to the tables. Because it's just fun. It's a bit of a Yankee tournament, but you can never discount Captain Nice's creativity when it comes to putting decks together. Here, it's a kind of a standard Blue Sun shell with the Chiashis being super nice. I love Chiashis in Blue Sun. And that one Arc Lockdown and that one Psychic Field, very nice cards. I love Psychic Field as a 419 tech card. It's just, yeah. Please do expose. Absolutely, yes, please. Marcus Batty is a solid include here as well. And yeah, this plays really nice, and we could see that in the game being turned around, right? Like what we've seen with those divested trusts as well, playing a bit of a role, and that definitely turned the game in Captain Nice's favor right now, and at the moment of the technical issue at 5 points. So really hope that we can sort it out. On the other side, we have Percomis, and Mar, you can maybe say a few more things about this Geist build, because you've been playing Geist as long as I know you and Geist together, so to speak. So you're my kind of to-go player when it comes to asking people for Geist tips. We know that adding Clot and Stargate to Geist is kind of a new thing, I guess?
Yes, sorry. After APAC last week, the testing group that Peter is part of were thinking about how to safely play against Titan, and they included both Clot and the Black File, though sacrificing some simul chip. But I think that right now, like, I've been trying to build new Geist decks with the new ban list and stuff. And if you start thinking piece by piece with what you want to achieve, what is more competitive, what is more reliable, etc., you end up with this build because it's absolutely fast, effective, and you have solutions for everything.
Yeah, one of the things that Bridgman mentioned earlier, and it was definitely present or visible in the game. Also, yesterday in the Swiss rounds, we did see that happening in one of the Geist games. When you play against Blue Sun, you can definitely threaten all those oversight AIs being kind of useless, or even kind of dismantling the corpse plan to make money because of Geist's ability with those really flexible deck slots to just out of nowhere access any server, of course at the cost of some hardware or resources, but still it's just the flexibility is quite intense here, because you do have 3 breakers, regular breakers, Amenable, Halter, and Paperclip, but then you have all the tools that you need to get in easily. You have boomerangs, you have the Bahalis, and that's just a lot. The Corp usually tries to play Oversight AI early in the game to get the money to keep going up on credits. And Geist's ability to just say, yeah, well, I'm just going to break everything here, and you're not going to get your 15 credits from Orion, or you're not going to get your 12 Chiashi credits. No. That's a huge denial strat here for Geist, and that did work every now and then yesterday. I think it could have worked today as well. But yeah. Thank you for the insights, by the way, on the decks here.
Okay.
What is going on with the... Oh, sorry, go on, and I'm just going to be looking at Discord right now to make sure that we know what's going on.
Yes. Peter has been had to concede because he couldn't rejoin the game. Sadly.
Bummer.
Oh, that's sad.
That is very sad.
Yeah, it's really sad. It's really sad that it had to happen like this. There's a lot of apologies going on Discord right now.
Chat, can we get an F for Percomis, who's a great player and a great community member? And I mean, both Captain Nice and Percomis, really cool people. F in the chat, please, because this was not what we were meant to see, I guess. But those things happen, online tournaments. I think we could just imagine that if it was a physical tournament, like in real life. Basically, Percomas was sitting on a chair, and the chair just broke, exploded, fell down 7 floors, and couldn't be replaced. So Percomas cannot play standing because it's kind of illegal. No, I'm kidding. Of course, playing standing is absolutely legal at tournaments. But generally, there was some sort of a Armageddon happening on Percomas' side of the table, and he had to concede. This is really, really sad, unfortunately. But yeah, we're gonna keep going, and we're gonna be watching the next round. We're gonna take a break now as we figure things out. The raffle is still going on, I believe. You can get a plastic as and a plastic lat if you want to in the chat. We will be watching Captain Nice versus Rotom Appliance, so versus Patrick. We might be seeing Sunny on stream. This would be cool. I'm bringing up the challenge bracket. We're taking a break right now for a few minutes. Back with you with my lovely commentators and with more action quite soon.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to be heading into the next game in a few seconds. What we're gonna have is Captain Nice again versus Rotom Appliance. We're gonna see Sunny versus GameNet on stream. We're hopping into this game hot, so to speak, and I should be getting my co-hosts online as well. Hey, get in there, or get in here, or get over here. We're gonna be joining the JNet table where the game already started. We had a mulligan and a keep. I'm flipping the deck list that you can see on the screen. No time to basically analyze the decks, but you can look them up on your own. Belated happy birthday wishes to Rotom Appliance, to Patrick from the UK meta. And Captain Nice finally gets to play their Sunny, and that Sunny is putting a lot of pressure already on the table. Bridgman's with me already. Welcome back. Princess Space Kitten, are you there?
Thank you.
Hello. Oh, I am here.
Okay, so we have GameNet, we have Sunny,
Sunny!
Sunny indeed. We have a lot of interesting stuff happening on the table already, and this is only round 2. And already some interesting banter in the chat. I'm leaving the two of you to it. And yeah, good luck with the commentary. I'm switching off.
All right.
All right. How are you doing?
Good. Good. How are you?
I'm busted on tea, so pretty excited.
Nice.
I'm really happy to see Sunny in action. To be honest.
Yeah.
I see they have their money rolling, and GameNet is advancing on the remote without ice. So I guess we can be quite sure that NGO.
Yes. I think that has to be an NGO.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not, that's a very risky play.
Really bold.
Especially because if he only has 2 credits to rest, then that, I mean, a turnpike doesn't protect the daily quest, and IP block will not either because Sunny has 2 link.
Yeah.
So you will not win that trace. And okay, so
There you go.
oh, okay, toll booth. That's
Oh
perfect.
wow.
Yeah, because now Rotom is gonna get a credit. Captain
Yes.
Knight loses 3 credits.
And
And
it's May or okay, they didn't win the.
So they had a good start with DreamNet.
Yes, but
Immediately, it's such a good card in Sunny and Pad Tap as well. But some time wasted running HQ. I guess gaining some information. There was a degree mill access at the very beginning, so they tried to install Pad Tap and run again, perhaps hoping to get the degree mill.
Yes.
So that's pretty low odds, but maybe worth the like you want to install the Pad Tap anyway.
Oh god.
Okay.
Okay. You gotta go fast.
Yeah, but do you have to go this fast? I'm wondering. Because, you know, scoring now, that means R&D is going to be open. HQ is also going to be open. You're spending 3 more credits, going down to 1. I'm surprised, but maybe whatever he has in his hand really calls for this.
Yep, it's an SSL. You're gonna be getting your credits back, and
but
now it's time to try and fill that degree mill that you were talking about.
So I'm very surprised, because if I were in his shoes, I would want to sit on the daily quest while I'm installing the ice, because he has 2 ice in HQ clearly, the slot machine and F2P, but Captain Nice had already seen a degree mill.
Yes.
And without installing the SSL, it means you have 2 agendas in HQ. Perhaps he was worried about that, but I feel this just you're losing some money and a little bit of momentum.
There you go.
And there it is. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean,
but maybe
I understand.
He just thought that that the risk was too high. Like if Captain Nice gets 2 agendas early, then you don't like it's hard for you to come back from that perhaps. So it's just eliminating that possibility.
Yes, and scoring the SSL was going to give some money back. So maybe it was not that risky. And Sunny usually, I was going to say that it's quite slow, but suddenly there's like six cards being drawn.
Yeah.
I swear all players just want to prove me wrong on stream.
Yes.
Yep, Jinja on the remote. That's amazing. Early in the game, it's gonna allow Rotom to just keep setting that remote and make it difficult.
He drew IP block and slot machine. So you have IP block against Amakua. That's really good.
Yes.
And okay. So the remote is hard to get into. Yeah. Just like he's running very low on credits, but as
Yes.
long as he's gonna have enough to. Okay, so he's not resting. Yeah, I don't know, because that's just like instinctively what I would want to avoid is going so low that you don't want to rest any ice. So I thought, okay, you wait a turn or two, you get your ice out, you get that money from Daily Quest, and then you trash it.
Yeah.
But he must have been very worried about HQ being open.
And Tornado hitting the table didn't help, probably.
No, but he installed. So the turning wheel was installed after.
After the
After the advance. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was a response by Captain Nice.
Look at that board state.
But
in 2 turns. Suddenly, it's all ice.
So looking at this now,
Mm-hmm.
it's starting to look really good for Rotom Appliance here.
Absolutely. Also, they've logged archives, so that turtle's gonna have a little more trouble to get by. But Security Nexus hits the table too.
Exactly. As soon as I say that, we have Security Nexus. And important about the trace from Security Nexus doesn't give money to GameNet because it's an ability that the runner is triggering.
Okay.
So that's important in these matchups. You can actually avoid giving GameNet money every time you run, which is like usually is what you're doing. Okay, so 2 cards in that remote. So let's check out what upgrades are there apart from Jinja. So Rotom Appliance.
Was second hit. There you go.
So Cyberdex is the only other card. You cannot install another Jinja because it's a region. So that means there has to be a Cyberdex in there, which is nice against the Omakua. And that also means that if you purge here, then if there's a spiky ice you want to avoid, then you will need to use Security Nexus.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still 3 credits to res a Cyberdex.
Yes, and again, like Rotom is on 8 credits, but all the ice he runs is really cheap and mostly makes him money, right?
Yeah. I mean, so depending on what's in the remote, if there's not, if there isn't something important there, then you just let Captain Nice access.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
But he's not doing that.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You don't want to. Yeah, you can't break the toll booth.
No.
So I wonder what there is, what that card is. If it's it might be an agenda then, or a Rashida, but it's not a Rashida because he just drew a card.
Yes.
And he's moneying up, so he's kind of signaling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's signaling that that's an agenda, but Omakua will only be able, as long as Rotom can res his ice, the Omakua can only collect 1 virus counter per turn using the Security Nexus. But he's so low on credits that there might be an open server, and then Captain Nice can just farm virus counters, and then he's going to be threatening getting into the remote.
Yes. So slot. What did Slot Machine show? Oh, it's a bypass. Okay. I'm okay. An echo chamber was trash right now. That's good news for Captain Nice. And a gold farmer hits the outermost position on the remote. And Captain Nice just keeps pressuring all the remotes that has not been rest, just to force Rotom to go low on credits. and another slot machine res. And the second echo chamber. Am I alone? Hello.
No, I'm here. I'm
Oh,
here.
okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's just distracted by Discord.
Don't worry. Yeah, so it seems that the game is Captain Ice pressuring to res Ice and Rotom Appliance just clicking for credits at the moment.
Yeah. Rotom is slowly building momentum here.
Yeah, they need to find some economy cards because
Yeah, they have a little bit of drip, but it's not enough to sustain running through these eyes over and over again.
yes.
And you only have Security Nexus and the Omakua.
Ooh.
Oh, but that's huge.
That was a big.
That's really big.
Yes.
So only one more agenda needed.
Mm-hmm.
So they're doing really well at this point.
But that's good news for Rotom Appliance because there's 9 credits that it's going to be slowly getting on his side.
But
And
he
actually needs the money.
Yeah.
Oh, and now I'm wondering, maybe the third echo chamber on server 2?
If
If it is,
how many echo chambers are there in the list?
I
think only 2.
Really? Wait,
That's the
2.
usual amount.
Yes.
Yeah, that's 2 echo chambers. So
whoa, and
is there any
only
preemptive?
one preemptive.
There's one preemptive in the deck. So okay,
Ooh.
it's pretty rough now because that means unless you get preemptive, you need to score out 2 agendas.
Yes.
On the other hand, Captain Ice only has single accesses right now, and it's expensive to run through these ice. But yeah, with 4 link, you can always poke once a turn. So they will be collecting Omakua counters.
Yes.
But
also
maybe not quickly enough. What kind of? I have to check. They are running some multi-access, maybe. There's white hat, but there's no black hat. So
they're the good guys.
yeah. So white hat. That's sort of. I mean, it's useful because they will be able to reveal the hand, and if there is an agenda, you get rid of the non-agendas, and then you spam run the hand and win the game. So if at any point Rotom gets stuck with an agenda while he's trying to score out another agenda, it could be over immediately at that point.
Yes.
But maybe he's not, though. Maybe that's the only agenda he has drawn so far.
If at any point Captain Ice needs to make a desperate run, there are 2 security chips on the table with a +4 strength to give the turtle.
Yeah, that's true. Like,
yeah,
they can always boost to get into wherever, which is scary. Yes. So interesting. Will be interesting to see now if there is border control in this, first of all, and that chip, it lasts until the end of the run, so that can be relevant. But also, if this is an NGO or not is important. We have already seen 2, so it's pretty unlikely that it's actually an NGO. And,
you never know.
and they only need to get into this server. Like they only need one more agenda. If this is an agenda, it's Rotom is in a bad spot because they can get into the server. That's for sure. They can. Unless there's like 2 border controls.
Ooh.
but they don't want it.
Okay, you can have this.
Yeah.
Okay, that was an. Why do you think Captain Ice chose to say nope, I'm not gonna try?
I'm a bit confused actually, because I think the only thing you're worried about is double border control.
Yes, and look at that. One is there.
Yeah, and there's one border control, but there's 3 in the deck.
Okay.
I mean, but actually, we know that there's not double border control on server 2 because the slot machine was revealed. I missed the other one that was revealed. Maybe we know actually what all of the eyes are already, but slot machine, that's totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
And the only bad outcome is an NGO, which there's only one left. So yeah, that actually it puzzles me a little bit.
That's F2P.
Because if Rotom manages to score an agenda here, then it does become a bit scary for the runner. So
Gonna bounce. Okay. Okay.
But he's okay. So, but then Roto gets credits, right?
Yes. Does
He should. He should get money from the border control.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't.
Is that a judge? Huh.
So I'm hoping Captain Nice has a white hat now. That they are planning to run a central, play that, check if there's agendas in HQ.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that was a missed opportunity. Like, to me, it looked like they should have gone in on their remote. But maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I missed one of the eyes that's important. Because if you have 13 credits and you have the strength on Amakua to use it on anything,
Yes.
you are able to get into that server cheaply.
Yeah.
Question is if you can get in there twice. And perhaps not. Because toll booth, it does drain you 3 credits unless you
security exit once.
Yeah, only once per turn.
Yeah, and then the second one you could. Okay.
Okay, so
they portal control them when they use the turning wheel counters. That's completely fair.
Okay, so now running HQ using security nexus.
Yes.
Yeah, makes total sense.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, so unfortunately, like I know there's a slot machine on server 2.
Yes.
I don't remember. I guess I missed what the other ice is. If there's another border control, it becomes problematic with 6 credits to get into that server.
Exactly. I think that with Rotom being on game point, Captain Nice could be just making money to be ready to access that server the second there's something advanced in it.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that maybe it's okay because Roto can afford to both score out and rest the border control.
Yes.
But that's not true because if you try to run, you need to go through the gold farmer. Well,
Yes.
actually, you could use the Nexus on the gold farmer, but then you can't use it. Oh well, yeah, then you can't use it on the toll booth anymore.
And that's 6 credits you lose.
Yeah,
and
so I think if Rotom has an agenda here, he just jams it and wins. So maybe they missed their chance to steal that third agenda.
Yes.
But maybe he might just not have that agenda yet.
Oh. There's a jam.
Yeah. So even if it's an agenda, he's not gonna advance it now.
No. Okay.
but it's nice to store it there, for a turn in case Captain Ice run its HQ.
Yeah, it's always safer in the remote than in your hand. That it's only protected by the slot machine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
So we have 80 minutes on the round.
Yeah, that's plenty of time to finish this game.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And but this is tense.
I think so. Like, this could be anyone's game at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
Like,
So, yeah.
on 9 credits, that remote, it's probably not a great idea right
No,
now.
Yeah,
And
I don't think you run unless a card is advanced in that server. Like, you can't afford to be checking everything.
Yeah. Okay. Checking the hand just in case.
Yeah.
Farming turning wheel counters. And using the second security chip. Ooh.
So why was Security Nexus already used this turn?
Yes, on the F2P that was rest
Right.
on the, yeah.
Okay. But what is the plan though?
I don't know.
Because looks like they are just saving up turning wheel counters right now and banking on a big run with that. That's what it looks like that to me. Also, they're only one virus counter away from being able to break slot machines and free to play.
Okay, that was the car was a Rashida. Rotom Appliance searching for that last agenda, or maybe that preemptive. Just get your echo chambers back, make for credits, and call it a day.
I think he's calculating now if he can jam an agenda, but maybe not. No, okay. Perhaps not. Okay, yeah.
There you go.
So this
is really bad news.
A lot of pressure on Captain Nice, but it's by no means over because you'd still need to draw the echo chambers, and it's 1 in 10 at this point to draw one.
Yes, but it doesn't matter because now every card, advanced or not, that Rotom Appliance puts in the remote has to be checked. It can be game.
I think you can't afford to check it, so probably what you do instead is you just run, get as many turning wheel counters as you can, and then you go for it and see if you can snatch an agenda off R&D.
Yes.
Because they might be doing it right now. So he's just gonna bounce off of this. Oh, but that's the border control and the run. It can be used after you decide to use turning wheel.
Exactly.
So you have to be conservative with how many counters you use, and that really makes it hard to win by, from R&D.
Yes.
So that's really bad now, because you can't do that turning wheel play as well anymore. Maybe like Rotom might allow him to see, let's say,
couple cards,
2 or 3 cards at most, but otherwise border control will be used. And then you've still spent all the money to get past the ice. Oof, okay. And the remote lock is not possible. There's still a small issue though, because I'm not sure that I think Captain Ice can get into the remote if they want to. And if Rotom draws agendas now, he has no way of disposing of them. So if it's not an echo chamber, if it's an agenda, then you get into this bind where it's just sitting there waiting to be accessed, basically.
Yes.
Okay, so purge. It might be preparing for a score next turn. Because if we have an Amakua with one, that's then both R&D. R&D is better protected. But also, yeah, the remotes, you will be able to put something in the remotes now, I think, and just score.
Office supplies and just.
Okay, so this, yeah.
That up. Now Captain Nice is on 22 credits. That remote is doable with security chip.
Yeah.
What was the last ice that we saw on the remote? Can you remember?
Gold Farmer. So there's Gold Farmer, and then
Gold Farmer.
The third one from the top, I don't know what it is. I assume it's border control, and then we have a slot machine after that.
Okay.
So he's putting a card there, making things uncomfortable for Captain Nice. Yeah, so question is, okay, what do you want to do this turn? If you're lucky, that's not an echo chamber.
Do you check it?
Yeah, and again, like, can you really afford to check it? I don't think so, because you need to use your last security chip.
Yeah, they're not checking.
Yeah. I don't think they should. It's probably a good call.
Yeah, this is not an echo chamber. It would have been rest already, right?
No, yeah, of course. He would just be like, he'd be super happy and damn it immediately. Otherwise, he's just trolling. Just like waiting for a long time, then resonating.
Building the suspense.
Very bad manner. Yeah. So, so it's an agenda.
Oh.
Or an NGO.
Ooh.
Oh, what a tough spot. Is there falsified credentials? That's my question right now.
Let me check now. There's no. Yes, two
there
of them.
Is 2 falsified credentials, so that really makes matters interesting. Yeah, and they're gonna use it as well. Ooh, oh my god.
Is it?
It should be over. It should be over now. I mean, so okay, let's assume that the third one is a border control.
Imagine they own 35 credits.
Yeah. So rich.
So damn rich.
Yeah. So he's gonna gain a bunch of money, but it doesn't matter at this point. So, okay, let's see what the ice is that we didn't know about. But yeah, if it's a border control.
Wait, why is Captain Nice? Okay, bad tap.
Yeah. Yeah, because you have to do the game net thing manually. Yeah.
Okay, I was really confused for a second.
Okay, it is border control.
Control.
So, and you can only security nexus one of the eyes. That means that Captain Nice, they will need to install an icebreaker after this run, and then run again. And then you can security nexus past one of the ice, as long as you don't lose the tray. So the money becomes relevant here. But I don't think Rotom is going to have enough money. He's going to gain 4 more. And, okay.
These eyes
the math here is hard. So, I mean, so to Olbooth, because they might not want to, I don't think they want to use Security Nexus on the first run.
But then they're using their only security chip.
Yes, but I think they have to, because otherwise they're not threatening anything. You're not getting past both of those eyes.
Yeah, I think Captain Nice should.
So,
Oh.
Wait. But they broke the end the run, right?
But
Yeah. Oh, of course. You don't need to break. You don't even need to break IP block.
why? How?
Yeah, because the trace. Like, you're not tagged.
Oh yeah, because
Oh, but
hunting
wait.
grounds.
But what about the on encounter tag? Why was there?
Hunting
Oh,
grounds.
hunting grounds. Yes, of course. Oh my god. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
great.
that's very relevant. Okay, so you can do that once.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
But that's enough. Yeah, because you can use
use-
security nexus now, and then use
Exactly.
security chip on your next run, and
And-
you will be able to break all of the ice, and still have enough money
and
to
do that.
steal Bologna. Wow.
Yeah.
So Captain Ice is gonna take this game.
Yep. Seems like it. I mean, unless Rotom Appliance can magically do something to avoid it, but I don't think.
Well, he should. I mean, in theory, he should dump all of his money into this trace, just to make Captain Ice pay more.
Yes.
But I still don't think that's.
It doesn't
I don't
matter.
think Captain Ice is gonna have enough anyway.
Then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Slot machine doesn't matter.
Yeah, so he's doing it. He's going down to 0.
5, 6.
So Captain Nice, they need to pay 6. They're gonna go down to 18. Now border control will be used. Then you need to pay.
It's 10 credits total for the whole server.
Really? I think it's more.
No, 2 gold farmer, 2 gold farmer. That's 4. You can ignore slot machine, but
Well,
that's
each gold farmer is 4 though, because you lose 2 when you break it.
Oh, that's true. Okay,
So now you're down to 10.
8, 12 on.
And you're
slot
gonna.
machine.
So you're
13.
gonna lose 3 when you encounter toll booth. Is this exact?
It's exact, I think.
It's exact. So you break end the run, you lose. No, but this is not enough, right?
3.
You break. You break. No.
Oh, no.
Oh, of
Whenever
course. Okay.
You may
Dreamnet.
Reminder of that run.
Oh god.
Bueno to the rescue.
Yeah. Otherwise, they could have clicked for a credit, but of course, DreamNet saves the day there. Wow. What a great game.
Spencer
Jesus,
Bueno to
that
the rescue. Your companion. Oh wow! What a final game! What a final play! That was great.
Yeah.
This was awesome, wasn't it?
Nice. And this is why Fencer Bueno is underrated. Thanks for coming to my tech talk. That was amazing.
Fencer Bueno and DreamNet totally saving the game here, or winning the game. There was not much to say, but this was such a close game, and both players really showing their best sides here. This was super exciting. And yeah, GG for both of them. Amazing. I mean, this was good. I'm very happy we got to see the Sunny on stream, because this Sunny just rips. I mean, there's no mercy. This was the last game, by the way. I think this was the last game happening. Oh no, there's still more games happening, but there's only a couple of minutes left in the round, so we're just gonna be doing a transition. I am in the process of, by the way, figuring out whether there's going to be a break between this round and the next. So let's figure out if this is going to happen. In the meantime, we're still waiting for results. Mortivore actually managed to eke out a win against Percomis. So sad to see Percomis go, especially because of that technical issue, but life happens. Beat Not the Bees, and is going to be facing the winner of Tradon versus Axwell. So Mortivore versus Pinzel, that could be interesting to watch. Captain Nice here winning, getting 1 over Rotom Appliance in a super exciting, tense game. That was really quite something to watch. Thank you so much for your commentary, by the way. There was so much happening with this board state, with both board states, basically. It was really hard to follow up what's going on. And that final thing with Fencer Bueno and the DreamNet and this one credit, it's like, whoa! Yeah, that was
Yeah.
Wicked.
Amazing.
Wicked. Cable Carnage versus Chris Ferg, we're still waiting for them to figure out what's going on, but again, we're not going to be jumping into that table. I'm actually going to just put Fencer Fueno on the spot here, because Fencer Fueno just totally rocked the shack. So yeah, we're going to be putting... this is going to be round 4 coming up, by the way. My dear guests, I'm going to be doing a swap here because we have 2 more people coming in, but I wanted to make sure that I do thank you for hopping in, taking the time and the energy. Huge pleasure to have you both here on the stream. What was your favorite game of the 3 games we've seen?
This last one, hands down.
Okay. What about you,
Oh,
Pigeon?
I don't know. Maybe this was the most tense one. I'm not sure, but I really liked the first one, the Argus game with the false leads and having to play around that stuff. But I think, yeah, I still think it's fair to say this one because it probably was the most tense down to the wire.
Yeah, so the tension is going higher step by step and piece by piece. Every game is getting more tense, which is great. One final thing, if you have a shout out, each one of you gets a shout out if you want to, I don't know, like promote something or mention something or talk about something. This is your chance. Princess Space Kitten, you go first.
Nothing to say. Thank you so much for having me. I do enjoy very much being on stream with you guys. And I'll see you soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to have you. Great commentary as always. Bridgman, what about you?
I don't have any shout outs, but yeah, thank you for having me on. It was very fun to commentate. It was my first time doing it, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, so yeah, thanks. Just thanks for that.
Thank you so much for coming over as well and taking the time on a Sunday morning, no less. I mean, usually on a Sunday morning, if it wasn't the Continentals happening, I would just be chilling and probably not in front of a computer. But this is the serious time, so thank you so much for coming over, both to Princess Space Kitten and Bridgman. I will be doing a little switcheroo, but in the meantime, we're gonna figure out, because this is one of the things that we don't know just yet. We don't know if there's going to be a technical break in the tournament. As the players, we will be left to 8 players only in the coming round, and they may decide. There might be a very quick discussion with the TO to discuss whether there's going to be a technical break, so to speak, or, well, basically a bit of a pause for the players to, catch their breath, to chill a bit, to maybe read up on the opponent decks in the next round and so on. Basically have a technical break, because those things are good, it's good to get up, stretch, hydrate, check your internet connection. So sorry for Peter, seriously, Percomes, next time I'm just gonna find you the biggest, fattest fiber I can, like optic fiber I can find, and just plug it straight into your computer. A shout out to Manver, I never know how to read this, Manver UPPD. Basically Mike P from the Nisei MWL, which is, well, the former MWL team, now the whatever else team, but also an honorary member of all the other teams, but mostly the organized play team, obviously, running all the raffles for you, by the way. So if you like raffles, a big shout out to Mike for running all the raffles today and yesterday, raffling left and right. If anybody... oh, thank you so much for the explanation how to pronounce Manver UPPD. It's pronounced Manver UPPD. Anyway, if anybody else in the chat has anything else to say, this is your time. We're still waiting for the rounds to finish to figure out who's gonna play whom. Taking a breather here myself as well, because there's only so many windows I can click. We will have, by the way, Andre from the Metropole Grid and Tolasin joining from Nisei, and not only joining us on the commentary here soon. But before they jump in, I really want to make sure that we're not gonna, be dragging them into a situation where we actually get some sort of a 15-minute break, and then it would be kind of awkward. Although they're both amazing people to chat to. Or with, but I want to make sure that the TO of today and of yesterday, and of all the big events and small events happening at Nisei, as in Akira, Tsundere Queen, to quote the official Discord nickname. Tsundere means thunder, right? I don't even know. What does tsundere mean? Please teach an ignorant or an ignoramus like myself in the chat if you can explain to me what tsundere means, because you know I don't know everything, and that's good. It's sometimes good not to have a head that's too big. I already have trouble finding hats and helmets for biking, you know. So yeah, we do have. Thanks for the mention as well. We do have Koga running a stream as well, and New Andy's running the stream as well. So if you want to catch that last game, still happening. They were just wrapping up. Okay. We got an explanation from the tsundere queen herself. Tsundere. It's a Japanese term for a character development process that depicts a person who is initially cold and sometimes even hostile takeover, before gradually showing a warmer, friendlier side over time. So basically, that's just like 95% of the people I know. No, I'm kidding. I come from a certain culture, from a certain bunch of people, or yeah, like geography where people are usually colder unless they warm up to you. You know, it's like, and now I'm living in a country where it's completely the opposite, or just basically people are very warm from the start. Maybe that's the weather. I don't know. Anyway, enough about me. Let's think. What to do next here. We will have to figure out what's gonna happen with the stream. I think we might be following Captain Nice's progress here against either Cable Carnage or Chris Ferg, or we might be taking a look at the lower brackets, where we still have quite a few names that are definitely worth you know, observing. Actually, no, sorry, I should be paying attention to what's going to be happening. Of course, right now we're going to have the lower bracket games happening, I believe, unless there's not that many top 16s I have been a part of in the last 6 months. So I'll be, of course, deferring all the decisions, all the updates and whatnot to our tournament organizers. Because we got it figured out quite nicely, I have to say. You know, we have some people streaming and being clowns, like myself, of course. And by the way, I'm not wearing a clown outfit. I'm just being entertaining here. I hope. F for me in the chat if I'm not being entertaining. And we have a lot of people in the background. So Akira, Princess Space Kitten, Mike. We have Austin joining us as well. Ice Cold Jazz. We had people hopping in and off and out and in for commentary, and all of them have been absolutely awesome to have around. So really looking forward to more co-commentators and hosts here. Grease, I saw that F. That means I'm not entertaining to you. Okay. Lilent saying, let's watch as much of Captain Nice as possible. True, we might. I mean, Blue Sun and Sunny, that's a cool combo to watch. But I also want to make sure that we cover other pairings here and other players. We will basically have to see what the pairings are. Okay, still waiting for updates. The time has been called on around a few minutes ago. Chances are that Cable Carnage versus Chris Ferg game is a bit stretched because, of course, the final rounds or the final turns, sorry, in any game basically might take a bit extra, as players do need the time to, you know, go deep into the think tank and just try and figure stuff out. So we're still waiting for the update here. In the meantime, I'm gonna pull up again Fencer Fueno, the hero of the last game, for sure. I mean, the last game we had on stream, that play with the DreamNet and Fencer Fueno down to the wire, every credit counted, and I think there was a click left over, but I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, Captain Nice's Sunny totally rocking the boat here against a GameNet that was piloted by Rotom Appliance, who's quite the player as well. So we're definitely upping the stakes here, with all the players showing their best sides, all the decks firing on all cylinders. Sometimes. I mean, if anybody gets agenda flooded in the next games, I'm so sorry for, you know, maybe spoiling here the atmosphere by being super optimistic. But yeah, the cards are popping up at the right times, hitting the table, doing things, and then some people get agenda points, some people don't. Some people get flatlined, some people don't. And the game goes on. We will have Chris Ferg versus Captain Nice. Okay, we will be looking into this in a second, if that is going to be the pairing we're going to be observing. In the meantime, let's check Discord again. There is a request for a 5-minute break from one of the players. We'll see if that's going to be the case. And if that's going to be the case, let's just see what the bracket is going to show. And again, I keep refreshing challenge. Challenge, by the way, is being used by Akira today because Cobra, as awesome as it is, and it is terribly awesome, Jono, you rock, does not support top 16 cuts. So Challenge is a very popular piece of software, a website that's basically used by many organizations running tournaments online, and not only online, for different brackets and whatnot. And it's quite nice. It's been around for quite a while. So, you know, it does work. Okay, we're down to the last people. There is a vote for 5 minutes break, 5-minute break, sorry. All the people, by the way, of course, in the top 8 have an invite to the Intercontinental happening on August 8th. And by the way, this is a great way to remind you that, yeah, August 8th, the Intercontinental, as in the top 8 players from this tournament, the last weekend's tournament, and the upcoming Americas tournament, they will be duking out. So it'll be quite something. 24 players. That's gonna be fun. We have the pairings for the next round. We have Captain Nice versus Chris Ferg, Captain Nice on Sunny again. Then we will have Pinzel versus Mortivore. Pinzel will be running, so that's Geist. And we also have Om versus Tradon. Om running and Tradon corping. Chat, do let me know what you want. And in the meantime, I'm gonna take the liberty of inviting both of my co-commentators, actually the main commentators for the games, because I'm going to be quiet. But we have Talasin and Andre joining us today. Please jump in whenever you can. Sorry, I should be ready to receive you in the lounge. So many different things you can make up if there's nothing, you know, happening in real life or in the offline world. Hey, good to see you, or good to hear you, actually.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Great to hear you. I just noticed there's something amiss with my setup, but let's not worry about this too much. I'm just spoiling basically things in the background here, which I shouldn't. How are you doing, Andre?
I'm doing well. It's an early here. It's an early Sunday morning, but I was excited to see some rounds. Shout out to Bridgman and PSK on comms just before. We saw Fencer Fueno hit the table and actually do something, which let me tell you, that's my favorite narwhal. So I'm really pumped.
Your favorite narwhal, fair enough. I mean, that was quite the play. I was going to ask you, do you partake in coffee or not really?
I did that yesterday morning, and it didn't work out well for me, so I've pivoted to tea. But I got good energy. It's Netrunner usually does that. Yeah,
I guess it's gonna be the first few clicks in the next round, and then we're gonna be all fired up. We do have Talasin joining us, as well. Hello there. Hello. Hey, great to hear you. Well, it's a Sunday morning for you, right? Still, or well, afternoon, I would say. How are you doing?
Oh, it's great. Had an awesome time yesterday commenting on Shanadin's stream, on the beginner stream. That was a whale of fun.
Perfect. Great to have you with us. By the way, I will ask you to introduce thyself because, of course, you've been already on the stream with Shanodin, with Alice, but this is the first this weekend for you on this stream, so everybody would be very curious to learn who you are exactly, what's your Netrunner career, more or less, and yeah, you're a member of Nisei. Tell us everything about it, please.
Okay, sure. So yeah, my name's real name is Russell. My player name's Talasin. I've been playing Netrunner, I guess, since the middle of 2015. I want to say. Gosh, that's like 5 years already. That's a long time. Yeah, I'm a Project Nisei. I'm on the edit team, so I'm Alice Shanadin's backup on that, working on the diversity side of the game, which has been really excited to see how that's going. What else? I'm also a Slack moderator, so if you're on StimHack Slack, you may have seen me around. I also moderate the main StimHack forum. Doesn't get much traffic now, but it's still there and it's still a good resource. And this is my first time commentating at a high level. I've done some side commentaries before on online tournaments and stuff like that, but really excited to be part of the big stream today. And I guess the other thing is I'm the second oldest player that I know of in Netrunner, beaten only by one UK player who's just a couple of years older than me. So represent the mature side of the game, at least from an age perspective.
It's really an honor, and it's really great to have you here. And thank you so much for taking the time on a Sunday morning to be with us here and share this cool event. It's been quite a ride since yesterday. You were commentating on Alice's stream, and I'm pretty sure there were some really cool games that I have to catch up on. I was busy producing and streaming this one. Any highlights you could share from yesterday or from the games you've seen today? Well, both of you, because you were both basically going. But tell us, and if you could go first, and then Andre, anything that you just spotted and just went like, wow, this was quite the play.
So, yeah, so there were some great games yesterday. I want to give a shout out to a friend of mine, Rob Mendax, who did really well in the Swiss yesterday and came third, I think, after not playing for 2 years and then practicing for 2 weeks. And it was great to see him playing again. He had some games on stream that we watched with Alice. Titan against Geist, which was really, really hard, because once Geist finds Clot in that build, it becomes very, very hard for Titan to score out. But then the reverse game between Pinzel and Mendax was a really tight game, very well played by both players, and Rob just squeaked the win to split with the world champion. So really enjoyed watching that game and trying to work out what the outs were there for both players. It was a super game.
Okay, Andre, what about you?
Yeah, I'm not just saying this because it's a good thing to say when you're making internet content, but like legitimately every game that we've had the pleasure of commentating this week and last week has been really exciting. Look, we haven't had any duds. Even the stuff this morning, it's all been really close. It's all been very important decision making. Like you're seeing the stuff that you want to see at top tables, and not only that, we got a lot of different IDs to look at. We got a pretty good diversity across the spread. I'm pumped.
Yeah, I totally second that. It's just absolutely awesome to see all the different decks showing up, all the different IDs represented. This gets me pretty hyped for Americas as well next weekend. But yeah, we should be focusing on the game at hand. So I think we'll be going for table 1. I'm just taking a very quick look at the timer as well. On table 1, we're gonna have. Let me just make sure that I am getting this correctly because it's been a while. Yeah, Captain Nice running Sunny and Chris Ferg on Corp. So I should be pulling up Chris Ferg's deck right now for the Corp. Just a second while I magically use, of course, the power of the internet and my mouse. By the way, if you have a mouse at home and you click it a lot, do take care of it, because if your mouse fails, you might have big issues. Just saying, like this happened to me quite recently, and let me tell you, hardware is important. Okay, this PSA aside, let me just pull the decks up right now. I hope we're gonna have a bit of time to look at this and well, comment on the content of these, or the included cards in these decks. I'm putting them on the screen right now. I hope you can see them either on the stream or well, you can pull them up in the spreadsheet as well. We have an Asa group versus a Sunny. So any interesting things you could say about this particular matchup?
So we've see Sunny do her thing already today, just in the last game, and it's a pretty big surprise when it comes to what works in this meta. This Sunny has no strong way outside of White Hat, I suppose, to deal with fast events. Sunny classically is a slower runner. Like you're talking about an 8-credit console you need to install that you have to spend more money to be able to interact with ice. She's not amazing at running through more than one piece of ice a turn, depending on how that Amaku is going. It's a 50 card deck. Like there's so much that's working against her, and yet we are here at, what are we right now? We're going into the winner semifinals, and Sunny is still representing. You see that Nice has put a lot of work into, optimizing. We see the gachapons to get that speed, DreamNet, data folding, all that stuff is virtual. That can hit the table relatively quickly. We do have a bit more multi-access with Turning Wheel and White Hat. We got that Rozeki drip. It's good stuff. I'm surprised that this is working out so well. I think against Glacier matchups, Nice is in a good spot.
I think the interesting discussions that have been happening recently, kind of around, is Sunny now fast enough? And I think with all that draw, right, juicers and office supplies and gachapon and the DreamNet, maybe Sunny's finally got to the point where you can get there. And of course, with Jack, you've got effectively 5-click turns, and Ace is not going to be able to lock down, relatively ice light, tough to lock down centrals, so turning wheel's relevant. You can't keep Turtle free of counters, one off CBS. So it's going to be interesting. Question really is, can Christopher go fast enough to, get where they need to be before Captain Nice sets up and then can control the board? And Lakshmi's relevant here. So if they can protect Lakshmi and score a big SFT, Two guys expensive until that forces them to find the is it the Shrike, the Sunny Sentry Breaker that breaks all Sentry Breakers for 2. So it's expensive, and that forces them to install that.
Yeah, that's totally true. Like, this is an Asa group list, which is explosively quick. We're looking on to 3 of each agenda type, 21 agenda points. That's to support the Lakshmi Smart Fabrics. Smart Fabrics, as Russell said, there's no smart way for Sunny to interact with it. There's no more film critic in the format. There's no imp. There's no destruction. So it's actually going to be something that you have to deal with. You have to trash, and that card can come back. Actually, there's no archive memories. It's all on team sponsorship. Not even. Okay, so there's not even that much recursion on the Asa group side. But yeah, the tour guide does actually have a good answer in the Icebreaker suite, only as a one of. But again, like Asa group decks, they're very, very, very fast, and that's not something Sunny is known to keep up with. We'll see if she can. I do think there will be open servers. So DreamNet, Jackson Claire, like that is a credit and a card draw every turn. Like that's definitely adds up, but she still has a lot of work to do.
Great, we're actually getting into the game right now. Both sides have mulliganed. So I'm leaving you to it. You're both taking over right now. Let's see what's gonna happen here. My money's on the Sunny, but who knows? Asa is just Asa, doing Asa things. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, so this is the winner semifinals. So whoever wins here, just let me pull up the bracket to make sure we got the narrative correct. They will be pushed on to the... Oh, I'm not going to do this wrong. 1 second. They're pushed on to the... Give me 1 second. Excuse me. The results all you. Yeah, okay, so whoever wins this will be pushed on to the finals. So that's huge, obviously. This is also the top bracket, so that person will have an advantage in the double elimination. Chris is just going to ice up HQ. That seems to be eating up the Asa install, taking credit. This is a pretty slow start for Asa. We did have a mulligan, if I'm not mistaken, so maybe not exactly what they want here. This is going to give Sunny some time. Again, it's not that unlikely for Asa to jam out of Maryland this early. A Cybernetics Court, even a Violet level clearance can shoot out this fast. And there we have the DreamNet R&D check. Now, that's not only an additional card, that's a credit. That's John Masanori ++. And Captain knows what they need to set up. The drip economy is going to be able to keep down some of the assets on the board. We do have Fencer Fueno in this list, which technically is some asset hate. And Pad Tap, yeah, that'll be some money coming in.
So the question is, does Sunny make any attempt to control the board here? Because you're not going to be trashing Cybernetics Court early, and so to what extent do you try and control the board compared with just setting up and trying to build your own board state? Because that's been the challenge for everybody facing Asa is the tempo that you lose challenging the board means you don't develop your own.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. The multi-axis is not particularly strong. It's not like Sunny can throw down a Stargate here. What's interesting is the interaction on White Hat when it deals with specifically Lakshmi Smart Fabrics, right? Like if they're holding that big Cybernetics Court 8-card hand size or 9-card, I forget what the actual number is, you actually can shuffle away the agendas so that Lakshmi gets less powerful. They can always reveal them first, but I think that's probably one of their best routes of attack unless they can get an early turning wheel down. But yeah, as you said, like a daily quest already behind a single piece of ice. Sunny not very good at dealing with a single piece of ice early. I think Nice needs to find that Amakua just to get the counters to be able to deal with what's like a face check on the gatekeeper. There's going to be a couple Amakua counters.
Yeah. I mean, 2 Pad Tap, that's already presents a challenge. Do you spend 2 clicks and 6 credits to clear those? Otherwise, they're going to be dripping already 3 a turn from right on here.
Yeah, it's a daily quest for both players, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a surprisingly slow start. Like right now, you can look at this Asa group and think it's actually like a proper Glacier type deck. Just has the one remote up with the Dream Quest, but the Daily Quest, excuse me. But this is a fully operational list. So Chris is wanting to go as horizontal as possible, aided heavily by the Asa group security through Vigilance ID. The first time they install a card each turn, they may install an additional non-agenda card protecting or in that server. So getting up iced servers, that's only a one-click event. Actually, Captain Nice throwing out the white hat, not amazing in the early game. You could decide to use that for value to keep those fully operationals out, but I like that card when dealing with Lakshmi Smart Fabrics.
Yeah.
New remote.
My
coming up.
observations for these lists have been, can Aces score the big SFT?
Yes.
Ace gets the big SFT, they're off to the races. But if not, agendas are going to build up in HQ for sure.
Yeah, so actually, I've, if I'm not mistaken, we haven't seen a single successful field test do its work. For those who are not familiar, that's a 4-2 Wayland agenda that, when scored, lets you install all the cards from HQ if possible. Now, that obviously is a huge tempo swing if you can get that off. Jeeves being trashed in the remote does not anymore threaten that Server 2 is a successful field test within it that can be scored out this turn. But yeah, we actually haven't seen an SFT fire off on stream, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, Sherman M3 hitting the bin. If you check the list, you can see what relative what barriers are relevant in this matchup. I think Nice might just want to be able to use their Amakua and their Nexus. I think barriers is probably just Hagen.
That would be the plan, and then the sector for the emergency gatekeeper.
Yeah.
Not so relevant just yet, but as soon as they get their DreamNet down and they get their Nexus down, is that they get up to 4 link, I think. So I guess the Nexus gives them an extra 1. Is that right?
Yeah, Nexus does give 1.
Yeah, so they do get up to 4 in the end.
Ooh, Amakua smashing into R&D, finding the Cyberdex Fire Suite, getting to trash that immediately. So fewer surprises probably for the Amakua down the line, but Archives is now poisoned. We do have the MC austerity policy ticking up in server 4. That's going to ensure that Captain Nice only has 3 clicks to do all the security testing, all the good work Global Sec is up to. Chris drawing up, again, Daily Quest clicking around. This deck does have Burst Economy with fully operational, but not contesting the Daily Quest. Just being happy with the pad tap drip coming in. And so far, with 22 credits, Chris is going fast, not even bothering on spending those 6 credits and 2 clicks to uninstall that pad tap.
Yeah, you probably just can't afford the tempo, right? Your plan is get that big score. If you can score a 5-3 from hand early on, then you've only I don't know whether it runs Biotic. Let me just pull up the list. I should go and do that. Try and find this guy's list.
So we're going to pull the crank on the gadget pawn. We're removing a security chip and the last copy of pad tab. But that's going to be Rozeki down for no credits. That's a good drip that you could, in theory, you are set up a bit to deal with the assets if you want to clear the board. Checking server 5 again. DreamNet makes all these checks a lot easier, and that's Rashida Yahim trashed for free with the DreamNet credit. R&D, that's probably your easiest way to get Amakua counters. A lot of the stuff on the table you want to trash, but again, server 2, unrezzed, might still be a 4-2 that was just waiting on that Jeeves to survive. Amakua building up counters. I think that was the second Rashida trashed off the top. 2 Rashidas in Archives.
No recursion beyond Vitruvius counters or having a draft to fire, which is pretty much never going to happen from here on out with Amakua running. So no recursion. Once it's gone, unless you can pull it back with the previous counter. And actually, a lot of the time you see Acer do that, overscore the Vitruvius in order to be able to get a counter back. 1 Biotic Labor in the list.
So we're popping off on austerity policy. 5 clicks means Chris can score a successful field test from hand, even like 4 advanced whatever's in server 2 if that is an agenda. This can be a huge turning point. Chris, 25 credits, 6 cards in hand. Even could have a click left if they want to score a 3-2 to be able to violet level clearance or fully operational, whatever it is that HB can do. This can be a big deal. Triple advance. Let's see if the 4th one comes in. It looks like it is either an SFT, a successful field test, or Vitruvius with a counter. It is a successful field test. Yo, how's it going, Terminal Directive? Install any number of cards from HQ, ignoring all costs. There is now no easy ways to get Amakua counters. Let's see if Chris pushes it further than just 1 install. We got 2. Again, Asa install was, I think, technically eaten on the agenda install, so not too much value here, but server 4 has something in it now. And double security chip means that Amakua, that can fly up to 5 strength if you need it. Not enough for Gatekeeper. but enough for most else in the list.
They may not want to use both of them on the same turn, though. That's what they've got to do to get up to 5. Fire both chips, right?
Yeah, it's rough. But hey, that is actually just a tour guide. They're going to pre-res that austerity policy to give it that second subroutine. Amakua can get through this. You can trash that for only 3. So not too bad. Amakua on its own does deal with tour guide relatively well if you can keep the board clean. You don't even need the... I got to admit, I'm not sure if Shrike or Striker is the killer, but one of those works pretty well.
Right. No res on server 2, so what does that tell us?
It has to be an agenda, right?
Extra tour guide sub if it was... I think so.
I think it's an agenda that was there from Jeeves, like from the turn that I assume Chris thought the Jeeves would stick, but again, yeah, it's hard to tell. Again, like that daily quest, I honestly think Chris might want to consider over installing it. It is giving Chris 3 credits. The fully operational will be the burst economy pretty soon. I don't know whether you need that much money, but it's giving 2 credits a turn to Sunny with the pad taps.
Yeah, I think if I've got this much money, I'm going to trash those taps and force Sunny to find some more econ from somewhere.
Chris is playing on a tablet? You can do that? Fully operational with a Cybernetics court on the table. That is going to be a nice 8 hand size if you want. So Chris actually going to draw up 8 cards looking for what they need here. Going to have to discard 1 into archives. Captain doesn't really want to check archives, even if there is 4 face downs in there. Oh, sorry, 9 cards, excuse me. 5 plus 4. Turning wheel on the table. That's the majority of Nice's multi-access. Let's poke HQ. It's a Lakshmi. Behind the tour guide. You want to pre-res that, not so much specifically because you want to protect what's in HQ, but more so because it gets counters when you res ice, and you might need all the counters in this game.
Maybe that, I don't know whether that lets them score whatever's in server 2, but with no Jeeves on the board, it can only be a 3-2, or they've got to burn the Baltic, which they almost certainly don't want to do.
Ooh, nice access to Lakshmi from hand, but not trashing it. Again, there's very little recursion and only 2 Lakshmis. It's worth noting that in this top cut, the players have open deck lists, just like we do now, so they can actually see what is available to each side and understanding how good the destruction is, as opposed to assuming there's restores and archive memories. But Captain Nice just throwing down that second Gachapon. That turning wheel is also able to build up counters just bouncing off the end of the run on the tour guide.
It does feel strange not to trash the Lakshmis when there are only 2 in the deck and you see where 1 is. So if you can clear both of those.
Yeah, if you kill both of them, like Chris has to actually score out behind ice. There's no fast advance besides a single biotic. I think that was definitely a good trash. Let's see how Nice uses the credits. There's a chance that they have a Nexus in hand, and dipping down is not what they want to do this turn. Again, slapping down that console for 8. And there you go. Yeah, server 2 is an agenda. It's been there for such a long time. Looks like a global food, unless that's a very over-advanced Vitruvius.
Wow.
Now that's a problem, right? Like, because Lakshmi is online, that ice on server 2 can be res. That food looks pretty safe, unless you run tour guide first. And if it's not a food. Like if you run the Lakshmi.
2 counters means he can protect either Vitruvius or he can protect field test. And
right.
My suspicion is that's a Vitruvius, and if he can over advance it, he can get counters, which lets him get his other stuff back.
So the other option is if it's a global food initiative, and if you run server 2, Chris has the option, obviously, to res the ice on server 2, giving that third important Lakshmi counter. So if you want to play it like that's a global food initiative, you do have to deal with the Lakshmi first in server 4 before running server 2. I'm pretty sure Nice can do all of that. Again, Amaku with 2 sec chips gets through 6 strength if you want to, but hey, that's a Shrike. 2 credits for a tour guide. Finding the answer and a dirty laundry makes it so much better. I like this. Nice is charging the Lakshmi, respecting the 5-3, potentially in server 2.
Interesting, because the alternative there would be to put the ice that went on server 6 in front of server 4, which gets the Lakshmi the 3 counters when you come through it.
Yeah. Lakshmi's revealing Vitruvius doesn't necessarily mean that's what's in server 2. It protects it for the rest of the turn regardless, but we do know what's in hand, and if server 2 is a Vitruvius with 2 counters on it, if fully scored out, that is going to be a huge issue for Nice. Anything they trash can come back. You can do double, triple biotic plays when you do find that biotic. Fully operational, you can recur that all you want. It is a Hagen. This is 4 strength. You're going to have to use 1 security chip, plus 2 link, plus 2 strength. Yeah, let's see if this is a food. Oh, it's a Vitruvius. That's so bad for the captain.
Yep.
So Lakshmi protects that for the whole turn. Very few ways to deal with that unless you can trash the agenda. That's largely just imp. I guess
Yep.
because I can does work.
But there's a play here. If the daily quest keeps running with 2 Vitruvius counters, you can double biotic out a 5/3 from hand. I think. Do you need the Jeeves as well? I think
You would need a Jeeves,
biotic,
yeah.
Biotic. Yeah, you would need it. With Jeeves out, you can biotic a 5/3 from hand. Still pretty expensive.
Oh yeah, if you're using all 2 of the counters on just playing the same biotic, you can score a 5/3. Again, that's like what 17 credits, but it is possible. In theory, daily quest threatens at this turn. We're going through tour guide. Shrike will cut through it pretty easily at only 2 credits. Single access, maybe we'll dump some turning wheel tokens.
He knows there's a Vitruvius in hand.
Yeah. Let's see what they can get. Only going to see 3. That's the most they can. It's a Maryland campaign. DreamNet's going to get a shot. Another successful field test. That's huge. And a drafter. So there's still a Vitruvius 1 and 8 at least. It's also very interesting to see how this deck plays. When we're talking about Lakshmi Smart Fabrics, having multiple copies of agendas in your deck is super important. So now we know that the successful field test can never be defended by the final Lakshmi. If you steal the second Vitruvius, it's the same case for the Vitruviuses. You need 1 in hand and 1 on the table for it to be safe. So breaking up those triplets or those pairs is incredibly important for the captain.
That's an interesting one. Do you? I don't know. I don't know. While the Pat Tabs live, I don't know that you kill the daily quest.
No, I don't know.
That's saying kill the daily quest, but do you need to do that here?
I think if anything, Chris needs to either
right?
overinstall it or trash the pad tabs. Giving 2 credits a turn to the Sunny that has, I guess the 2 Rozekis are going to catch up now, and the DreamNet, but that's Chris probably doesn't need the money when it comes to fully operationals. Right now, fully operational will give 6 credits. If you put something into server 2, server 4, make a new server, it's 8 credits a pop, if I'm not mistaken. Now that's 2, 4, 6, yeah, give or take. I'm off probably by 1, but I don't know if you need that much more money going forward for the corp, unless you're going for that quad biotic that you talked about. But like Chris has it right here. This could be it. This could be quad biotic into a global food initiative, or triple biotic. Excuse me.
Triple biotic would score them a Vitruvius with a counter, which lets them score the last Vitruvius from hand.
Yeah,
but that would
there's so many options.
That would bankrupt you essentially.
And like we're on turn 10, and we're talking about a biotic labor, which is just a 1 of in the deck. But there's only 13 cards left in R&D. We can make that number so much smaller here, popping off with fully operational. This shows you how fast Chris can go. And sure, Sunny, usually a pretty slow deck, isn't gone that slow. Like they are set up, they have the drip economy, they are threatening the board. But fully operational, what are we going to do here? Draw 4, gain 6.
The old question, Andre, here we go. We're at the end of this. This is so many Acer games go this way. 9 cards in hand, 9 left in R&D, only 3 agendas gone. So there are 6 left. Where are the agendas? And that turning wheel feels like it's probably the out.
Yeah, and this is why I love White Hat, right? Like if you keep the White Hat early, maybe it's difficult. You run Central, run HQ, you put the agendas back into R&D, and then you just dump the wheel. Like that's probably your best. I don't know. That's the second Lakshmi there. It's going to get 2 counters because of Rashida. If they want to use the counters before it goes down, you can protect HQ and R&D this turn. But yeah, you're totally right.
So
like there's
this is why you kill the Lakshmi when you see it earlier.
Yeah. Well, this Lakshmi doesn't do much. It just buys a turn. There's nothing on the table, and that's what you're scared of with Lakshmi. Yeah, you could slam HQ, right? We're paying 2 a pop. You're getting turning wheel counters. You probably just want to get something out of there. I guess if Chris is panicked, they can use Vitruvius to pad out HQ, but I feel like that giving access to biotics is pretty strong. I guess you want to recur fully operationals. That's obviously very good for tempo. Lakshmi down.
If you're dripping 4 a turn, you can afford to run HQ 4 times for 8 credits. It's only a net of a loss of 4 on the turn. You get 4 accesses, and if you don't steal, you get another 3 accesses with turning wheel the next time.
So do you deal with Rashida? Rashida represents more money, more card draw. Again, Chris probably has the food. There's 3 in these 9 in hand, 9 in R&D. Rashida is going to make that even higher. And if you just draw a single food and a single biotic, Chris has it. So that Rashida is looking kind of like a nice target.
Any Jeeves on the biotic? Biotic gives you 4 clicks. You pull 2 of them back with.
So yeah, it's 6 clicks. You're good.
It's 6 clicks, so you're good, right?
Yeah. Captain looks like they first bounced off of HQ for a turning wheel token to get a double access here. They're swinging HQ. They didn't show anything with Lakshmi, did they? No. So you need to get a food here to feel really good. It's just Drafter into Maryland campaign. The 2 cards that they saw the previous turn.
No, I don't think so.
Now, that Amakua can deal with the Rashida if you want to spend, I guess, 3 credits altogether.
Probably only 5 of Rashida if you don't have the biotic, but it's kind of a Hail Mary because you've got nowhere for the agendas to go from there if you can't score the food from hand to win.
But even Jackson Clare, but I think you said it before, right? Like, even if you don't have the biotic, it's all about the biotic, but even if you don't have the food for some reason, you just score out of Vitruvius and then next turn score out of Vitruvius. Hopefully. I don't know. But I feel like Chris has it here. 27 credits. You just need. Yeah, there you go. Biotic. It looks like the food is going to be scored out. You see the Vitruvius counters play that same biotic a couple times. Vitruvius for biotic labor. How many clicks do we have? 5 clicks. Biotic labor once again. Vitruvius, what are you doing? Biotic labor seems good.
Yeah, 5-3 from hand.
Yeah. And we can ask after the game whether Chris drew that up off of the Rashida, whether that mattered or whether they already had it. I assume if they already had it that turn, they would have fired off unless it was on the Mando. But yeah, Captain Nice doing a lot, getting good accesses, but still, it's pretty hard to deal with the fast advanced global food initiative.
Yeah. This is the challenge of Acer, contesting what's there and finding out where the Lakshmis are. They're all times you're not getting accesses.
Yeah.
And there's the game. Well played, both players.
So interestingly enough, like we talked about the daily quest, but Chris is only ending their game with 10 credits. That daily quest definitely from that on early mattered. Whether not trashing the pad tap was the correct play, it definitely worked out for them. But going fast again, we're on like turn 11, turn 12. There's only 5 cards left in R&D. Absolutely shows how strong the card draw in an asset group deck can be.
Cool. So then Captain Nice drops down to the losers bracket, and Chris Ferg remains undefeated.
Yeah, I have no doubt people are excited to see Sunny, and while you may not be too happy to see Sunny go down to the lower brackets, it's worth knowing that it is just lower brackets. So we are on a double elimination, so Captain needs to lose another game to be thrown out to see the end of the road on this tournament. But Chris is now, in the finals, right?
It appears to be this way. We are asked on the... Yeah, we're being asked on the chat. Sorry, I'm probably not being here. Oh no, I'm on all audio channels. We're asking the chat to go to table 3, which is Tradon versus Are you up for that? Or would you like to walk through the other game? Okay, well, let's do this. Table 3 then. Tradon's game, 3 spectators. Hopefully we're not going to crash anything. This was quite a game. A bit sorry for Captain Nice here. Sunny definitely a bit too slow for Asa to contest anything happening. But that was really well played by Chris Ferg. Also, I keep hearing that Chris Ferg is playing this on a tablet, which apparently
gaming.
Yeah, which apparently is adding to the fun of playing on JNet. But anyway, here we are, Argus Security mulliganing, Armand keeping, but that was a while ago. This is looking interesting. Over to you.
All right, so this is an interesting matchup. We've seen some pretty spicy Geist lists coming out of Europe, lists that are running things like Blackfile, lists that are running things like Clot. Right now, we do see a Clot in the bin, which has access to, if a Simulchip stays on the table, Stargate, Real Breakers as well. We have an Argus Security with 3 false leads scored. That is terrifying. Now, if you want to take a tag and for that tag not to stick... Sorry?
It would be terrifying if It would be more terrifying if the runner didn't have 22 credits, because Hard News is a little bit out of the question at the moment.
But even things like if you hit a price sec, like it really controls how you play.
Yeah, well, you lose your traders for sure if they do that.
Yeah. Actually, at the end of the stack, too, the traders only are going to have so much more value. I don't know whether we've had a back pop off just yet.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have a back. It's the third card in the heap, so that's been trashed a long time ago. I don't know if Ohm's going to have access to recursion, so even just like value damage might be able to grind Ohm out. It's all about the boomerang recursion at this point. Looks like 2 in the heap. Oh, 3 in the heap, so boomerangs aren't even coming back. Ohm actually might just be at the end of the line.
Yeah,
Bravado on HQ?
Unless they've got the back in that they can do, and they've got a hot piece of hardware in hand. If is the back being removed from the game, or is that in the heap?
It's in the heap, and you can't recur it because it doesn't have a trash on it.
Yeah. So they're down to clicking for credits, and
this is wild. Like turn 15, the only things that have been scored are 3 false leads. We've had a hostile that seems to be converted into Archer Power and the Atlas. So there's still a fair few agendas. There's generally global food initiatives in this list. But when we're talking about false lead, a card that came back in System Core this year, the runner can lose 2 clicks if able. So that means if Ohm manages to get an on-axis tag, things like interacting with Data Raven, things like hitting a Prisec or interacting with the Argus security ability, if they do that on the second click, it's a problem. So they basically have to run first click or third click, just not second. Fourth click is also an issue because the tag will stick. So it does control how Ohm interacts, and if you can stack up a Prisec remote, double Prisec, that could be an issue. There's also a hostile takeover just in archives. It looks like Ohm is just trying to Stargate those things out.
That's an interesting thing, right? So Ohm really can't play any cards right now because just one tag with a high-profile target is going to do 2 damage. 2 tags can do 4. They really can't afford to lose any cards from their hand to play them or use them because they're then vulnerable to the false lead sack. If there's a Raven on the remote, is Trader running Raven in his list?
Yeah, I think it's 3x Raven, 3 hard hitting moves.
You run through a Raven, and then even if you run through a Raven and then you steal, you've got to take a tag or damage. So I think they're out. If they have an out, it's probably try and Stargate 5 points into the bin and then run once.
So Tradon trying to push the game, make sure it goes on a bit farther. Project Atlas being pulled with a fast track, jamming it into server 2. What we can only assume is on top of a Prisec. We haven't seen any Ravens, but Data Raven's probably on the remote. The trace doesn't matter so much as does the on encounter here. So this could also be a cool bluff. Ohm asking if they can trade their tech traders for 3 Rizekis probably would work out a bit better for them at this point. MU might be tight. 4 cards in hand. Now, if you know this list really well, you can definitely, we have the list open. Somebody could do the elite math and figure out what those 4 cards in grip are. I'm imagining one of them actually is a black file, which just buys Ohm more time if they need it.
Yep. But so if Ohm runs that remote and doesn't win in that turn, they lose the game because they'll sack 2 false leads and run the high-profile target, which they've undoubtedly got in hand by now.
Well, the thing is, you can't sack 2 false leads because you need to be able to lose both of the clicks.
He'd have 1 click left if he runs.
Yeah.
Sure.
And also, just the way that interacting with the Argus ability is difficult, taking the meat damage when you only have 4 cards left. But Tradon's not rezzing anything here. I imagine if they res the Data Raven, they wouldn't be able to fire off the Prisec for 2 credits, which they value a bit more. Amina goes through the mouse list, losing a credit down to 3. Tradon still has the Prisec money. Prisec, server 2, losing a technical writer due to meat damage, keeping the tag. We'll see if the false leads are traded off. I feel like if Tradon trades off the false leads, they're still going to have a hard time scoring points to win. And it's an Atlas. Did Tradon not trash the Prisec? It doesn't look like they did. Or Ohm, excuse me. Losing a Street Peddler, losing a Masterwork, taking the damage. Only a single card in hand here. Whoa.
Clear now.
That's wild. So you definitely want to clear that tag. Otherwise, as you said, false lead into high profile target will be surprise lethal. Is that last card a black file? I need to pull up Ohm's list. But that price tag not getting trashed, that's wild.
They have 1 black file.
So that's the last card, right? In hand?
Is it in the bin?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's that's the black file is the card in hand.
Okay, so this is huge.
Here, then
that's it.
With the file in the bin, then they win.
As long as it's not the third hostile, this Stargate could easily be the game. We have to go through some big ice. Again, the border control could just eat the Stargate. Traddle only has 1 credit left, so I don't think we're going to see any punishment for interaction, but this could be it. Archer. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 7 after the rebate. This is huge. And there you go, border control.
So what are Traden's outs here, do we think? Hope that Ohm makes a mistake?
Yeah, it's probably mistake based. Either that or like that's the problem is with what's in archives is they're on game point. I don't know whether they have a preemptive action, but getting that hostile back into the deck seems a bit important. And then it's all about price X. Unfortunately, price X doesn't interact well with Stargate since you're not going to be accessing the upgrade. But yeah, you need to bait them into running the remote and then taking tags and damage that they can clear. Because again, a single tag sticking is a high profile target lethal.
There's no recursion list at all.
Oh no. Okay. It's also worth looking. Tradon does have high profile target. It's just a one of. They're otherwise on 2 boom. And I think we saw both of them coming up on the Stargate. One is trashed. Tradon jamming to remote. We're going back with Stargate. Easily could be it. We just need to find a 2-point agenda.
But is your out here as Ohm to actually wait for something to be advanced in the remote? Because you've got 2 of the Atlases and there's a hostile in the bin?
Yeah, there's not a big threat here. Rashida is not that great. I think we see 2 in the bin already. Data Raven, border control, economic warfare. That's Stargate. Probably want to take out the Raven. Border control is still hard to interact with, but Raven's a bit harder. Actually trashing with the econ warfare.
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting one. I think I'd have removed the Raven there.
Yeah,
although Traden's only 1 credit.
Yeah, that's true, but they're just going to click 3 here. I don't know what else they have to do. Like, I think you actually want to get rid of that Afshar and replace it with a Raven or something, just because that Afshar is bleeding Trajan credits when it comes to the Amina. On R&D, you can break all the subroutines. We're going back. Stargate. Afshar, that's only 2 credits with Amina. That's going to be 1 credit loss for Tradon. Archer, again, it's 7. You need 9 up front, get 2 back. You probably want to break all the subroutines. In fact, Bookhalter wants you to. 3 cards, only 1 new. There you go. That's the Atlas on the bottom after hard-hitting news. That should be game. No surprises here. Tradon throwing down the GG. If Ohm just runs archives, it's a hostile. It's an Atlas. You can take all those tags. It shouldn't matter. You're up on 7 points.
And it's so hard to play against someone who's scored false leads when you know that they're on tag punishment. Every has to be planned out.
I'm saying losing the back was massive. Must have lost that to early damage. But yeah, not having the back. We saw this earlier yesterday. Trying to see a guy squeeze in value. Their economy only lasts so long. They have no other way to make economy besides that basic action card that they put in the core set.
Yep, unless they can keep the boomerangs cycling around so you can get a little bit of money. You've got it a turn by installing boomerang for 2 and then getting 3 back.
Yeah, economy, right?
It's the same as clicking for a credit. So, although you probably get an access.
So that means Ohm is going to be put into the losers semifinals. Tradon is finding their 2nd loss. Absolutely a fantastic showing yesterday, getting this far in such a competitive tournament with so many players. Definitely well done. Can't be too upset about that. Well played to both.
This was quite something. What a game. I'm very happy we could actually just jump in. Super tense, super exciting. There's still table 2 on, but I think we're kind of very close to time, and plus it's full of people. Yeah, there's actually they still have some minutes left. I don't know if we can just risk jumping in there. What about that? How do you feel about it? Do we play the side game with the server and see if we can fit into the room?
If JNet people say that's an okay thing to do, I don't want to pull this thing down.
Well, I don't know. I mean, let's just maybe try. Let me press the button and see. I mean, there's a ton of people in there. Maybe it's a bit too risky. We can also just pull up the deck list from this game and maybe go through the possible different plays. But I think that would be a bit retroactive because without the game running live, it's kind of hard to get what's going on. But yeah, let's try. I'm gonna just press the button and hope for the best. Nope, that's not gonna work. Okay, it's not gonna pop up on my screen. So we're just gonna have to be entertaining for a while. For everybody just joining, yeah, we actually had quite a few people jumping in because I assume the Americas are waking up slowly. We will be coming up next with round 5. There might be a short break again. I'm not really sure. And we just have to, again, check with the TOs if there's going to be a break. That's what I'm going to do right now. Whoa,
yeah, actually, if I can just answer, because Movable Object asked in chat, do they swap sides during Top Cut? So in the first round, you basically get to choose what side you want to play. The person with higher pairing or with higher standings does, so you can look at your opponent's matchups and figure out what's good for you. But from then on, you try and play which side you've played the least amount of times within the top cut. And if it ever is a tie between you and your opponent, it's actually officially randomized. So not too many choices going forth, but people do make decisions on the first round by looking forward down the line and saying like, okay, if I win against this opponent, off the play against this opponent, and say that matchup is really bad unless I corpse. So they'll try and maths it out.
Thank you for this answer. Oh yeah, 2 of the players in the next games have had a 40-minute break anyway, so apparently there won't be any breaks. Good to know. We will be able to choose then between the games. I don't know if we want to follow Chris Ferg here. Oh no, we're gonna have the losers bracket right now, of course. So it's going to be between Cable Carnage and whoever wins the Mortivore versus Pinzel game, still happening. And then Rotom Appliance versus who just pulled off a magical win against that evil Argus. No, it was really exciting. And Russell, you mentioned there that it's super hard to play against somebody on 3 false leads. Indeed, like this was like running through a minefield. You know, not something you would usually see. Or sorry, the other way around. Usually you would see HB manipulating clicks, but with false leads and Argus being Argus and Wayland and all the damage and whatnot, you definitely have to take care of your own clicks because, well, death is waiting. Like that damage, that meat damage is definitely around the corner if you don't count things properly. Let's see if we're getting any results here. Pinzel is probably going to be. Oh no, sorry. I'm just checking Discord here right now to make sure that get the results. Right now, by the way, yesterday on the Swiss rounds we had players, because there was over 100 of them easily. They were updating a form, so there was a bit of extra time, of course, required to update the scores. Right now, we have the players reporting directly to the tournament organizer. So we have quick updates, and of course the bracket is updated as we speak, but for now Challenge is not showing anything just yet, so I assume that game is still going on. Okay, well then let's take a very quick 2-minute break, and we'll be back right after this message. Will there be any messages? See you in a second. Whoops, that was quite abrupt. I just pressed the wrong button and things exploded a bit, but we're still on stream. We're still doing things. The next round is already set up, setting slowly. They're going to be starting now. I'm going to very quickly try and put up the decks for the pairing. My co-hosts are more than welcome to jump in whenever. We have Seed 13 Mortivore, Seed 1 Mortivore running. We saw Mortivore in the first round playing, and Corping. So Cabonessa Wu, that spicy Cabonessa Wu, and Mortivore eliminated Pinzel. This is big. I'm just gonna remind you that it was Mortivore versus Pinzel in the losers bracket and versus Tradon in the losers bracket. We've seen eliminate Tradon, and in the other game that we didn't want to jump in because it was a bit technically problematic, we had Pinzel eliminated by Mortivore, the reigning world champion, eliminated by a player from Russia. Really spicy Cabonessa list on the screen right now, coming your way in a second. We have Cabonessa versus NBN. This is gonna be quite something. So I should totally turn my Discord on, by the way, because I was muted. My two co-hosts are probably in position. Apologies if you were talking to yourself. It's just like so many things to click. You were probably already in the game. You were probably already
No. I was hearing you. I was hearing you on Twitch. Yeah, we're in. How's everyone going? This is our I just want to make sure we got this right. This is our losers finals, semifinals. Where are we at right now? Oh boy,
I don't even know. They're all winners to me. You know, they both
quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a big game. Again, we didn't see it on stream, or at least on this stream, but Mortivore did just knock out our reigning world champion, playing a Cabonessa Wu list that we did not have the pleasure of seeing yesterday. So this list is going to be a bit spicy. Cable Carnage on the only controlling the message we have in the top cut. Something that we heard players call out as a potential strong matchup, considering how few people are well positioned against it. Right now, CTM hitting the table off for the Daily Business Show on the start, and double Resekis is definitely going to help Cabonessa Wu on top of that one link to deal with the cards that Cable is just going to keep throwing down onto the table.
So it feels like with these games, as always, if you can score Aries, and I need to look at Cable Carnage.
Yeah, actually, I just pulled it up.
Makes a big difference. Makes a big difference because it means essentially that runner has to find misdirection and then is burning 2 clicks a turn to clear the tags. If you don't do that, then 2 drip and 1 link goes a long way against CTM.
So this list actually has no AR enhanced security in it. That's the Aries, the thing that makes it harder to trash cards without taking tags. So this list is on double remaster, triple Beal, so a bit of a fast advance attached to 3 calibration testing. And then we're just on triple Bologna in 15 minutes, so not too many agendas in the deck. In terms of everything else going on, we do have the 3 of hard-hitting news into double psychographics, 1 market forces. There's no meat damage here, so it's all about the tags for tempo to be turned into psychographics or market forces. In terms of the assets, we have no bankers group. It's nothing too explosive. We're at Nasek's pad campaign. You got the Mumba temples, the Maryland campaigns. You have Amani Sanai to slow down the runner if they get too carried away, and then you do have that double Jeeves triple team sponsorship, that HB package, all on top of 3 tour guides. And I don't know whether Cabonessa Wu is going to have an easy way to deal with all the subroutines if the board state does get out of control. We're trashing a Daily Business Show. Keep that money down. Or the card draw down, excuse me. I want to see what Mortivore's lists are. Again, Mortivore was the first seed going into this, and Cabonessa Wu isn't something we saw. And even a Citadel Sanctuary, Mortivore probably has the tech. So Mortivore's list, pulling it up here, we have triple Rezeki, we do have the misdirection, you even have a Clot if you need to deal with the psychographics. Spicy includes here, though, we do have 3 stim hack, 3 piece in our time. It helps you get that economy to be able to control the board. Again, if NBN does not have the board, they don't have teeth. Tour Guide does nothing. I don't even know if there's Mumbet virtual tours in this list, but Peace in Our Time will definitely help there. We also have a Sneak Door Beta for 3 influence. That's pretty wild. And the single Citadel Sanctuary hitting the table lets Mortivore clicklessly and creditlessly remove the tag with Cabonessa Wu's 1 link.
Yeah, it's really hard even right now to see a way out for Corp from this. CTM's huge in this matchup. And the choice of what to kill is really interesting, right? So Daily Business Show allowing the Corp to filter their hand, really, really important. But at the same time, this CTM isn't hugely rich. So do you take out the econ instead? Pad tap being 4 to trash is not great, but you've got the Citadel there, so maybe you can just eat that.
Yeah, getting hard-hitting news is going to be a problem when Mortivore doesn't have access to the misdirection outside of the Cabanessa ability, which will remove it from the game if it does stick on the table for the rest of the game, or the rest of the turn, excuse me. But there's not too much that they're worried about trashing. I think the only thing that you would love to be able to trash early on in the turn is Rashida Yahim's 3 of. That will give Cable not only more burst economy, but more card draw to be able to get more stuff on the table. But again, with no bankers group, there's not too much. No, what's it called? That Lady Liberty. There's nothing that you have to deal with that quickly. And again, Cable's money is all attached to assets with 3 Hushiks and a Citadel Sanctuary and a Link. Mortivore's in a really good spot as long as they can keep the table down.
Just 3 drip by itself just goes such a long way.
Yeah. Mamba Temple, you're going to pre-res that. So you take those 2 credits and dump it into another, or it's in a Jeeves. Now the Jeeves is scary. It means that if there is a 4-2 on the table, you can score that out here. That 4-2 would be the remastered editions, which do go into the Project Beals from then on. I do believe Mortivore does have access to Clot, so you can stop that fast advance if that remastered edition does get scored. But definitely want to deal with that Jeeves. Server 8, install credit. Cable, again, has no good way to make money outside of these assets. So even if that pad campaign goes down, Cable will be clicking for a few more credits than they probably would like to.
And again, one of your options is to do what Mortivore seems to be doing right now, which is just to check everything, right?
Yeah.
Just check everything. Check everything and then force them to find an ice to score behind.
Yeah, so that's a big part of these CTM lists. A lot of this deck will capitalize on that sudden credit loss, the shift of credits that you might not have expected once you line up with the Mumbat Virtual Tour. And while these deck lists, they are now public, Mortivore will know that Cable doesn't actually have Mumbat Virtual Tours in their deck, let alone Price X. So there shouldn't be too many big surprises on these axes. Looks like that Mamba Temple is now going to put their credits back into the Jeeves model Biroids. So that's back up card into server 9. We're icing that one up. This represents, I think, Enigma, Tour Guide, Gold Farmer. So only 3 different ice, 3 of each. So the gambit of what this could be isn't too wide.
So, yeah, interesting thought, kid. You trash the Mamba Temple first and then run the remote? Or do you just run the remote and then figure out, once you know what it is, what you can do?
Yeah, that's interesting, because you're right. There's not a lot of money coming in here besides the pad campaign. If you do trash the Mamba Temple, they can maybe offshore those credits into, I guess, an Amani Sinai and maybe server 2 or server 7. I think that would be best case scenario for Cable. But if they need at least 2 credits to be able to res their ice. So unless it's a tour guide, they won't be able to score out the agenda, if I'm not mistaken. Mortivore just drawing up, again, keeping the board state down. They don't have any clickless draw, which would definitely help in this situation. And you probably want to trash 1 thing a turn, probably 2 things a turn to get around the controlling the message, to get that value out of the Citadel Sanctuary. You might even be able, as long as you have access to Clot, to let through this 4-2. It actually potentially even could be a Bologna with the Jeeves on the table, which Cable wouldn't mind scoring to get those 5 credits back. Mortivore accessing R&D, now going for the Jeeves. That does respect the Bologna. Also, if they do score out, they won't have an extra click to do something else. It'll be their whole turn scoring. Again, we don't have a lot of recursion. This list doesn't run preemptive action, so nothing is going to be coming back unless, again, server 2 or server 7 are team sponsorships.
Yeah. And has Mortivore checked either of those?
I don't think so. I might be mistaken.
Because Amani Sinai is really, really annoying. Speaking as somebody who's lost, there it goes, many, many times have I lost to CTM on the back of Amani Sinai repeatedly firing and being annoying.
So that's probably the worst of each case scenario. Amani Sinai, unique, that's going to be a trace to the advancement requirements. So that's trace 4 on the scored remastered edition. On top of that, team sponsorship is going to bring back a daily business show from archives in server 10. So trace 4 to bounce something to hand. Not too big of a deal. The daily cast is actually at a pretty good place to bounce, and otherwise everything costs 2 credits to install, so not the worst. You will lose the drip this turn from Rizeki, so it's more like 3 credits and a click. But Cable did go pretty low here. I think you want to deal with that Amani Sanai before you start slamming centrals if you want to get those accesses in. Maybe even trash that temple, but only 1 credit can be offshored into the daily business show now up in server 10. I still think that this score is a bit desperate. Mortivor's still in definitely a much better spot. Looks like Amani just being traced through for 3 credits.
I'm not sure, Andre. I mean, we've got the same challenges we had before, which is that Mortivor's not drawn very many cards at all, so they're not developing their own board stuff.
No.
They've been choosing to control the board, which is fine. I mean, contesting the board and trying to manage it and see what's going on is great. But at the same time, they're not developing their own board, so they have no breaker solution right now. So they've got to find a breaker, they've got to install it. Yeah, sure, they're using their drip money to control the board, and that can be a good strategy, but it's not. In the longer run, that may not be the right strategy.
So this Husha coming out is a bit wild. It's pretty expensive. It's only going to be converted into 15 minutes. We only saw 4 cards there. 15 minutes is going to trigger that Amani Sanai trace. It's a pretty low trace, but again, that 15 minutes quickly comes back in. You're right, though, in terms of dealing with ice, Mortivor is not showing a lot. They do have Ngolo in their list, which could be their early to mid-game solution for most everything. They're going to need access to that, and they're going to need the 2MU. They do have the ability always, if they need to, right? To like Cabinessa Wu in a breaker, as long as they can like Cabinessa Wu something on top of it so it doesn't get removed from game. And then they'll have access to it with Simulchip later on. This list also does have 6 net chip, which is something you don't see often. And that kind of makes sense when it comes to like the sneak door betas and the Angolas, all the stuff that they have that costs 2MU. Stim hack, though. What are we hacking? I imagine it's just the Sanai 4 for trash. Not having to deal with the trace. Server 10 could come down as a daily business show. I imagine the Mamba Temple might be a bit more important. Paperclip also getting trashed for the stim hack. That's good value for Mortivor.
Yeah, I feel like trashing the temple is good here. But there's so many must-trash assets. You want to kill the the team sponsorships. You want to kill the Jeeves. There's you need to trash.
It's the economy that matters, right? Because Cable Carnage on 2 credits can't do anything here. They could, in theory, convert, right? Like a Beal from the remastered edition. Now 3 cards on the table with 2 credits. Again, if you trash the pad campaign, they're not even threatening too much out here. Besides, again, maybe a Beal score. So Mortivor seeming okay. Again, 3 drip a turn and a link and the Citadel. That's like the perfect starting in this matchup. But again, this stuff can slip away from you if you're not still developing your board state. Just going R&D. That's a shuffle after the Hushik, so these will be new cards. Again, it's not controlling the board. I never love going for singles when you can just win against CTM by controlling the board. Also, Bologna is a 2 or 3 of in this deck. Let me check, but like you can't steal that off central servers, so even that access might not be worth the time. Daily Business Show also does. You'll never know really where that card goes half the time. Cable Carnage is on triple Bologna, so accessing centrals with fewer than 5 credits might be a mistake.
Yeah.
That being said, like if you spend 5 right now, you are technically weak to hard-hitting news.
Well, and you've killed the Amani Sanai, which is good, right?
Yeah.
But I figure, you've got 4 credits here. You're gonna, do you take this as a setup turn? Probably server 9 is Rashida.
Yeah, I think that's safe. But even if they res the ice here, the only ice they can res is the tour guide, which you're okay with them spending 2 on that.
Mm-hmm.
Controlling the message, going to fire off a daily business show trash for 4. Mortivor, 1 link, no credits.
Ooh.
They need to click for credit here if they don't want the tag to stick. There's not a lot of single tag punishment in this deck outside of like market forces, which is, I guess, okay.
That's an interesting. I think you don't want to lose the Citadel.
Oh yeah, losing the Citadel is huge. Never mind, that's way bigger than market forces, obviously. Citadel. We'll see if that trace goes through. Mamba Temple's going to res that pad campaign for only 1 credit off the Mamba Temple res. Server 9 looks like it might actually be an agenda. Rashida would have been fired there, I'm pretty sure. And now that double pad campaign, that's the economy. 2 credits a turn is going to quickly begin to rival your Rozekis. That's most of the money that Cable can get at the start of turn. You probably want to deal with that. But again, Server 9 might actually just be an agenda. And if not, maybe a calibration testing waiting for the future. Mortimer clicking for credit. Again, going back into R&D. Now has the Bologna money, but I'm not sure how strong the steal here would be. In theory, it could bait out Cable to res and Amani Sanai if that's what's in 9 or 13 before the access to see if they want that bounce.
And if those two pad campaigns keep running there, that's probably all the economy that CTM needs for a while. They'll just build their board state gradually.
Yeah.
They're not clicking the 15 minutes back, which is interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to just yet.
But they had BBS fires, right? So they did bottom something. So they know that they bottomed agendas that they don't want to see yet.
I don't think Mortivar is going to be able to R&D lock, but in theory, keeping that 15 minutes around for that R&D shuffle can be valuable. We're going to fight that local sports team. Sponsorship up in server 12 or whatever that one was is now getting trashed. Still sponsorship on the table. And we can get a score out here. Triple advance to see if we need to use the remastered. We don't even. That's a Beal score, leaving another sponsorship on the table. Cable going down to 2 credits. Ahead on points. Barely scraping through with just the little amount of credits they need. Technically on game point with Bologna. And we installed the Cala testing in server 9. This is slipping away from Mortivar.
I think so. You need a lot of money to make it happen, but with Jeeves on the table and Bologna on the table, you can score that for 5 credits or 4 credits and the remastered token.
Ooh, slamming into this, not trashing the Mamba Temple first. Now the Mamba Temple probably would have been dumped into the calibration testing, but it's a free tour guide res this turn. Going to have 4 subroutines. This cares about resed assets, doesn't care about the Cali testing, but HQ is now open. We have a Beal from hand. Huge hit. Again, HQ hasn't been filtered too hard with Daily Business Show. We're going to go back. Calibration testing kind of said that meant that there was probably a Beal setup in hand or even another remastered edition, which you could also convert. It's a Bologna from HQ. Mortivar up on game point. Now that you want to shovel that 15 minutes, they're down to 0 credits. A hard-hitting news in theory could go through here. Whoa, singles. Jam in server 9 again behind the tour guide. Advance it. Just a single advance. This could be a Bologna next turn. Double advance. Calibration testing remastered edition. That does it. Cable has probably the money. What is this? Mamba Temple is 1 credit for the Cali testing. And they'll have 2 coming from the pad campaign. They should be safe. Mortivar really has to figure it out here.
I think with the agenda suite, the 15 minutes isn't even worth clicking back right now.
Yeah, you're totally right. It also might be bad because of the Daily Business Shuffle, but like Mortivar only has 1 card in hand, has only had it for a couple turns here. Even if they do have that as a Hushik, they won't have 5 credits to be able to steal what's probably 1 more Bologna in R&D, assuming that's the 3rd Bologna in server 9, or the 2nd, I guess. Wu has access to some plays here. I don't think there's anything that's too big. It's like the flashiest thing we have here is a sneak door beta. It's not actually necessary. Stim hacks, there's 3 of in this list, so you could always pull out a Sentry Breaker Stim hack server 9.
So you can woo that if you think it's the win, right? So if you woo out, I don't know, take a credit, woo out Nanotech, Stim hack the remote.
Yeah, you need the Stim hack though, just because of Bologna. But yeah, you're totally right. Wu can get in anywhere if it's that important. This is interesting. In terms of a Sentry Breaker, what are we looking at? We're looking at Nanotech, a bit expensive. Angolo might do, but it could be removed from the game.
Yeah, I don't think
it does get replaced.
I don't think they can afford Angolo.
This is hard. Stimhack, 2 more left in what's 33 cards. Again, Mortivar has to draw into them. Cabinetta only lets you pull non-virus programs. This is interesting.
It feels to me like Nanotech Stimhack is probably the only way you challenge the remote.
Yeah, it's not a big chance again. It all hinges on that Stimhack.
Nanotech's 3 with the Woo ability to install. I can't remember.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So you can install that off the Woo, and then Stimhack. And
yeah,
it costs you.
You could also hope that this isn't at Bologna. I don't know how good the odds of that being are. You also R&D is open. HQ in theory is probably open.
Yeah, I think that's got to be a Bologna. In which case you take accesses, so you can challenge HQ and force the rares.
You know what? Even you just trash the Cali testing, you buy yourself a turn, right? Oh no, you don't because of the remastered.
Remastered, yeah. Well, if it's 5/3, yeah, advance 3 times.
Yeah, Chad is also calling. This easily could just be a Beal. Again, Beal is the original food, right? Like this could be a 5-2/3 because of the over advance of the Beal.
Good call, chat.
That'd be really cool play from Cable. We're going R&D again. Only one click left for Mortivar to figure this out. This could be it. A single axis, not having the Bologna money. Mortivar thinking, again, if you trash here, you could go back for another single. It looks like it's a Maryland campaign. Mortivar on 0 credits, probably going to go back. Here we can't steal Bologna, but there is another Beal, maybe another remastered. Unseen card. Nothing. Does Cable have it? Against 3 Rozekis and a Citadel Sanctuary. That's a GG we have. Quad advance. We're going to throw on that remastered edition. Thank you, Astro. And that is the Bologna. Cable finding it. 7 points.
Interesting.
Wow.
Was not expecting that, but again, it presents the challenge, right? They didn't have the time to develop their own board state, so as soon as an ice came down, they had no solution.
Yeah. Bologna in HQ Cable calls. So if you credit up Ran HQ, there was a small chance there to get it. Yeah, trashing things again, not getting more tempo on the board is the sort of value you see from Hoshiko that you love interacting with assets because you do get that value. Even just a Dream Net would kind of pull you through, but spending your time clicking for credits, trashing, and drawing, it's hard to do everything at once. Again, CTM will compress those clicks, force you to do a lot. Well played to both players. So this means that Mortivar, I think that's their second loss coming off of the back of defeating a world champion. Cable Carnage is going to move on against the matchup. Whoever wins between Rotom Appliance and Ohm. Vesper, can we jump into that game? Is that still ongoing?
We were actually explicitly asked not to jump into that game. It was a request that we're probably going to honor. It is actually happening on the other stream as well. So we're just going to take it easy here.
Super cool.
I'm just going to give you a break for the next, I don't know. We're still, just to check the timer, we're still around 20 minutes away, maybe 18 minutes away from the timer in the round. So I'm going to play it safe. I'm just going to call a 10-minute break. If anybody wants to join the other stream, I think Alice is actually streaming the other game. So jump over there. That should be still happening. Rotom Appliance versus Ohm. This was an exciting game. Wow, so close. But yeah, we will be back with whoever's going to be fighting in the next round. Not fighting, I shouldn't be using aggressive words. Whoever's going to be competing in the next round here. Such a big game for Cable Carnage here. Mortivar, sadly out, but, well, top 8. So we're going to see Mortivar coming back representing Russia and Kabunesa Wu maybe in 2 weeks for sure. Okay, hopping out of this table, hopping into the intermission screen, and we will see you in around 10 minutes just to wrap things up. Maybe earlier in case things speed up, but I don't think they will. So let's take a quick break. I'll actually need some hydration here, so be back with you in a few.
See y'all soon.
controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
Hey everybody, if you're just tuning in, this is Vesper with the stream here. We are running a day 2 of the European and African Continental Championships for 2020. The first time we're running this event, the first time we're doing a stream of this size, the first time we're doing a lot of different things as individuals and as NISEI members. So thank you very much for sticking with us for both days, last weekend, this weekend, hopefully the next weekend, and the weekend after. The Continental series takes a whole month, which is quite taxing, but also quite exciting and entertaining. We just had an interesting discovery about a certain URL. Well, what can I say? I wasn't the one setting it up. We're still waiting for a game to finish. Rotom Appliance versus we're not spectating this because it's running on a different stream as well, so we are respecting the request of one of the players also to not have it on the main stream, which is perfectly fine. In the meantime, a good reminder, a timely reminder from our bot that we have in the chat, you can see different games from this tournament on 3 different streams other than this one. So by all means, do join them. Do subscribe to these people. They're awesome content creators in different languages as well. So you can definitely benefit, you know, linguistically. You can just learn a few more things about this beautiful planet we're inhabiting if you learn a couple of other languages. I've been trying to do so over the last few years, and it's kind of fun, even if your head hurts sometimes. I think... there's a question about Canadians. So yeah, Canadians in the top bracket, or right now still trying to take the crown. So we still have Cable Carnage, Dan, who's not Canadian for sure, I know this much. Neither Rotom Appliance nor are Canadians, I know that for sure. And Captain Nice, they're not a Canadian either. So I don't think we have any Canadians left. Sorry, the tournament ran out of Canadians. We have to restart a tournament. I guess that's one of the new rules for NISEI organized play. If your tournament is running out of Canadians, please restart the tournament. In the meantime, Ishikawa81, is that a reference to Ghost in the Shell? If it is, awesome. If it isn't, even more awesome. Congratulations for winning. Do PM Project NISEI with your details so you can claim your agendas. Full art SDS drone deployment. Sweet. Leech Road dropping a very interesting comment. Now that there's only 1 game per round, it's probably time to start passwording games, right? That could be a good point. I'm going to very, very quickly drop that into certain places. Still 4 minutes and in the round, to end the round, sorry, left in the round. I'm just typing here, of course, you can hear me probably typing like a hacker I am. We've basically had some technical issues, slight technical issues, but we did have an unfortunate drop for one of the players in the top cut. Really sorry to see technical issues for Peter. They were not caused by spectators, by the way. We do have some spectator overload issues with JNet, obviously. It is a great platform, it's not perfect, nothing is. But we will be trying to you know, iron these things out for the future every day, or every now and then, but every update to JNet makes it a bit better, and a bit more resilient. So I hope we're gonna have, you know, by the end of this year, we're gonna have a platform that's going to basically be even more awesome. What else can I tell you? Well, we will be finishing this tournament more or less. I'm just gonna pull it up again right now. Challenge, as it's a good platform to handle top 16 brackets. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 games ahead of us, potentially 5, I think. Could be wrong, but yeah, the next game is going to be whoever's going to win. Oh, actually, that result should be coming in soon, so maybe you're going to see it updated live. Cable Carnage versus the winner of Rotom Appliance versus and it's Okay, so we know who is going to be playing, and we are probably going to start password protecting some games just to make sure that we have only the streamers jumping in, because with different streamers you can watch the game in oh, sorry, Akira correcting me, thank you very much, Akira. 3, maybe 4 games. Okay, well, I was being optimistic. Maybe we're just gonna get 1 extra game. I don't know, we're gonna ask Captain Nice to play their awesome Sunny deck, I don't know, for charity maybe, you know. Who knows. It is indeed, apparently, most likely, sources have confirmed, but not to me directly, Asger, also known as Tugted Good. I don't even know how to pronounce that properly, but you know which player we mean. One of the very prolific European meta players hiding behind a different username. That's, of course, obviously absolutely allowed, as long as you're not doing terrible things with that. So, and as a reminder, of course, all the players competing today will not be able to compete in the Americas Continentals next weekend. Same way, like none of the players competing a week ago in the Asia Pacific could be playing today. So generally, for the Continental series, you only play once. That could be a James Bond movie, right? If James Bond only played Netrunner. Imagine if we could actually get, Netrunner. There was this thing. I think it was a series called Billions or something. And there was, of course, a Netrunner segment in it, which was quite the meme source for a lot of people. But imagine if we could get, generally, Netrunner shown in like really big budget Hollywood movies, for example, like a James Bond movie. We might be having a break, actually. So Cable Carnage and Om right now, and Akira discussing on Discord options for a break, as players are getting slowly tired, you know. I mean, this is, let's be honest, this is a serious tournament with loads of serious card play, a lot of thinking, tough decisions to make, serious stuff happening, of course. So let's just see if we're gonna have a break. They're discussing this in Discord. I might be putting a timer on the screen if there shall indeed be a break, and I will probably excuse myself, of course, and give everybody else a break as well. I mean, you know, this has been a very exciting day so far. Only 4 hours into the tournament, if I am not mistaken, indeed. And we had a bit of a break here, a bit of a break there, but in general, the games are chugging along quite nicely. So yeah. Oh, people in the chat already, of course, chat's trying to figure out how to hack the system. Obviously, all the hackers you all are. I do believe that the honor system prevails, and you're all honorable folks who are not going to pull off any nasty tricks to just, you know, play more Netrunner. Although, let's be honest, I mean, if you want to play more Netrunner, just go to a different tournament, or organize your own, or do a G&K, or I don't know, have a draft cube or something. And I know that this is the way we all usually are at those events in real life when we meet at the venue, and then before that and after that, tons of people playing, of course, online for additional fun, be it at train stations, in the trains themselves, on planes, at airports, in fast food restaurants, in pubs, I don't know where else, on bridges probably. I mean, chat, do let me know what was the funniest, most unusual, weirdest place you have ever played Netrunner physically, you know, using cards, or maybe with a laptop or a tablet on JNet, fair enough, or Octagon, oof, good old days. But anyway, do let me know in the chat what was the funniest or weirdest or most unusual place you ever played Netrunner at. Bonus points if it was with physical components, as in cards and tokens and whatnot, playmats included. I'm quite curious about your stories. I think for me the weirdest place or the funniest place was, actually no, I haven't played in that many in that many unusual places, you know. Anything with a table works, basically. The chat having theories about Uplion here saying, if you really do well, you might end up playing yourself in Intercontinentals. Emperor Verathius, is there any reason for the matches to not be password protected that players and streamers can share so spectators don't flood? We will start doing this from this round onwards, for sure. So there will be password protection on the matches now, because the high level matches, the final matches, are gonna be quite serious. A hot tub. So there was hot tub Netrunner. Okay, solo Netrunner is best. A Lapfelstrud. Well, fair enough. I'm still checking with Discord. We are going to have a break. Okay, there's going to be a 15-minute break, so that means we are going to be getting a 15-minute break, which means I'm going to be taking a 10-minute break. I'm gonna be putting a timer on the table here. I just have to pull it up from the pits, and we're gonna be bringing back that sweet animated macler on the screen. I kid you not. I hope this is gonna work out. I don't know. I never know if those things work or not. Seems to be working. Okay, so I should be taking a break together with you, and we are going to be coming back in around 10 minutes. I'm gonna put that sweet macler as animated by Krembler and created by Krembler. So enjoy that for a while. I'm gonna be switching off my microphone for a while, and I'll talk to you soon. 10-minute break officially. So yeah, let's just take a breaky break. Okay, everybody, it's time to bring the rodeo. What am I even talking about? Rodeo Gaga, Rodeo Gugu, maybe. Freddie Mercury, we miss you, and all of Queen as well, of course, obviously. But anyway, it's time to get back on the road with this show. We are going to be streaming a game between two players that have been on stream earlier on, I believe. And those two players are gonna be competing for the honor and privilege of facing Captain Nice and whatever their deck assignment is gonna be. On their way to potentially face Chris Ferg. Of course, Captain Nice, if they win that game against whoever is going to win the game between Cable Carnage and Ohm, that is going to be the next one on stream, Captain Nice can still get back into the final. I like to call it the final because it really is the final. Versus Chris Ferg again, and we're going to have a rematch. So we're going to be jumping in there quite soon. They're warming up, I just saw a table popping up, but well, anyway, we have two decks. I'm going to pull them up. I'm going to also check and see if my lovely co-commentators, so Andre from the Metropole Grid and Tolasine from Nisei's EDI team, and many other things as well, if they're online. I should be... Oh, there we go. You are here?
Yeah, how's it going?
Perfect, good to have you back. I keep clicking certain buttons and they don't work, and I'm just like, what's going on? I mean, I've been doing this before. You know, I could potentially just blame, I don't know, my mouse maybe. That's why I was talking about mice earlier on. But anyway, we're gonna have Cable Carnage running this time, not CTMing, and Corping with the outfit. We have the deck lists on the screen. And, well, it looks quite interesting, I have to say. I mean, Cable Carnage's Leela doesn't seem to have anything super special. It kind of looks like a solid good stuff criminal, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So Cable Carnage on the left, we're playing Leela Patel, 45 cards. Nothing too flashy. We have a single falsified for expose on the remote. Elaborates means that you can recur breakers if you do lose them. Probably won't happen up in this matchup, but it also in the mid to late games lets you recur diversion of funds, falsified credentials, anything you think is very important. We've seen some Leela lists specifically with like embezzles and other tech. This doesn't exactly have it. Triple Boomerang is good for pressure. No inside jobs. We've tried to see a balance of those in some of the Leela decks. Multi-access we're on Turning Wheel, but on top of that we have Stargate, which against a deck that does have punishment pieces, operations specifically, that's a good way to add some interaction. Breaker Suite, it's the good stuff you're seeing everywhere in Criminal. A single Angolo, a single Paperclip, and a Bagulter. No Amakuas. We have the Tap Worms and Pad Taps, and then we do have that Sneak Door Beta, which we love to see in Criminal, specifically Leela, that can capitalize on those central accesses at the key times.
Yep, that's now, about right. Yeah, and what about the other side?
Yeah, so firstly, Ohm, I don't have a confirm on this, so maybe this is shoddy journalism, but we've been told that this is actually Asger, you might know as Tug to Gut, playing under Smurf for some reason. Not sure about that, but that's a wild reveal this late in the tournament. This is the outfit, and we saw an outfit list like this doing well for a really long time. We saw a very similar representation when it came to APAC tournaments, the Continentals finals. I love this outfit deck. It's playing that same sort of agenda suite of 3 CityWorks Project with Dedication Ceremony. You have 2 Hostile Takeovers for your single quick 1-pointer and 3 SSL endorsements. But the biggest thing about this deck is it has so many different win conditions. It has hard-hitting news into Boom. No high-profile targets, so just Boom to worry about. It does also have a single Arc Lockdown, which now Cable knows that is going to be a bit careful on what they do with their Paperclip. 2 Archive Memories, and we have Punitive Counterstrike. So we have so many win conditions. Again, all of this is also boosted with reversed accounts, can be very spicy with the Dedication Ceremony. And we have that big old Bad Pub Ice. You're going to see only two Bulwark. You have that Border Control and 3 Trebuchet. All the code gates are good stuff. Plus a spicy Engram Flush, which lets you deal with I've had worse against these Anarch matchups if that matters.
Yep, that looks like it, and this is going to be quite interesting to see because I don't think we've seen too many outfit games so far. That CityWorks project, that could be a problem, but then again, Leela bouncing things, well, you cannot bounce a CityWorks project, which is the fun part. You can bounce many other things. That's going to be quite interesting to see. We are very close to starting the game. I think the players are still setting up and making sure that everything is working. And yeah, we are on the table. Russell, who do you think is going to win this one?
Well, I think it's going to be an interesting one, right? I think both decks not suffering in the cut, but obviously in Swiss, with when you don't know your opponent's list, things like that sneak door beta are going to do a lot of work. People hadn't been playing sneak door beta recently. We've seen a fair amount of it in this tournament, and if you're not expecting it and then Leela plays it, then it can really wreck your board state. And the same with the reversed accounts that the Corp's playing. Once you know it's there, you're going to have to think about how you play around that and so on. Same as in an earlier game, Corp already on 13 credits. So, we saw a game yesterday where there are plays that you can make against the outfit deck, but they take some time to set up. So a combination of the Class Act and Citadel Sanctuary, if you play them in the right sequence, do allow you to score a CityWorks project and still live. Because the Class Act refills your hand, and then the CityWorks damage gets soaked by the Citadel Sanctuary. But your cards have got to come in the right order, and that's not necessarily going to be the way the cards fall.
Taking the mulligans, Cable actually finding some pretty good one-ups in the list. That Citadel Sanctuary does give you just a panic protection against the punitive play if you need to. That single Rizeki, that drip economy, definitely only on turn 5 so far, is going to pay off in dividends. Slowing down a bit. A lot of times against Leela, you're worried about that super early aggression because your board state can definitely fly back into your HQ, and the diversion of funds will come in. And now we do have an install in server 1, pre-resing it as a Rashida. Again, there's only one falsified credentials. Whether that's used on Rashida too early, I'm not sure if Ohm is going to regret that, but again, we're on 27 credits to 9. We did see a pad tap getting thrown out early. I don't know whether Cable is scared to interact. This list does not have economic warfares, but if you do run, hard-hitting news is on the table. While Cable can probably clear it, it's going to take a lot of their money and a lot of their turn. It's also hard to rely on Citadel Sanctuary when the runner has, or the Corp has, 3 times your credits. Class Act coming down for 4 credits. That's going to be some burst draw. Again, just exactly as Talasin was saying, this is a really cool card to keep in your hand. That burst draw is one of the best defenses against a punitive counter-strike. Makes you very hard to get that flat line. And now Cable has everything they need. Throwing out a sneak door beta, a tapworm, and the second Class Act. Those tapworms seem like they would pay dividends in this matchup when the Corp is up on 30 credits. Just buy you an extra turn, I reckon. But interesting to see 2 of those getting chucked this early in the game. I guess they could always come back. We do have labor rights hanging out somewhere. And Ice on server 1, something installed.
I'm just looking back at Asga's list. So this is that one right now. Do you want to run? Because you know that there's it's a tag punishment deck, and so maybe you just right now you just can't even afford to run at this stage. Is that running a hard hitting? Is it a hard hitting news list?
Yeah,
3. Yeah, so the tap one's only live if you run, and if they run archives right now on 5 credits, then it's not gonna do them any favors at all. It just leaves them, when harder news has been landed against you. Doesn't feel great.
So this is such a wild fork here. We had a triple advanced card face down. That only means 2 things. Either the SSL endorsement, it turns out it's going to be that. Ohm has another click to repair the Leela damage. The other option was the biggest reversed accounts, and that's very scary. If you interact with the Corp that turn hoping for a bounce and don't get the bounce, you're going to lose all your money. That's the easiest place to set you up with that hard-hitting news until the next turn boom. But Cable may be considered a bit lucky. 9 more credits coming in on the SSL endorsement. That's going to be converted a bit more into runner money with the pad tap. And Ohm has 1 click left here. 6 cards in hand. Just going to go and repair the damage on HQ. Not getting that free diversion. But Cable is setting up. Breakers, they have enough to access here. Again, you're really scared of that Bulwark. It can actually trash a program. You're scared of the Trebuchet, which you can Ngolo through with enough money. But Cable is just at the point where they're probably comfortable to interact. Still pretty scary with the credit differential.
Well, maybe you're still pretty careful, because if Ohm dumps 2, or Asga, if Asga dumps 2 agendas into archives at the moment, and has the punitive in hand and such a massive credit lead, the Citadel is going to preempt that, so maybe that's not so much of an issue right now.
The thing
but
with
20
Citadel
credits with no bad pub, right?
Yeah.
Hasn't even played it too big to fail yet, and it's on 31 credits.
Citadel's a very interesting prevention to punitive because you do have to trash your whole grip. So as long as you have one more piece of damage, that will go through. But here, talking about damage, CityWorks Project, just install advance. This agenda is considered, I forget, it's not unres, which is the most important thing. So Leela cannot bounce this. So Ohm is threatening game point already. We're just checking archives here. Turning wheel, technically on the table, not powering up just yet. Singer reversed accounts and archives, but we have a diversion of fun. All three breakers. Cable will probably get through here. Ohm on the highest point, spending 7 credits for ice, but only 4 for the spider web. That's going to be 3 for cable carnage. This diversion of funds not doing too much besides building up a turning wheel counter, and it looks like that CityWorks project will be scored out without the threat of bouncing that HQ unresed ice.
I don't think Aska's going to care too much about that doof.
No, really, not at all. This is huge. Again, if... Ooh, legwork. Again, could be a bounce here. Not too many agendas in this deck. You do have to worry about punitive if you steal a couple too many points. Spider would be going for 3 credits. You can't bounce that CityWorks project, though. So this legwork is only for Axis. It's not actually for disruption.
Yeah. So the Citadel Sanctuary protects you against double punitive. Because the first one will tank your hand, and then the second one, you've got no cards in hand. So you just fire the Citadel Sanctuary. So double punitive doesn't protect you against triple punitive.
So there we go. CityWorks project going to be scored out. That's leaving R&D open. Cable does, in theory, have access to a Stargate to the list, but Ohm has 2 hostile takeovers in the deck. We did see a fair bit of HQ that turn, whether or not still in there. I don't think this criminal has any way to interact with the fast advance. Ohm on game point. Cable can't respect any more threats. Needs to get those accesses. Needs to keep the pressure on. Build up that turning wheel.
Yeah, he's just got to try an R&D lock now.
It's all about the hostiles. 2 in the deck. 2 credits is all Ohm needs to be able to score that out. I think we have 2 more diversions on Cable's list, but they're looking for so much to do. Just filling up the turning wheel counter. Now going HQ, probably going for a sweep here with the turning wheel. Can see up to 3. Now they know that they did bounce some ice that might just been returned to hand, might have thrown out into archives. You're seeing archive memories, trebuchet, bulwark. Turning wheel spinning back up to 1.
And still no bad pub. So the downside of the outfit giving runner bad pub, there's nothing offsetting the cost of making those runs right now.
Yeah. Now, Ohm probably still has punishment. Could even go for a value hard-hitting news if they just want to buy time, whether they have it. But yes, Cable needs to find MU to get down that Stargate. They need to find that the one of it, only 17 cards left. Because you need a disruption. Stargate lets you see the top 3 cards of R&D. It's hard for Ohm to draw through that. Double ice this turn. 1 on R&D, 1 on HQ. Cable drawing up. First draw turn. Class act value. Bravado testing the waters, getting credits back. Bulwark is the upper limit of the ice in this deck. That's going to be only 7 on res. Still 7 to get through with paperclip. Pretty expensive. Single access off the top. No hostile, no trash. Turning wheel token spin up.
I think Trebuchet is 7. It's 9 to break, plus you get 2 back from the Begolta. So all pretty taxing ice.
Yeah, the bad pub now did come in. We have 1 so far.
Yeah, I guess what Abel's trying to get Corp to spend money here.
So the access is on HQ. Again, you're still going to need another 3-pointer, but getting those hostiles prevents you from losing. Ohm only needs 2 credits to threaten that out, so resing ice, not that big of a pain as opposed to just taking the hard-hitting news threat off the table. Spending the bad pub to break the game credits subroutines, just getting the end the run. And now we have, I think, 2 unknown cards drawn through R&D from Ohm. Again, if this is a hostile, it's going to stay in hand for at least another turn. That's another unknown card in HQ. Double ice off of an R&D. Cable still needs to find the 1 Stargate and probably 15 cards in the stack. Again, Class Act basically draws you 2 cards. Checking archives.
Interesting. He'd ditched the sneak door. Sneak door would be great right now.
Yeah,
just get open accesses. But then, of course, if he hadn't ditched the sneak door, then I would have put ice on archives anyway. So
the Corp is bending cards like punitive, cards like hard-hitting news, understanding that the game, it could just entirely be about the speed of drawing hostiles. Ohm could even have it in hand already. Yep. Bravado just on HQ for a single axis, could be double with turning wheel. We're hitting a mouseless. Pretty difficult to deal with. The pad tap will fire. Not going to have the money, I believe, to go through Bulwark. We're going to end the run there. Cable drawing up. This could be it. Oh, not snapping it on the table just yet. Looks like they don't have the hostile unless they're Yeah, there you go. Keep drawing for that. Even every draw represents Cable needing to get a flush out of HQ further away from
Look at
stealing the
that, what he's
hostile.
drawing for that. Just almost certainly just drawing for hostile. And then the border, if Cable expends Tony Wool tokens on an HQ run to see what's there, then Oscar can just border that, right? So there's an interesting trade-off. Do you use all of your tokens, or you just use one token? And then force the border, and then of course you gain a Tony Wool token on the border trash.
So Cable slapping down a second pad tap, gonna let the credits fire the border control. Money doesn't matter too much, using some turning wheel counters again. Yeah, border control can react to that paid ability window. We'll see if Ohm wants to pull it here. Cable could always pull another token, I suppose. Maybe that window is gone. Access here, Paragon. SSL from HQ can only bounce one ice from server 1. Seeing a Trebuchet might have been what it was just bounced.
Interesting.
But we're on game point. A single access of R&D. It's all about the hostiles. They could be in there.
So he can get into R&D and see 2 cards.
I think you have to go for it. You have good chances here. Even there's still 3-pointers. Anything is a win for the runner. Stargate. 2MU.
Ooh,
what are we going to crash here? Getting rid of the Seki?
Let the Mausolus fire and hope that he can... That's an interesting one, right? So he lets the Mausolus fire. He spends 7 there. Can he die to Punitive here? Or do we know that both Punitives have gone?
We've only seen one so far, but Archive Memories, I think we saw in hand. We see one in Archives. Now, this Stargate run, you won't have the click to sweep it up from Archives, but you'll be able to disrupt a hostile. It's an SSL into Punitive, so we know that it's 2. No. There's a Punitive in hand. You have 2 cards.
You die to double Punitive.
You trash Citadel Punitive. That's it.
But do you trash what you? Maybe you trash the Punitive there. You trash the Punitive that's 1 card down.
Yeah, I think you trash the Punitive. They did trash SSL.
But then with tags, he can boost the trace on the tag to leave him tagged. Trash the Citadel. Click 1. Draw the Punitive. Play the Punitive. So I think you lose either way there.
Yeah, I think that might have been a misplay. If they didn't trash the SSL, they would have drawn into the SSL. They could always drawn into the Punitive, probably have a click extra. So maybe there's no win there on the Stargate trash. Looks like the tag is sticking.
If that hadn't been a Stargate run, and he'd have just accessed the SSL off the top and would have won.
Oh, good game! Oh,
hindsight's 2020. Hindsight's 2020.
So wild. Always seeing the runner go down through meat damage to the Citadel. What a fast game, but the outfit is going to make it fast. All about the hostiles. It looks like Ohm didn't have it. Was another way out there, just scoring it from hand, but it looks like they're still in 17. Single access run there would have done it. Again, you'll never know that, but both on 6 points. A very aggressive game.
That was pretty close in the end. Closer than you'd expect, actually, at the point where Asuka had like 30 credits and Cable had maybe 5 or 6, and then to get to 6 points, that's just the luck of the draw.
Yeah, it was looking pretty bad there. I don't know. Did they have the credits to break the mouseless tag subroutine? Because that one definitely mattered. I don't know if they had the money.
No, they couldn't break that and break the bulwark. I think he needed 11 to do that, and they didn't. I don't think they had 11.
Beans. Well, good games to both. So Cable is knocked out on double elimination. Ohm, who otherwise seems to be known as Asgard Tugtagut to most people, will be moving on to play against Captain Nice. I don't know what the pairings it looks like are right now, but whoever wins that will be up against is it Chris? Excuse me. Chris Ferg, in the winners finals. Again, whoever comes up for the lower brackets has to win 2 games against Chris's 1. So they have some work set out for them, but we're going to have a fun matchup here from Ohm and Captain Nice in the losers finals.
Indeed, what a game. I was just going to say, we were setting up, like all the different things pulled up and whatnot, and they just played for like 15 minutes, maybe, not even 10 minutes. Well, it was super fast games. Super fast. Both players very experienced, both players knowing their decks inside and out, and this was a knife's edge game for sure. They are actually right now working out the side, so we will get a confirmation soon who's going to play what between Captain Nice and Ohm. And then we're going to passwordize the game again, just to make sure that we can stream in, well, that the players actually get a stable game and that we can stream in relative safety and security. I'm pretty sure if somebody wanted to hack JNet, they would anyway, you know, too many hackers around. What a game that was. Oof. So yeah, the winner of the next game will be facing Chris Ferg indeed in the final. Do you think we're gonna have a rematch of Chris Ferg versus Captain Nice, or is gonna actually pull through? Probably depends on the pairing, right?
We know Tug to Gut has proven themselves to be a very competitive Netrunner player, time and time again, playing on the name for some reason. So I don't think we'd be surprised to see that. I think myself and probably a lot of people up in the Twitch chat would be excited to see Sunny show up in a Continental's final. Not something anybody really expected. Always been the underdog as a mini faction. Not a lot of card support in terms of cards that have that purple color on it. I think people would be pleased either way, but probably Team Sunny, am I right?
I think it's just great, right? You know, people have mixed feelings, I guess, about the mini factions. Some people really like them, some people make the most of them, some people look down on them, I guess. But you know, to see Sunny doing so well at such a high level tournament is just fantastic. And Captain Nice is obviously, they've played super well to get this far, and it's going to be interesting to see how they do in this next matchup.
I believe we have the sides posted. It's going to be Captain Nice Corping versus Netrunner. So I'm just pulling that very quickly. That's going to be basically Blue Sun versus Geist. We've seen that before, right?
Blue Sun versus Geist. I don't think we've seen Blue Sun on the stream for more than like 2 minutes at the end of a round. It's an interesting matchup. Obviously, Blue Sun has some big face checks, some big ice, and Geist can deal with a lot of that ice, at least temporarily, but gaining credits and gaining momentum. It's I don't know whether Blue Sun's favored in this matchup. I'm imagining Blue Sun's also on punitive. Geist is pretty good at drawing cards.
I'm just pulling up the deck list onto the screen right now so we can admire them in their full glory. We have both sides here. The game is slowly being created. I think I'm going to recreate the game just to put the password on. So here we have the list. What do you think? What are the odds? What's going to happen here? That Arc Lockdown could be big, maybe?
Yeah, so the thing about... Yeah, Arc Lockdown definitely is pretty big against Geist. Like, you can stop the recursion of cards. When you get to this top 16 cut where deck lists are public, it's not like you're going to be sniping paper clips, but it's very hard for Geist to play around that. You have to pick a single card and remove all copies of this. So best case scenario, you're probably... It's hard to remove boomerangs. Maybe you're going to remove all the spy cameras before they can back and get them back through their deck. But it's difficult. Maybe you want to just target grappling hooks. I don't know. We need to look at like alternate win conditions here on the corpse side. We have triple punitive. Again, credit differentials. It's pretty easy for Blue Sun to burst up in credits, specifically in the early game where Geist might not have too much money. We do have 3 diversions. That has to be respected in the early game. So that's a bit different. We have 3 building blocks, 3 oversight eye. So again, it can be pretty explosive. A single psychic field, probably more 419 tech than anything else. And Marcus Batty is actually a very hard thing for Geist to interact with. In fact, everybody to interact with, especially if you're depending on cards like Grappling Hook and Gabali to charge a remote.
Yeah, at the same time, I think if anybody has game against Batty-based decks, it's somebody like Geist, because they've got so much recursion, right? They've got the simul, they've got the one simul chip. They've got the back, which can get bin breakers back from the heap, like Grappling Hook. So you're never going to be locked out. Sure, if they if you get your Begolten nuked, for example, when you're running on, you're running on an Orion and you don't have a solution in the background. But Geist has so many ways, boomerangs on peddlers and things like that, that you'd never count out Geist in this situation.
So if you want to see something spicy too, you look over at that Corpse Agenda suite. Divest the Trust, normally that 1-pointer is a slot that goes into Hostile Takeover. It's a quick, fast advance. Now, Geist could deal with that in this matchup, but we're talking about Divested Trust, a card that came out in Downfall, if I'm not mistaken, the first part of the Nisei set. That's a 3-1 agenda that you can forfeit when the runner steals another agenda. You return that agenda to HQ and you gain 5 credits. While that doesn't help you win, considering you're trading a 1-pointer, which is very important in this matchup, that does give you extra fuel. The runner is considered to have stolen that 3-point agenda that's probably going to be fired on, so punitive is even stronger. We don't have too many. Do we have on-axis stuff? Yeah, we do also have on-axis stuff. So if you want to hit Steel City Works Project, you're going to have to take the damage, and there's a chance that agenda is just returned to HQ with a 5 credit gain.
Yeah. I think the punitive is the hardest to land. We saw an interesting game on Shanadin's stream and yesterday with Jemison versus Geist, and Jemison managed to land a kill against Geist by rezzing Malia to blank a Street Peddler to stop the extra draw, which meant that a Cityworks fired when it had extra tokens put on it from rezzing an Oberth. I think it was hilarious to watch that. Same, we were talking about it. You can never know what Geist can achieve, and when you're playing against Jemison, you also never know what Jemison's going to do. You just can't assume what advancement tokens rather anywhere. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one shakes out, and what Captain Nice's game is going to be to play effectively against Geist.
Chad is asking a bit about a very spicy Wayland card. It's one of in the Blue Sun list called Trojan Horse. It fires off of after the runner has access to card on the previous turn, and it starts off of a Trace 4. It's kind of a similar card to a Power Grid Overload. I think is the closest thing we saw from one of the original cycles. The idea is that you can trash an installed program with cost greater or less than or equal, to the amount that you succeed the trace by. So this lets you target certain programs. It's pretty hard to trash an Amina. You have to succeed by 7, even Paperclip and Bugalter. But if you can get the 4 amount, I guess you can always trash the Stargate. Whether it might be better to end up trashing a Paperclip and then sending that straight into the Nether Realm with Arc Lockdown, that could be important if the game is looking to go long. We also do have 3 border control, so if those are played properly, and it's a bit difficult, but that is a nice way also to get the boomerangs out of the game. So I don't know. It's hard to see whether this is going to go late enough for that lockout to be an option, considering Geist has so many other ways to deal with ice than just breakers alone.
I think so, and I think the interesting decision point for Captain Nice is if they can decide what they're going to do with their Arc Lockdown when it comes to hand. Do you take out, if there are 3 boomerangs in the bin, do you take out the boomerangs? If it's the grappling hooks, do you take those out if Paperclip makes it into the bin? So Asgus have to be really careful about what they choose to leave in the bin, given that Arc Lockdown, and if they see it. So if Asgus sees an Arc Lockdown from an access, from that point onwards, they've got to be super careful about what they do.
So starting at the top, we have Oversight AI Chiashi on HQ. Now this is a play that's actually kind of well situated against criminals. It has 3 subroutines, which is the magical number. A single boomerang would be able to stop this OAI, get that ice, not only stop the refund, but just trash the ice. It's pretty difficult for guys to deal with this. They're going to have to need support on top of a grappling hook. So it's grappling hook, boomerang into the 1 of 2 Gabalis. So there's a big chance this Chiashi actually goes through.
Yeah, they've got to find a boomerang and something else. So a boomerang and a cryptid breaker, or a grappling hook and a boomerang, or something else like that. And that's clicks to find and money to install. So I think the Chiashi is going to live this turn, I think.
Early aggression, we got that Masterwork down. That lets you set up pretty quickly, gets the boomerangs from hand, lets you clicklessly install the spy cameras, and we're going to bravado straight into a Hortum. That credit will be refunded. You're going to see that Chiashi bounced. Now, there's a lot of clicks spent up in Blue Sun, returning ice to where it should and shouldn't be. A lot of times, you also want to keep some of your bigger barriers in hand, so you're able to play building blocks. It requires a barrier from hand. I also want to point out that this list, while it does have punitive, doesn't seem to be running Consulting Visit. So when we're talking about the spicy flavored tech cards like Trojan Horse, punitive Counterstrike, and also Arc Lockdown, Captain Nice isn't going to have full control of when to play them. They're going to need to draw into that single one of. It's not like they can see, this is a good time, Consulting Visit to Arc Lockdown. So even just the card draw and getting those accesses and the information is going to be very important for Geist.
So one thing you may see Asger doing here at the right point is to run to force reses, because for some ice you really don't, you want them res because the money's then sunk into them. They've got to pick them back up again. So Orion, you don't really mind. If the corp res is Orion and you don't have anything that they can, that you care about, then that's fine to force that res. But Chiashi is a bit different. So for Chiashi fires, then you're going to take that damage, and that's probably not the face check that you want. So they didn't put, you can see here that Captain Nice, they didn't put Chiashi back on HQ. They put something different. So now the Chiashi is somewhere else. Where's the Chiashi? Let's play Find the Chiashi, shall we?
The grappling hooks are really good in this matchup. There's a lot of ice, big ice that has 3 subroutines. 2 of them are damaging. 1 of them is just an end the run. So even if you face check there into a Chiashi, you have the choice between taking 2 net damage to get through it or just taking no net damage and hitting the hard end the run. But it looks like that diversion is going to go perfectly through that Afshar. We're setting up first tech trader. Again, those tech traders are so important. Just all the economy or most of the economy in this guy's deck, and the Street Player are going to back it up. We have 2 ice on HQ to prevent that diversion. And those spy cameras now going to start to be fired. Look at what's coming up on the top of the deck.
Yeah. So what Asker is going to be doing here is thinking about the things that he's seen and he's accessed and working out which of those can be rezzed. So right now, Chiashi can't be rezzed. So he could to boomerang the outside ice maybe and then do through and then pick something off the peddler, but he doesn't have to worry about a Chiashi being rezzed that he can't deal with. So keeping that mental note of what have you seen, what might be installed, and how many credits does the corp have is really crucial in working out what your safe plays are.
We have a really narrow, strong combination here. Captain Nice does have a single Tithonium, and Tithonium, 3 subroutines is a good start against a lot of the criminal tech, but it has a trash resource and the run subroutine. We have 2 Marcus Baddies in this deck. If there's a back somewhere accruing counters, even if there's a tech trader in the early game, maybe that's not as good. If you Marcus Baddie that trash resource subroutine, guys could be in a world of hate, specifically if a back goes down. With limited recursion, we've seen these Geist decks kind of dry up at the mid to late game once they run out of stack.
Back is hardware, I think.
I think it's a resource.
Okay, all right. Well, taking out a trader, also good.
Yeah. Spy camera, again, not only seeing the top of R&D, but a lot of times that is just clickless card draw. That's a credit. That lets you get through your deck and let you set up. The back is showing up. There's this job location, again, using hardware once a turn or just once a turn, right? It's super simple. Prognostic Q loop. If you look at the top 2 cards of your stack, that is considered using a piece of hardware. You don't even need to use the boomerang. So that back will be getting tokens. We're going through. Oh, it looks like we probably goofed up a window here just to get that boomerang down on time. But it looks like there is an agenda on top of R&D, and we're going to go get it.
So you're right about the back. Definitely resource, not a hardware.
Boomerang. That's going to be 3 credits on the install with Masterwork. Drawing a card, the first hardware turn. So many triggers in Geist. Going to get you a credit and a card draw once Tech Trader files it through. Bravado, more money. I love these bravados, and we're seeing bravados and sure gambles in Geist decks. Single access here, and that is a CityWorks project. If you want to steal that anywhere, it's on the top of R&D or in a central server.
Oh. That Street Peddler is Geist's punitive protection right now. So firing that peddler is going to draw them a card, so they can essentially lose the 6 cards that they would have then have as long as they're 5 at the end of turn. So it's going to be tough now for but then. So what Captain Nice has just done, they've just installed the CityWorks and dedicated it. And again, you don't really want to steal that 6 damage. You probably can't draw up to survive after that.
It's so really hard.
And we're going to spend money. But they go interesting one. Geist doesn't often. Geist generates money on runs rather than spending money on runs. You know that you can pick it up as Blue Sun. So Blue Sun here looks like they've got 11 credits, but actually they don't. They've got 15 if they pick up the Hortum. So those mental calculations are going to be going through the players' minds right now.
So CityWorks project on the table, threatening an easy score next turn. It's going to be 6 meat damage if you just want to access that. Public agenda face up on the table. I'm not sure if Ohm can afford to go through this. They're not showing any good ways to interact with ice just yet. We're assuming there's probably a Chiashi on server 1, which Nice is 1 credit short of threatening the res. But 6 damage. On top of that, you can probably draw up clicklessly. Peddler probably actually does represent 2 card draw, depending on what's underneath it, if there's another trash can symbol on it. But still, punitive can be tricky. Again, though, just like you said, Geist probably doesn't spend a lot of money interacting with ice. And I think Nice can probably only res 1 of these. This is an interesting decision point. If Geist goes up to 6 points this early, punitive Counterstrike is no longer a relevant card, let alone the divested trusts, and that's going to buy Ohm a lot of breathing room. This is a very important turn.
Yep. And of course, Geist has got windows as well, so in terms of the punitive trace, so they can do stuff on the fly, so they can generate one credit for every card they trash with Trader. So you bin the Peddler, You gain a credit, draw a card. You got a spy camera on that. You gain a credit, draw a card. All of which is helping you counter the trace strength of the punitive play.
So this doesn't entirely matter because CityWorks Project is face up. Actually, give a second here. Ohm is charging the remote. Again, 11 credits does not threaten the upper range with those Chiashis, with those Orions. Worst case scenario here, we got Tithoniums. We got just the Code Gates, even Surveyors. The Trace not so good about Geist with a link, but we always have access to the top of our deck when it comes to Prognostic Q Loop. That Spy Camera can draw even further if the card you want is the second card down, not the top card, and Street Peddler has some access. We have a border control. Barrier, 2 separate teams, only one ends the run.
So what's on the peddler? That's the question.
Yeah, we have a paperclip somewhere. You want to get that installed. Throwing that into the heap is an issue. We know there's an arc lockdown. Let's see. You can even bounce off of this. In theory, not that bad of a face check, but you probably want to go through with 6 cards in hand. You can access the project.
If you can break it. So right now he doesn't have a breaker solution.
Yeah. Now, even this face check forces a res and does get back counter, so it's not the worst value from Ohm.
Nope. There's one grappling hook in the bin, and that's it.
Peddler being popped for Paperclip Blackfile. It's a Gabali, so the Paperclip is going to stay in the bin. You could always pull it in now for 4 credits, but Gabali is another good way to deal with the border control. If you're banking on that second card down to the server just to be in, just to be Chiashi, this should be fine. We're going to install the clip on encounter. In theory, you'd have to do all those fires on approach to have this window. On encounter, it's technically too late here. But if we do that on approach, it should be fine. Nice is cool with that. Technical Writer coming down, putting more credits on. Sorry, Paperclip, putting more credits on the Technical Writer. We're at 7 cards in hand.
It really depends on what the next dice down is. Again, because there's no solution here for an in the run in the bin. So
we have a Gabali, so we should be okay. This looks like 7 credits.
Oh, there's a Gabali. Yeah, okay, I hadn't seen that. Yeah, that's right. So
Nice is thinking here, though, right? Like, is this not the Chiashi?
Okay.
Surveyor. Now you can always Gabali the end of runs, but we're talking about Trace 4 against a linked up runner. It's only 6 credits. You can even maybe float the tag. I think the back and Tech Trader are probably the worst targets here. We do have Boom though, so Spy Camera pop for a credit probably gives you a bit more for the link. You can beat one of the Traces, Gabali the end of the run, and then you will be accessing with 9 cards in hand.
Yep,
you just shrug off the CityWorks Project.
Yeah. Just water off Geist's back.
So I guess the worst case scenario here, it doesn't look like the punitive is going to be that possible. I think the biggest bounce we have is a 4 credit Blue Sun return. But if you do lose an important breaker, in theory, there's a small chance it could be locked down. But Ohm already will be up on 6 points. So those spy cameras can easily just see the last point on top of R&D, and it'll be a very quick game.
Yeah, super hard from here. And if enforcing the border doesn't even feel that great, because that means the Surveyor just 2 strength against a 1-link runner. So
we are Gaballing through that. The first Trace on the tags is going to fire. Trace 4, no boost. Ohm's going to have to spend 3 credits of their money just to not take no tags. We're through. And again, 9 cards accessing. That's what Geist can do. Geist can draw cards. Captain Nice is thinking again. Russell, as you said, if that border control is popped, Trace 2 Surveyors, it's more of a click cost than a credit cost.
It's a 2 credit tax. And with the Technical Writer there, Geist can also, with 1 click left, can pop that to go up to 8. So the punitive play is off now, and that's just not going to happen.
This is a really big deal. And again, this list doesn't have any NGO fronts in it. Anything installed in advance in a remote, Ohm knows they can just go for it from this point on if they're on game point. Nice. Do we have the access? Are we going to pop the border control? Keep that border control for later. It looks like we're having no pop here. Tech Trader hitting a Bagalter, hitting a Amina. So there's 2 breakers in the bin and a Simulchip. So the Arc Lockdown could do some work, but Ohm doesn't have a lot left to do to be able to bring themselves up to 7 points. Rip breakers.
Yeah, that's classic.
Keeping 3 in hand. So again, double punitive is what you'll need, but Ohm still has 2 clicks left here. They did also see the top of R&D. This could be a very short game if they find something there and have a way to get through the Hordem. It looks like it's not the case. Tech Writer popped for 3 in a card draw.
Yeah, and there's no obvious answer like bounce the Surveyor, play too big to fail, play hedge. Yeah, it's just the punitive's off, right? So you're gonna, if Blue Sun's only way out from here is to score out, which is going to be really hard.
Which is difficult.
Or lockdown, yeah.
So returning the Surveyor back to hand, Captain Nice is going to start on 7 credits. The punitive, again, doesn't seem possible. It makes it a bit easier to IPO out if they need to, or even hedge fund. Captain Nice
so
probably needs ice. Sorry?
Simul chip's gone.
Yes.
And 2 breakers, and none of those can be retrieved. Well, the Simul chip can be retrieved by the back. So in principle, they can retrieve the Simul chip with the back, and then use that to get either Begolta or Amina back again.
Yes.
Not both.
It's obviously very long and very convoluted, but Geist has already 15 cards left in the stack, so they can draw pretty aggressively. If you want to run Archives, you can get a back counter all you want. We have another Ice on R&D. Easily could have been the Surveyor. Again, there's a Chiashi somewhere that's unaffordable, whether HQ, Archives, or in front of the 2 central servers.
Well, it's going to be a long haul back here for Captain Nice. But, they've made it this far, so...
Yep. Poking Archives, mostly likely just to get, maybe if you want to get a cheap install, a free install from the Masterwork, but probably just for the back counters. Again, you might not want to wait too long on those back counters. If you're worried about an arc lockdown hitting all of your spy cameras, you might want to pull that a bit sooner than later. But Ohm, again, can just camp the remote. They know anything that has advancement counters on it is the winning agenda.
Yeah. So it's timings. The back gets you 2 cards with bin properties on them for every single counter that you have on the back. So right now, Ohm can recover 6 cards with bin abilities.
Yep. That's a lot of cards. And again, once the stack is very thin, it's just so much fuel because everything you trash draws you into another card that draws you into another thing. I think Ohm would definitely love another Tech Trader. We have building blocks. It looks like that Chiashi might have been hanging out in hand. So blocking up Archives, again, Nice could always bounce that to go up to 17 credits and put that somewhere else. Second Tech Trader, second Tech Writer.
There's no boomerangs so far.
Not yet.
So, and here's the thing, with the agenda suite that Ohm knows about, they can simply wait here for something to be advanced.
Yep.
The Divested Trust, sure. So they could score the Divested Trust, and of course that then can negate the steal of something that is advanced. But at this point, Ohm can really just sit right back and just take credits or just build board state and wait for something to be advanced. Because I think they know there's no NGOs. Are there any NGOs in this? I don't think there are any NGOs in it. So being at 6 points here is massive.
I think there's some edge outs if Captain Nice wants to chase their narrow outs here. We do still have a singleton Arc Lockdown and a singleton Trojan Horse. If you get that paperclip out of the game, there's still a lot of work to be done. It buys you maybe some breathing room, but again, if you don't lock down that paperclip, it's just going to come back very quickly.
Sure. Does Trojan Horse require a run? I don't know whether we can put it up in the chat.
It requires an access.
Requires an access, okay.
Again, 8 credits. If they run Archives, they don't have to worry about hard-hitting needs or any sort of retaliation if they want to just power up the back. We got our second Tech Trader. That's a Street Peddler. That's going to get you a lot of options very quickly. Again, for those who are tuning in, this is the loser final, as either of these players could win and go play against Chris Ferg in the grand finals. This is the Euro African Continentals 2020. Grappling Cook and Good Bali. That's going to get through most of the big ice there, right? Install. Now, in theory, if there's no advancements on it, Divested Trust could be scored. You're not really too worried about it. I'm going to need a ruling here. If you steal an agenda with Divested Trust and Divested Trust pulls it back, do you win if you get to 7 before Divested Trust fires? Do we have a rules person here? Chat is saying yes. Thank you, chat. It looks like you do. So that Divested Trust play isn't even that strong. Oh, that's a problem. Diversion coming through on the Hordem. Oh, they just missed the timing window a bit. Hey, Russell of the Air, I think we might have lost you for a second. Diversion of funds coming back through. I think we have a window here to use the masterwork at beginning of the run to install a piece of hardware, probably a boomerang. We do know that that's just 2 code gates on HQ. This diversion of funds, diverting someone when they're at 20 doesn't seem too impactful, but a lot of these runs generate value on their own. Geist and his shenanigans, as Nice says. I think everyone's familiar with this sort of board state. It's hard to tell exactly what Geist can do, but Geist can always do a bit more than you thought he would.
Am I back with you?
Oh, hey, welcome back.
Okay, yeah. I have these headphones which spontaneously disconnect about every half an hour.
That's a feature. Boomerang coming down. Looks like Ohm doesn't want to capitalize on that additional information they've gained during the res, so they're going to boomerang on the Afshar. I think that was the original intention. I think the boomerang on the Hortem might be a bit better. We're going to use the Gabali to get through here. Again, this is not an Axis unless they want it to be, but just this 10 credit swing off the diversion might not matter too much. But again, Nice needs their credits to threaten the remote res.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It feels a little bit like Azka's doing 2 things here. He wants to maintain economic pressure, but also make sure that he can get into the remote. So if the remote becomes locked out to him because he doesn't have any way to get rid of boomerangs and grappling hooks and gabalis and those kinds of things. So he's got to balance that ability to challenge the remote with keeping the pressure on centrals.
So Server 1 has an unadvanced card. What does that represent? It could be Rashida's, even could be a Psychic Field, which I don't think Nice would be too upset if that does fire. You're going to have to win the Psy game 66% of the time. You can spin that Psy spinner. How did I remember the back in all of this?
No, I think he hasn't been actually, and that's the challenge. It's not implemented fully on JNet. So so you keep putting a psychic field on there, and they don't run it. So you reveal it, put it back to hand, put something else in there.
I don't know whether that's a winning play. The problem is Psychic Field just doesn't threaten enough. Any unadvanced card, Nice Ohm has no interest in running. Again, 6 cards left in the stack. There's a Stargate somewhere, right?
Yeah, there is a Stargate somewhere. It's not in the heap. No, it's maybe in hand.
Or on Peddler, or again, we have only 6 more cards. We're getting towards the end of things. We also are missing a Tech Trader. Probably still worth installing at this point, considering the back is going to fire. And Ohm charging the remote 12 credits. That's Chiashi money. Spy camera with Masterwork.
So the back is once the first time you use hardware during a run. So you can use that as many times as you need to.
Yeah.
In a turn. So it's once per run, not once per turn.
Chiashi up in res, Nice on 0 credits, not threatening too much else, but you're going to have to get through that twice if the border control is going to be used. You also have to watch out, border control, again, a natural enemy of the boomerang if you're relying on the recursion. Spy camera pop for 2 credits. It looks like, there is actually the 3rd Tech Trader in archives. So Ohm's economy is only going to go so far. Now this Chiashi does have a 4 net damage subroutines. If these fire, it actually could be a big issue if there's a Stargate in hand, but we do have a grappling hook. You could take 2 net damage and coast on through, or you could even just end the run. Let's see what they break here. Looks like 2 net damage. We're going through. That draws you a card. So if you have the Stargate on top of your stack, you just drew into it. Bravado, diversion. It looks like the multi-axis is safe. We're going to keep going on.
Nothing's going to be resed here.
Border control. We do have that paperclip. Again, in theory, I think they would short a couple credits to do with the Chiashi. That's 7 to get through all of it.
Yeah, they fired. They could have got through if they'd have spent money on that by firing a trash reward to generate a little bit more money.
Yeah,
and they can get in the second time. So if the border gets fired here and that is an agenda in the remote, then it's not secure. They can run another time.
Paying 2 credits to get through the border control. Border control is going to be popped, leaving Nice again on 0 credits here. Ohm has a click left and 8. Whether they can get through that Chiashi one more time It depends a lot on grappling hooks. There's 3 in the heap. Excuse me. I don't know what it is, but we do have the 7 credits to get through here. This could easily be game.
Yep.
I feel like if a border control is used there, that's probably not protecting Rashida. It's probably an agenda. 7 credits. Access on Ohm. It's a Marcus Batty. Whoa. Not even the money to fire it, obviously. All that Chiashi money taking up everything. And again, you see the pressure of forcing Blue Sun to res their ice. It pulls their money in directions where they just don't have it to do anything else. That Batty trash is huge. One of the few outs you have against a runner with infinite money.
So interesting. Does, at what point does Captain Nice have Arc Lockdown, and what's they going to do with it?
Yeah, they would need Trojan Horse into Arc Lockdown perfectly here just to deal with a paperclip. But again, the back is still 8 cards worth of recursion, including a simul chip.
So interesting. You could get rid of the simul chip.
Oh, you could lock down the simul chip for sure. I don't know whether that's better than Grappling Hook, though. Like, Grappling Hook also seems like an issue. But yeah, getting a program on the table, it's just, I don't know whether Ohm is going to have money ever to install Amina in the next couple turns.
Yeah, and they have nothing to bait into the remote with either.
Yeah. It's all Rashida's. And again, like, Ohm could win this whole game never running anything in the remote server that's not advanced, starting on 0 credits, though.
Mm-hmm. He's effectively got 5, so you can get up to 9 with popping the various things.
Tech Writer, 5 off the top, and a card draw. We're checking archive, 6 cards in there. This is a lot of information. This gets a back counter. We remember to do it. So we see the Psychic Field. We see the Trojan Horse, a huge discard. Obviously, the second punitive counter-strike doesn't matter too much. And we got 2 OAIs that have been out since the beginning of the game. Again, Geist does threaten the trash with just Grappling Hook plus a bit of support.
Yeah. And I think no recursion, so no way to get anything back once it's gone.
Is there not even a preemptive?
Is there one preemptive? Yeah, okay, so 1 preemptive.
I mentioned at this point, preempting for the Marcus Batty might matter a lot. With only 6 cards left, even dedicating onto the final CityWorks project might represent an out. But again, Ohm only needs 1 access, and Nice has 7 points worth of scoring to do. The punitive counter-strike is no longer an active win condition.
And still haven't seen the Stargate.
Still nothing. 3 cards in stack, 3 on Peddler. Ohm, starting from 0, back up a 9. A sure gamble and a technical trader will help, or writer, excuse me.
Guys, in the games that we've seen on the other stream games this tournament, Geist seems to often play Stargate quite late.
Yeah,
and it's not in a rush to Stargate. They kind of bide their time, and then it's going to be the most impactful.
At this moment, like 13 credits in theory, Captain Nice does represent a big face check on that R&D ice. I don't know if we know what it is. Hordem also, like, if you're using your single breaks to get through a Hordem, if it's not a Stargate, it's pretty difficult. Building blocks, that's going to pull out the Chiashi. We do have 2 Orions in this list as well. And it's also worth noting there is a Sapper. Now, Sapper hitting a paperclip doesn't have to be too relevant, but even central accesses could have a bit more teeth to them.
Yeah, I guess it's relevant if it goes into the bin and then there's no clicks left or no money left to reinstall it by running into something like a border control, because from there you can arc lock it down.
Yeah, as long as you keep the barriers off the table, you get some time. The back being triggered, we're going to shuffle in, I think, 8 cards. Simul chip, triple grappling hook, double Gabali, 3 spy cameras, and a technical writer. So a lot of value there. Ohm now just planting into R&D, knowing their stack is mostly hardware. The chance of masterwork and programs, the chance of masterwork or prognostic being able to pull the solution off the top of their stack is pretty high. 9 credits, Nice isn't threatening too much. Double code gate, Afshar.
So they can't get Amina back, so they're limited essentially to the grappling hooks and the boomerangs and the Gabalis. And Gabali doesn't do anything on Afshar. Oh, yes, he does, yeah. So Gabali breaks the end of the run on Afshar. Getting through multiple code gates could be a challenge. If you stack those code gates, and of course, one thing that Blue Sun can do here is just to pick up the ice and put it where it's going to be the most painful. So you could pick up the Hortum and then put it back on R&D. 3 code gates in a row.
So it looks like we're just going to bounce, losing 2 credits off of that code gate. I totally agree with you. The ice positionality, the replacement effect, something that Gentechi's been trying to do for so long. Blue Sun definitely can pull it off. The biggest issue, though, is if we spend all our time icing up R&D into a defensive fortress, I don't understand how Nice is going to even have a chance of scoring out in the remote.
So the game has been going for half an hour, so we've got about 10 minutes left.
Oh, this one, is this timed, or is it only finals that are untimed?
Oh, and that, I guess is this...
This is technically not finals,
Is
right?
it this is losers final. Okay.
Yeah. All right, so Spy Camera on the table again. If time is called, it is about points here. I'm clearly on 6 and pretty good at camping the remote, I'd reckon. So it doesn't even have to do anything besides just continue building the money and finding those cards that let them deal with some of that bigger ice, like the Chiashi. There is still, it should be timed. I would wait till official from Nisei. We got something on server 1. Can't be the Psychic Field. We do have another ice up on there. Again, if it's not advanced, does Ohm care?
Yeah, and all this time, no agendas are being scored. So you'd figure that, well, Stargates is the multi-access. So taking singles off HQ with no Amina available to you,
Seems hard.
it seems hard, but you only need 1 access, and with 19 cards left, how many agendas left? There's got to be 4 or 5 agendas left. I think it's
There
a
is
7 agenda. Is there a 7 agenda
6.
suite? 6 agendas in total. So 4 agendas left, 19 cards left. So you'd figure by now there has to be an agenda in HQ.
Well, there's actually 6 agendas left in the game.
6 left in the game. Okay, so there have to be agendas in HQ by now.
Yeah. You see in the chat log, I'm firing prognostic Q loop, maybe blindly, maybe they goofed up the order with Geist drawing. It's pretty hard, but just showing a Gabali, it's fun to see when that thing whiffs. But still, you only paid a credit for that. Carded server 1 again, unadvanced. If it's on its own thread, it's either a Marcus Batty or Rashida. We see the Psychic Field in archive, so I don't know what Rashida even draws Captain Nice into. I think you need a border control on the remote. So far, we've only lost 1 a couple turns ago. So you definitely need border controls plus something big like the Chiashi.
So I had confirmation on it, whether you saw it, Andre. The round is timed, so there are around 10 minutes left now.
Right on. Akira just calling in chat. 10-minute time warming again. Points matter on time. Technical writer just popped for 3 credits in a card draw. Cycling. That's a fall guy, right?
Pretty much.
Takes a click. 2 clicks left on Ohm. Again, not much they have to do here. Again, at some point, like either there was a Stargate on the Peddler or in the bottom 3 of the stack that's now been enhanced with the back. Ohm just charging the remote. Again, enough money with Paperclip to deal with the Chiashi. 7 still a bit of a tax, but we have Grappling Hook. We have stuff on Street Peddler. We do have access right now to Masterwork if Ohm would like to fire it.
And 5 credits. There isn't much that you're going to threaten this from 5 credits.
Yeah, this is an interesting run. Like a big chance of it actually.
Ooh, okay. What have they got on the Peddler? This could be big.
Sapper.
Okay.
It's just
Got a boomerang on the Peddler.
It's worth seeing what else came out of that Peddler. It was another Masterwork, and it looks like the last sure gamble. So the Stargate was somewhere in the stack. Now, Trash Program subroutine, not too impactful. You could always reinstall the Paperclip. I think it comes down to credits. Chiashi, you're going to slam into here. You could Grappling Hook it and take 2 net damage if you really care to spend or save what's like 9 credits.
He's got 1 click left and 8 cards in hand, so he can afford to take damage, although losing the Stargate would be unfortunate.
Yeah, they still do have the Simul chip, but whether they need the Amina or not, they're just going to Grappling Hook through that, take 2 net damage. Let's see what it hits. Hitting a Boomerang and a Gabali. That Boomerang actually represents a pretty big hit. No more recursion on that one. So there's 2 Boomerangs in the heap. 1 could come back if this run is successful, looking like it's going to be, unless there's a Marcus Batty in to end the run.
Batty the Sapper.
It's a Batty. I don't know. Batting the Sapper doesn't do too much, right? Like, you batted the end of the run.
Kills the paper. You Batty to kill the Paperclip, and then you lock down the Paperclip.
They have 1 click left. If Asker's really scared, they can come back.
They can run in and install it, but it's going to cost them 4 plus 7, so it's going to cost them 11 credits to reinstall the Paperclip.
Batty fires 1 credit against Ohm 0. We get to fire one of the subroutines on this server. Going to fire the Sapper, trashing the Paperclip. Now, if you have one click to hit a barrier, the only barrier rests on the table is the Chiashi behind the Sapper. The Sapper doesn't matter right now, but the Chiashi does have a face check on it. You could take the damage. In theory, the paperclip's staying in the heap for one turn. Now, we don't have consulting visit, but Captain Nice has access to a lockdown.
I think he's digging for it. I think he's digging, or they're digging for it, I think.
Yeah, they're drawing up.
2 fast draws there.
What lockdown's 1 credit, right? No bounce, no lockdown just yet. Ohm, in theory, could go find that barrier, find that Chiashi if they really are scared of losing the paperclip. Again, doesn't matter if we hit time. We probably only have around 7 minutes in the round. Not an official timer, I'm guessing.
It's tough to see how they're going to... It's fine to not lose, but you got to win.
Yeah,
right. So,
like crashing the
so
lockdown.
they need to have a plan. They need to have a plan to get to 7 points, and that's super hard for them right now.
I honestly don't know what they could do. Locking down some breakers maybe gets you a window, but I think Guy still has some options. But on 2 credits, again, if you want money, you're probably going to have to bounce that Chiashi to be able to score out in the remote server.
I think that's what you'd have to do. Stargate. Okay,
we found it.
How do they... Okay, so 1 Stargate run.
Ohm is saying, I'm tired of sitting back. We have a boomerang here. I think we have to deal with this Afshar. How do we deal with this Afshar? Prognostic?
So, yeah, so they lose 2.
Wait, what happened? Gabali? Was there a Gabali they used? Excuse me. Oh, yeah, it's the Gabali they installed 4th click last turn.
Yep.
So we're good. This is a big turning wheel. Rashida, Tithonium, Punitive. I believe the Rashida is going to get the trash there. The Tithonium does have some teeth. The Punitive Counter-Strike does not matter. It's a dead card in the matchup, a bad draw. But again, Nice still has to score at least 6 points in what's probably 5 minutes, starting with 2 credits. Again, Blue Sun can get those credits somewhere else. Install advance.
Yeah.
We know that this is no longer... There's 2 baddies out. There's 1 Rashida out. This is either Rashida or Agenda.
So, it's an interesting one. If you had another 20 minutes to play on this, you'd figure that Captain Nice, they're not out of it. If you had 20 minutes more, but with 5 minutes more, it's really hard to see how they do that.
And like these players are definitely playing with that in mind. Like in theory, Ohm could just kick back, click for credits, and wait for that timer to reach 0. But yeah, I feel like Nice only has an option here if time is infinite, and even then, it's not going to be easy. Boomerang on the table. That deals with the Chiashi. That Sapper does, in theory, have teeth if it wants to take out the grappling hook on its way in, let alone the Stargate.
So boomerangs in the bin. There's 1 boomerang in the bin, so they still have access to 2 boomerangs.
Yeah. 1 got shuffled just on the last 2 turns ago. Technical Writer. 4 credits. 2 card draw, or 6 credits, excuse me, I think. I forgot how much was on it. We're charging this remote. Sapper. That's a boomerang from hand. 3 credits to install with the masterwork. We're going to get through that Sapper. A trash cost only matters if you access that card while it's uninstalled. Can't trash that ice there. We're through. I imagine we're going to tank 2 damage here, right?
Well, they'll reinstall the paperclip. That makes more sense.
Yeah. 2 credits, and now grappling hook will probably get through whatever ice is. Single access, this could be a real agenda to divest the trust.
There it is.
Finding it. 7 points.
Well played, both.
Oh, Nice has such a hard time again when you're slapping down 12 credit ice that the runner breaks, gaining money. It's so difficult. And Nice says there, I had no real outs. While it always seems like that program destruction, the lockdown is definitely an option, specifically against Criminal. Geist has so many options out, and you're still behind 6 points. Well played to both players.
Yeah, that was super good. And again, once those 2 city works were stolen, I think interesting, against any other runner than Geist, one of those city works would have stuck. You wouldn't have been able to steal it. But because Geist can just magic credits and cards out of thin air, nothing was going to be safe. And again, knowing the deck list, right? So Asger knew the deck list. They knew that there was that anything advanced had to be an agenda, and of course the city works its face up anyway. So yeah. Captain Nice saying in chat, why couldn't you be on Leela or 419? That's fair.
Good meta matchups, but you're playing in Europe, so you're going to definitely see our pretty arms dealer there flying through your servers. That is the end of the line. We have 3rd place, Europe, Africa, Continentals for a Sunny and Blue Sun lists. So cool. Always chat loves it when you get that weird, fun, spicy stuff, pulling it out in competitive fields. And Ohm, that you might know as Asger or Tug to God, I'm pretty sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly, is going to be facing off against Chris Ferg in the finals. Competitive players. Again, we are coming up. Ohm is coming up from the losers finals, the long track. They have to win 2 games in a row. If Chris can only take 1 off of Ohm, they will be crowned the Continental's champion. We're about to hit the finals. We have some exciting game or games coming up.
You bet.
So from what I hear, yeah, sorry, just
check my audio is working.
Yeah, your audio is just fine. I'm just checking in and making sure that we know that the first final game is gonna be Chris Ferg running versus Ohm's Corpse. So I'm pulling up the lists right now, and we can take a very quick look. I think there's gonna be a bitsy bit of a break. I mean, let's be honest. They do deserve a bit of a break. Well, maybe not Chris Ferg, who's been waiting in the wings for his opponent, but Ohm definitely after this game, although it
generating power.
Yeah. Let's just see. Let's just see what the 2 players are going to be bringing to the table here. So again, I already mentioned we're going to have Chris Ferg running. Was that it? Just confirming. Chris running, indeed. So let me just pull up Chris's runner, which happens to be, guess what? It's a criminal. So it's going to be Criminal versus Wayland, which is basically the definition of the meta here, right?
Yeah, it sounds about right. ZMB is helping me out in chat. I think the proper pronunciation is Tugtagut. I hope I nailed it. Yeah, we have Chris Ferg on runner, Leela Patel. We've seen this matchup just a while ago, right? On just a game ago, basically, in different players, but in the lower brackets. So we did see Ohm's very aggressive outfit deck. Again, access to multiple win conditions. You have those tag threat, you have the punitive threat, you have agenda scoring, a lot of strong ice too. Some of that ice can actually trash programs. And Chris Ferg, good stuff, Leela. We're on double embezzle, spicy, love to see it. Single Maker's Eye Onacom. That got some attention yesterday, but it is free card draw for 6 influence. We are actually, this is the first criminal we've seen in a while that isn't running Ngolo. It's on Amina, which is a pretty expensive install there. You got double Begalter, a single paperclip, so even doubles of every breaker on top of a single special order. And Sneak Door Beta, we love seeing that in Alila. Otherwise, Apollo probably won't matter in this matchup. It lets you deal with reversed accounts, if anything. Even trashing Rashida could be cute, but just seems like
I think the reversed accounts is the main one there, Andre. So if you can get that down, then at least it shuts down that avenue. The single Maker's Eye, I think, is the multi-access. So it's just the Maker's Eye and turning wheel. So you've got an emergency Maker's Eye, an emergency legwork, the turning wheel, and again we're seeing that Sneak Door Beta coming back.
Super
Anacam over Paragon, and there's an interesting feature there with Anacam, which is that if you have 5 cards in hand and the first punitive counterstrike hits a event, Anacam will draw you a card.
Yeah.
So that gives, like with Geist, that gives you the ability to survive 2 punitive counterstrikes from 5 cards, as long as you have an agenda in hand which gets hit off the first punitive counterstrike.
That's big. And we talked about this in the other matchup. While this deck doesn't have the Citadel Sanctuary for meat damage protection, did not actually get across the line in the last match we saw. We do also have Class Act, and you see some players preempting the punitive turns, installing the Class Act later on in the turn to burst draw 4 cards. That's another really nice way to get away from even meat damage punishment. If it's punitive, I guess, boom, you could in theory do it for a turn. But yeah, Onacom is very interesting when it comes to keeping your tempo up, but also surviving some flat lines.
So keep talking for just 1 second, Andre, because I need to just quickly run to the bathroom. Hold on.
Yeah, do it up.
We will totally be stalling here, making sure that both players are at the table. Ohm is taking a very, very quick break. Everybody needs a bit of a breather, apparently, because this is the exciting time now, right? This is it, basically. Chris exactly. Chris has the shield, to quote Akira from Discord, and Chris has to lose both games in order to lose the finals. Therefore, if Chris manages to win as the runner against Ohm's outfit, that's it, and we will have a winner. Otherwise, there will be a game 2 with the sides swapping. I think they're both ready. Is still breeding, to quote him from JNet. We're gonna be getting into this game pretty soon, but yeah, let's see where we're gonna get. And I don't know. I don't really know who's got the upper side here. Like on one side, I mean, both players are in the finals. We've had Chris resting for quite a while, so maybe that refreshing break, waiting for the opponent in the final, is gonna have a bit of an. It's gonna mean a bit of an advantage here. On the other hand, almost kind of hot off a win. Then again, playing his runner, so to switch your mind into that corp mindset, into that bluffing, into that. Well, actually, there's no bluffing in this outfit, right? You just go for it. But still, you may have to switch the gears very, very quickly and try and beat that Leela Patel, which is no mean feat, to be honest. Leela Patel, definitely one of the dominating runners in this meta. How many leaders did we have yesterday? 30 plus, right? No, something around 30, right?
It was 30. It was the highest represented runner.
Jeez. Well, by the way, if anybody wants to watch a stream with beginner-friendly commentary, Shanodin is on. Our own lovely Nisei Alice. Then we have the stream in Italian. Huge thanks to Koga for running this, and the Spanish stream as well with New Andes from Chile, streaming live and direct. The people who are actually closest to the fictional New Angeles, but still, huge respect to them for running this. It's really great to have them on board. And with me, Andre, and Tolasin, also known as Russell, we are going to be getting into the final any minute now. Exciting.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Me
Just
too.
To paint a picture for those who might be tuning in right now, this is us, our second day. We've gone through a couple rounds. 16 top cut is still a lot of rounds. We've been going for about 5 hours plus this afternoon, this morning, maybe wherever you are. But yesterday was 7 rounds just to get from 113 players plus minus a bit just down to 2. So these players have definitely spent their whole weekend grinding out these games. A lot of pressure, a lot of people watching. I've no doubt we'll be in for a good game. We've seen some really exciting gameplay on the stream, on all the streams this weekend. An absolute treat.
Yeah, so people are calling this the rude outfit deck.
Yeah, quite rude. Now,
Very rude.
There's again, we talked about this, but there's some very interesting points here. So Leela's ability, very disruptive for agendas. If you're playing against a Global Food Initiative deck, maybe more like an Argus deck, you have a lot more agendas that are able to be stolen or you need to score. Now with the outfit, they can win in basically 2 Leela abilities if they're very lucky. Scoring 5/3s can be a bit difficult. We do have the CityWorks project, which is installed, not rezzed or unrezzed, so Leela can't bounce that. So there's actually a lot of advantages. There's a lot of advantages against Leela that the outfit has over some of the other Wayland options. But this Leela deck specifically is one of the few Leelas we haven't seen spending 4 influence on an Angolo. So if Leela needs the breakers to charge the remote server, they're going to have to find and install multiple breakers. The paperclip is a one of. We do have a single special order, but Amina is very expensive. But Gulter is also pretty expensive, but we're not going to see the sort of Angolo into Siphon or Angolo into charge remote. There's going to be a bit more setup from Leela that's necessary, and it looks like we are off.
Here we
Both
go.
players have shown up to the tables. Let's have a good match.
Good luck to both players.
Good luck to everybody. Good luck to you two taking over. And here we go.
It's also totally worth noting Chris Ferguson playing this entire tournament on a tablet, mobile gaming. I don't know what that does to the JNet experience, but definitely a bit different. So definitely exciting. Again, Chris Ferg is in the winners finals. Only have to win 1 game. Ohm has to take 2 in a row. A lot of pressure, but again, these decks can definitely do it. Let's see if they take the mulligans or not.
Yeah, so the story I heard was that somebody had to jump in and run some kind of hacker exploit on Chris's tablet in order to enable some of the features on JNet that they weren't getting to because it was a tablet. So if ever there was an appropriate a flavor relevant act, that was one of them.
All right, looks like our corp is going to keep their hand. Well, Chris goes for the mulligan again. You need to find those breakers, that aggression early. Boomerang into diversion of funds will definitely slow down the game a bit, but Ohm has some explosive economy. We're looking at 2 IPOs, 3 hedge funds, and 3 of too big to fail. For those following along, the outfit, one of the gain 3 credits. So a lot of those econ cards, hostile takeovers, too big to fail, give you a lot more money. It also means some pretty big ice. A lot of the more punishing, more taxing ice was paired with that bad publicity additional tax that you have to take on. And we're going to see, I think it's 2 Bulwarks, 3 Colossuses, or not Colossuses, excuse me, Trebuchets. Again, this round isn't timed anymore in the finals. It shouldn't matter. Generally, these Wayland decks can go pretty quickly, but in theory, we have all the time in the world.
So do we know whether Chris and Asger met yesterday during Swiss? They haven't played so far in the cut, right? But did they meet yesterday in Swiss? Do we know?
I don't know. I don't remember seeing it.
Maybe I'm just interested because Asger said third time's a charm. So whether that means that they played twice yesterday and this is the third time they've played.
Yeah, so I don't think we saw a lot of Ohm on stream yesterday. Again, we only could see a couple matches. There's a couple other streams that could see what's going on. So I don't know. It looks like in the bracket they haven't matched off so far. Oh no, Ohm and Chris Brick did play in round 2. Yeah. They did actually match up already.
Saying Chris swept Asger. Chris swept in the cup in the Swiss. So that's interesting. Okay, here we go then. It's the over-under on how many credits Corp will have after one turn.
It's interesting. Too big to fail. Some players like to keep that and not play it straight on turn 1. Keep that as a surprise if there is that hard-hitting news threat that you might not expect. It also lets you play into punitive pretty heavily. Some players just throw it out here at the top. It lets them res ice and take diversion while keep going. So we'll see if Ohm throws that money down this early. Taking the bad publicity on, again, there you go. Too big to fail. 10 credits. Ice on HQ. Single draw. We're off to explosive start. 15 credits. This is Grendel Refinery. Only 15.
Yeah.
Chris, drawing up the pad tap. We'll give you credits. The class act, again, early lets you find the things you need to, but they're down on 1 credit. There's very few cards they can play at this threshold. I'm not sure if they're on laundries. Bravados is even a bit difficult. The face check probably not too bad here, but they're probably going to have to click for credits going forward. Dipping down to 1. I don't know what they can play out of those 9 cards.
Always feels bad to me when I've just got 9 cards in hand and 1 credit. It's not so bad when your turn 1 is Andy and you've got 5 credits to play with, but having 9 cards in hand and 1 credit, maybe if Asger plays an economy card here, you'll get 1 credit, which means that you can play a laundry, but you still don't want to run here because of hard-hitting news, so you can't even generate any run-based economy.
It's difficult. This list also doesn't have access to career fair, so it's not as if the pad taps are going to come down cheap. Ohm even throwing a card in server 1 could be Rashida, could be reversed accounts. But again, if Chris interacts with such a big differential in credits, it'll be a very short game, followed by 4 tags, and the news hitting very hard.
You click for credits twice.
Daily casts, again, slow economy. We're going to throw out probably 3 cards here from hand unless we have a pad tap. That's a really rough start. You're hoping here as a runner that the outfit can't fly out, but if that's a Rashid in server 1, they're going to go off.
That class act felt like a little bit of an overextension. Maybe you play that 1 turn later when you can start with 5 credits and play it with 5 cards in hand, 5 credits or something, but it's pretty hard.
So let's see. Daily cast is going to start the next turn on 3. They clicked for a credit. Chris has to throw out 3 cards here. Again, there is an arc lockdown in the outfits list. So even just throwing out a paperclip and saying, okay, I'll have this going forward is not easy.
That's what
Yeah, again. These lists are public, so we know what's up. I think Consulting Visit is in the list, so arc lockdown will come in from all angles.
I guess the single... I think the mitigating factor right here is you don't have to worry about it reversed accounts right now.
Yes.
Just it's fine. Reverse accounts me if you want to.
So if I'm not mistaken, reverse accounts isn't like economic warfare. It's not if able. So there's no like weird breakpoints. You can still throw it at the runner. And we're throwing out a political operative, a Maker's Eye, the only burst multi-access that this runner has access to, and an Amina dedication ceremony with City Works project. Unadvanced card just hanging out in server 1 could easily be the reversed accounts, just chilling, waiting for maybe that dedication. But we're translating that City Works project. 4 advancements means Ohm can easily score this and repair any Leela damage. Chris has a lot of work to do, clicking up at 3 credits.
Yeah, I think you have to let that go.
Definitely. And again, this card is not considered unres, so Leela cannot interact with it in a meaningful way. Second pad tap, clicking for credits. Chris will be on 6 next turn, being able to play Gamble, throwing out an inside job. Advancing that out, Ohm on the board again only has to score 3 agendas to win. One of them can be fast advanced out last action. Bouncing the ice on HQ, not even goofing around with server 1. I kind of like goofing server 1, right? Because you give them the option to reposition ice if there's like a bad Afshar placement or something. But hedge fund, that's actually a really big deal. Chris Ferg going to get 2 credits off the pad tap. That represents a lot of economy. Chris now up on 10 can probably safely dirty laundry.
Yeah, so when do you check server 1?
I don't know. I think you think it's reversed, right? And you have 1 bad pub. We're going to bravado straight into HQ. I guess Afshar is the big punish here. But at Tithonium, that's
it's a bulwark. That's a bulwark.
Oh, sorry, bulwark. Excuse me. That's a 5 credit refund or 4 credit refund off of the 2 credits or 5 credits and the 3 credit res. The runner trashing a program won't fire, but that's a bad publicity. If you want to deal with our reversed accounts, it's only 1 credit now.
Yeah, I think I check server 1 now.
Yeah, I think so. That's a big swap of credits. We're going to go in and we're going to bulwark R&D here. I think worst case is a trebuchet that would eat your class act, but it looks like we'll get a single axis. Leela axes are very tense. Looks like no trash, no steal.
So now the money cards. Now it's gone back up again. So
Chris putting down a tapworm, definitely good value here. Server 1 easily could be reversed accounts. If there's another dedication, Chris will lose 12. But you know what? That dedication is going to be put to better use. Chris, you have 6 damage to take here.
Unless you've got another class act you can play, and that's not going to help you. You need 6 cards. You had to do credit, draw, run, right?
Yeah, you just draw 3
run,
right?
Well, the punitive is not going to land, but if you've got your second amino in hand,
yeah, you're in a bad spot. But you have to draw 3 run, or you can't win against hostile.
You have to draw 3 run here. Otherwise, you just lose, I think.
Yeah, and with class act, you can actually bottom the Amina if you do find it. You do have 1 like draw where you can draw the worst card as opposed to the best. A fun interaction.
Unless they've got, too big to fail hedge punitive. Would that?
Yo, what is this draw? Like we've seen
they're
drawing.
Oh, server 1, you mean?
I just mean for the corp. Like it's turn 4. We've seen 2 dedication, 2 city works projects. It's wild. And there you go. Pre-resing the reversed so it won't get bounced. CityWorks project here. So I think we need 3rd dedicated into punitive for this to be anything. And I don't even know if the math lines up there. You'd lose 12.
Yeah. They lost the Begolta and the paperclip.
Oh my god, Chris staying in the game. That paperclip can be locked down and there'll be no more fractors on the criminal side, but we just have an extra Begolter and an extra Amina somewhere in the stack.
Yeah, so they can consulting for that's
lockdown.
A consulting for lockdown to get rid of the paperclip. Boom.
Oh, that's such a big deal. We lost 1 inside job so far. We do have access to boomerangs. We do have access to, I think, 1 more inside job. Let me review the list, but that's a really big deal. But Chris stays in the game, and of course, you have to do what you have to do as bad as it looks on paper.
Yeah.
23 credits feels pretty good. Better than being dead, I suppose. Chris is totally right. Going to have a lot of work to do there. Regretting probably lose the inside jobs, but I guess lose your whole hand there anyways.
Yeah, I think you got to take accesses now, right? We don't know what the R&D ice is, but I think you got to just take the accesses.
6 credits means no trebuchet.
Luck it out, right?
Yeah, I think you definitely want to spend a click on the reversed accounts. It's only going to cost you 1 credit with 2 bad pub. Again, the HQ ice, the R&D ice could easily just be what's it called? A spider web or a border control. But if it is a trebuchet or a bulwark, they can't res it. There you go, pulling out that reversed accounts. Only 1 more dedication to play around, but still, I don't think you want to give the corp those options.
So the spider web is relevant here. So it's a 1-off spider web in the list, which is Blank's boomerang, but you've got to find it. So it's a 1-off.
Yeah, and talk about like those other ways to get through ice. We have another inside job in the list. We have 3 boomerang actually. So Leela does have a lot of ways, but again, the spider web's a problem. I don't know what other ice we're looking at. I don't think we have a Titanium, but in theory, bulwark. Sometimes the subroutines matter. You can get through 2 end the runs. You'll have to trash a program of your choice. Tapworm could easily go.
Yeah.
Tapworm clicking up for 1. Chris now in the lead for economy, considering how bad that econ start was. A real slow roll. Looks to be building up a remote. Does Chris even have an access to a Stargate? No Stargate, so the multi-axis is tied only into the turning wheel. This 1 legwork. We're boomeranging here. That's going to eat the tapworm.
Yeah, but then I don't think he cares about that right now.
Yeah, and you can get a bounce here on R&D.
This feels good.
Yeah, not too bad. Again, already 2 agendas out.
You find something you can bounce the R&D ice and then get an access through that.
Mouseless, hard-hitting news, punitive Counter-Strike. No agendas, no balance, but some good information. The credit lead is in your advantage. You did just shuffle the boomerang back, so still 3 in the stack. Chris doesn't, again, have a Stargate, so it's all about turning wheel counters. Another tapeworm. You do have a sneaker beta, though. So, again, if you do get locked out barriers on front of HQ, you're still going to have to worry about the back entrance. Double ice on HQ. Wow, IPO are following up a hedge fund. Up on 14 credits. Still not threatening hard-hitting news. And that's 2 credits for the tapeworm. Chris just drawing up again, class act filtering that first draw turn. 3 draws, 4 draws, a full hand. And again, starting your turn with few cards in hand means if there is another CityWorks project, only 1 left in the deck, it's going to be hard to steal. So keeping a full hand is definitely good. Chris does play, Rodham saying Chris does play makers. They lost an early in the game, discarded. So again, it's just the turning wheels at this point.
Yeah. So interesting question here as Leela. I'm not a great Leela player. I haven't played much of it, but on the one hand, you could face check the R&D ice. Then it's res, and if it's a barrier, you can't get through it. Or you wait for them to score an agenda and hope that you can bounce it and then take some access as R&D. Then there a theory of which is better.
So yeah, getting a res is going to be a big problem. Like if that's a spider web, you basically have 1 good access. So I wouldn't be surprised if Chris is waiting until they can maybe build up a turning wheel. Again, like you could bounce off the bulwark in theory. You'll lose your tapeworm. You will be giving them 2 credits, but with your pad tap once a turn, you don't mind too much. Again, also like if you're waiting, it looks like Ohm is jamming into the remote. You can force the res on some of the remote ice and then swing to R&D. Maybe they don't have the ability to res both. And also there's a sneaker beta here. So the longer you wait, the bigger chance that HQ will fill up with something. That being said, the server 4 does probably look good to jam in as long as Ohm has the credits. So if we see another IPO here, they can't actually play too big to fail. They are over the 10 credit threshold. Double ice R&D going to be even harder and found the final IPO. So 16 credits, pad tap firing. That's hard.
The thing is, at this level of play at least, waiting for your opponent to make a mistake isn't a good strategy.
No.
It's not almost certainly not going to happen.
That's what people say. Sneaker beta actually, hold on, coming down. We're going to get some accesses here. Bounces could be huge. Again, only single accesses. We don't have, we are building turning wheel tokens, but that's a consulting visit access from HQ. Not too strong of a card on this board state. That's a punitive Counter-Strike. Nothing new, I think we're finding out. And this gives Ohm a chance to ice up archives. Yeah, you said making mistakes is not so that you can count on, but I've also heard other players say that when you come to this late in a tournament with this caliber of decks and this caliber of play, it does come down to just who makes the most mistakes can easily decide a title. Card in server 4 reversed accounts, not too strong with 2 dedications out, but also could just be a slow roll, right? Like after the sneak door beta comes down, maybe a better option than icing up archives is just taking what agenda you have and putting it behind 3 ice, hopefully more than 1 barrier.
Yeah, so there's not that many ice in this deck, and they get 6 out, right? So this 6 out, but you've got to be able to translate those turning wheel counters into accesses, which you would want of R&D, but a barrier, any barrier, just stops you right now. Yeah,
it's the spider web's that scary one, because in theory you could boomerang through border control. Border control would eat the boomerang, you wouldn't recur it, so you have less options. But it looks like we're just 4 times HQ, just probably building up the turning wheel counters. We're seeing nothing too new here. I'm pretty sure server 4 is looking a lot like an agenda. It would have to be an SSL, if not a reversed.
Interesting. Single advancement.
Yeah,
twice.
Watching how the core postures, maybe the single advance, and then they saw like, oh, I drew an agenda onto HQ. Maybe that makes it unsure. But again, if they draw an agenda here, there's nowhere for it to go. We didn't see ice, I believe, on the sneak door beta accesses. So maybe the best place to throw out an agenda is if you have one in HQ, is just chuck it in archives and assume Chris will never check. A bit risky, but again, like big brain plays sometimes we'll pull through.
Oh. So you kind of feel like it's lost Begalta. He's still got Amina. So Amina helps him with Morseless and Horton. Morseless doesn't end the run. So I think the only end the run, Afshar and
Horton.
Afshar
and
Horton
Engram Flush is in theory in the deck, which shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
3 advancements, definitely looking like an agenda. Again, reverse accounts could be a big swing. Boomerang going on R&D. If they have an inside job here, they can definitely dump. They have exactly what they need. Inside job, Boomerang. Going to capitalize on those turning wheel counters. They spun up the last couple turns. So Spiderweb on the innermost would be the worst case scenario. A border control would probably be an issue. You can always react to the turning wheel tokens coming out, but this is huge. Ice placement is so important. And again, only 1 Spiderweb in all of Ohm's deck.
Yeah. The same point that you were talking about earlier is you spend money on resing these and they're expensive, then maybe that remote agenda is not safe.
Yeah. And again, this is a bounce. That is a border control. So you could end the run here. You could wait. You could maybe only use a couple turning wheel tokens. 10 credits means that a bulwark is still threatened on server 4. Chris has to decide how many turning wheel tokens he thinks he wants to use before it provokes the border control. And maybe provoking the border control is optimal.
I think a couple is good because you can reload them. Excuse me. You can reload them with Sneak Door on HQ.
Yeah, you get them back also, or at least 1 back if this run ends. We're so far on 2 axes. We're at this Doomtown-esque standoff. Chris thinking, Ohm thinking, until both of them say, I'm good, I pass. There's no more paid ability window, so you can always react to the opponent. We'll see. 3 axes again. The agenda density on this deck is pretty small, but we know that it doesn't seem like they're in HQs. They have to be somewhere. If we say no in HQ or 3 on the table in score areas, there's still 5 left in R&D. That's about 1 in 20. Wow. I mean, 1 in 4, 1 in 5.
Much thought. This is kind of an important inflection point, I think, this turn.
Ohm wants to react. Is Asker going to pop that border control again? That's a barrier, and just also like using the barrier to deny a boomerang has some value. Using the border control, to end the run does have some value against a boomerang. Also, it won't shuffle the deck, and sometimes for class act that does matter.
Yeah. But then it comes down to what's the outer ice.
Right. But even it's a code gate, right? Like this is a problem. It looks like the boomerang is now stranded, not used. Getting another turning wheel token back. Chris could run it back, but then if you allow a res here, it looks like we're running it back. We're hoping not for a barrier against 6 barriers. It's a spider web! That inside job is so perfectly placed. That thing res now. There is no way in this deck to get through there.
Nope.
R&D is locked.
Both inside jobs are gone.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Chris. I think you might be able to swing this remote. 6 credits means no bulwark, no trebuchet. It's all about the code gates, and admittedly, you don't have a code gate breaker, so the best you could do is force Ohm to res something.
But I think you challenge it, right? You force the res, force them to spend some money here.
Yeah.
Border control, you get you some money back.
Mouseless, that doesn't end the run. Is this a reversed account? With 3 credits, there's no end the runs besides, I guess, an Afshar.
Yeah, Afshar does it. And he has no money.
It's going to also float a tag there, so that turning wheel looks like it's toast. Maybe you trade that if that's a reversed account. Single axis here, you can get a bounce. Again, if you didn't charge R&D, it's an SSL endorsement. Chris on game point, floating a tag. I have no doubt that turning wheel is not going to stick. Punitive Counterstrike also not lethal, considering it's 3 to 30 credits.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. So now I think it's a question of probably sneak dooring for singles and hoping that Asker doesn't draw ice.
Yeah. And you know what? Ohm actually is going to get 3 credits in from the SSL endorsement, but trashing the turning wheel is, money. We haven't seen another too big to fail. Talk about money. Hedge fund, turning wheel, trash. Ohm comfortably on 8. Could too big to fail out of this. They have 2 more in the deck. All the IPOs are gone. Chris now only on no multi-axis, 2 turning wheels out,
Just
1 legwork
singles.
out, 1 maker's eye. Singles on HQ. That's all we got, don't we?
So I think we can predict what Chris's turns are going to be. Sneak door HQ, sneak door HQ, sneak door HQ, and sneak door HQ.
You might actually want to drop a bit to ensure that you find the Amina.
Yeah, if you could find the Amina, that would be good. And the boomerang's
Sorry?
not terrible because boomerang would give you HQ access as if they ice up archives.
Archive memories for border control. That's a cool play again. Punitive is now offline, so there's archive memories. Not too valuable. Hard-hitting news looking so far out of reach. So just getting back barriers, let alone end the run barriers for R&D, for HQ, for the remote. Don't know if you want those for... Yeah, you can just put that on archives. You're fine.
So if you put it on archives and then you use it with a border control, they're going to sneak door through and they'll get the border back.
Yeah.
The thing is, they need the border control now.
If you put the border control in the archives, the only way through they have is to boomerang it, and then you eat the boomerang. Sure, archives will be open, and then HQ will be open, but it does eat a boomerang through the deck. We got to do a boomerang count. There's one in heap, one stranded on the table. So there's only one more boomerang. That's the only way that Chris has the ability to interact outside of a bounce when it comes to barriers. It'll let you get through the Tithonium or the Bulwark if you want. Tithonium, I believe you can get through as well.
Yeah. So there's the board. That'll be the border control on the remote, which implies that Asgard doesn't have any agendas in hand. Otherwise, he would have put the border on and put the an agenda in the remote. So probably nothing there. Checking archives.
This like hinges on Ohm clumsily drawing like 2 agendas in a row and having nowhere to put them. Again, we're seeing like sneaked or beta runs, so we're seeing the ice or seeing the non-ice that Ohm is holding in hand. So whether or not they have something to ice up archives is a different question as whether they would be willing to. We see archives again. 2 hard-hitting newses. Those seem long gone. The second reversed accounts, I'm not sure there's 3 in the list. I'll have to double check.
So best case for Chris is that Asgard draws an agenda. I don't think Asgard's going to overdraw here, right? So they're not going to draw anything. Anything they draw is going to go in the remote. But the best case scenario probably is you draw 2 agendas on 2 turns, and which one is a 5-3. So you put an agenda in the remote. You want to score. You've got border on the remote to protect that. You advance it twice. Then the next turn, when you're going to score it, you draw another one. And so then what do, right? You can't protect the one that's in hand and score the one that's in the remote.
I think Ohm can definitely play it slow, only mandatory 1 card a turn. Like, again, lists are open, so Ohm can, crunch the numbers and look at Chris's list. Look at the board state and say like, okay, I have 100% confidence. If I put border control into border control, there's no way Chris can deal with it. So at that point, as long as they have the modicum of credits, again, account siphon or diversion of funds, is even hard enough to pull off that they can confidently jam whatever they draw. So as long as they can just keep the tempo of the game the way they want it to and not draw 2 in a row. Like, I'm just feverishly looking at the Leela list to see if there's any tricks that we might not be expecting. Embezzle doesn't do enough. We have 2 inside jobs already out. 1 more boomerang in play. We do have access to an Amina and a Bugalter, but that paperclip is long gone. I don't see any other way to interact with a lot of the ice.
No, I think your only options here are just HQ accesses and hope.
Yeah.
And as you say, probably want to draw for Amina, just in case Asma's doing some weird bluff. Because if that border's on the remote, it's not on archives, which means that you're not stopping accesses coming that way. And of course, rebirthing into Omar, not an option.
Yeah, Apocalypse would be quite nice too, but limited options here. And I like this. Like, the money doesn't matter. Those pad taps doesn't matter anymore. The tap rooms doesn't matter. There's only very limited things that Chris can do. Chris is figuring out here. Again, this is likely to mean that we're going to go on to a game 2, as Chris is so close on 6 points. That 7th point looks nigh impossible. What's left in the decks is SSLs, 3 of them, 2 SSLs, a CityWorks project, and 2 hostile takeovers. So Ohm can even fast advance some of those cards out. Not sure if you actually need to, considering Leela will, in theory, pressure, I guess, server 4. That's not too impactful.
Yeah.
This is
interesting.
Wild.
What's he drawing? What's he drawing for?
Amina, right?
Amina
and Boomerang. Amina Boomerang is like
Amina and Boomerang. Yeah, I think Amina and Boomerang.
Wow.
And if you're sure that there's nothing in HQ, then I guess you don't waste click on accessing this turn.
Yeah. Like, you're pretty sure. Like, you always could. I don't know what you have better to do, especially if you've drawn those 2 cards. I don't think anything else in your deck matters. That you could just slam singles on HQ to see maybe what ice they have, get some information. But again, at the end of the day, you do have perfect information on the list itself. Like, that sure gamble puts you at 41, but they have no way to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I think that's a wasted click, probably.
Yeah, I think so. Chris trashing the class act to draw 4 more. Again, only 10 left in the stack. Ohm is going to have a turn here. Could jam, but they need to. And let's talk about like how we got here. Like, turn 3, turn 4, double advance, dedication CityWorks project. Like, Chris was put in a spot where it seemed like either lose the game or lose your paperclip. So it's obviously unfortunate where we got here, but I don't think anyone misplayed. Obviously, losing your Fractor seems to be a problem. But again, we're talking about Wayland has so many alternate win conditions, and here they are being capitalized on. Card and server 4, 17 credits. 2 ice. Either Rashida, all the reverse accounts are out, or could just be a slow roll of an agenda. That's the third boomerang on HQ for diversion.
I guess you get it back, right?
Yeah, and also like you can trash the tap from here.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting, Andre, is that your option on losing the turning wheel is somehow even worse right now, because if you hadn't lost the turning wheel to the trash, you could just hammer HQ with sneak door runs, see everything that comes through, and then just again hope to get lucky.
Yeah, but I think it requires Ohm drawing like 2 in a row. Like if that's an agenda in server 4 and then Asgard draws into a second agenda, like that's a problem.
Yeah.
But if they cleanly draw and just slowly jam out, like this could be Rashida. Also, Rashida, for what it's worth, is risky, right? Like the chance of you drawing 2 agendas and not having a place to put the second agenda is kind of high. We also do know that the boomerang is shuffled into the stack, so you have some ideas of how quickly Chris can regain any sort of like accesses outside of maybe we found the second Amina.
Yeah, so 2 boomerang gone. So that's interesting. That gives him another sacrificial program that lets him keep sneak door if he takes another boomerang access.
No, I laughed. Rizeki, when you're on 42 credits, seems terrible, but again, Tithonium doesn't have a trash program subroutine. It has the runner trashes 1 program subroutine. So that's left to the runner's choice. Losing the sneak door beta would definitely be bad. That's why you want to keep installing some chaff that you don't mind turning into firewood. Oh, I'm taking a think here again. Card in server 4. If it was Rashida, you might not have fired it considering HQ pressure. Double advance.
Ice in the bin. So there's a Morseless in the bin, and then 4 ice installed. So we've still got like 6 ice left, 6 ice left. Okay.
All right, we do have the ice.
Forces something.
Worst case scenario, barrier. One of the better case scenarios, Amina into Codegate. Again, Amina also is interesting. It will fight Ohm's credits in theory. We'll bring them down 1 credit at a time, and I feel like with bad publicity, Chris can get through most Codegates relatively cheaply every turn. And there you go, Amina down. Let's see if the sneak door beta hits here. Again, what's bad here? Trebuchet actually could be absolutely a huge blowout, losing the last Amina as well.
Thonium also not good right now.
Oh, it's a Trebuchet trash 1 installed runner card. That is the corpse choice. Amina is gone. Chris on no breakers, no recursion. Chris, that's a yup in chat. What do you do?
Trash your runner card.
I think that's it.
I think that's game, right?
I don't think there's any way to get to server 4.
No.
Ever.
If they trash, you've got 1 sneak door run.
yeah. You can boost that trace, no problem.
1 sneak door run is all you get, and then they trash the sneak door.
Actually, that's not the worst. They trash the sneak door beta above the Amina, valuing that the HQ pressure, because you can still, like, in theory, boomerang through the bulwark. That's very interesting. I don't know whether the Amina is better or not. I trust Asgard here. Axis is a punitive counterstrike. Wow. So in terms of Codegates, like what are we dodging here if you trash the Amina? Ohm has access to just 2 Whoredom. Not even an Afshar, actually. We've been saying Afshar for a bit already, but it's just Whoredoms. Engram Flush doesn't really require a breaker and a Mouseless, so it looks like it's just the Whoredoms. We haven't seen any so far. Seen the Mouseless in the bin.
Yeah, so we're pretty sure it's a border control on the outside of server 4.
Consulting visit.
Too big to fail. Wow.
Too big to fail. Yeah, that's money. 17 credits. Bad pub doesn't matter. Wow. Okay. So now HQ pressure isn't a problem if there's double barrier up on HQ, because the boomerang is only going to get you so far. So Ohm could actually just like power draw if they really need to. Again, what the heck is in server 4?
I think it's an agenda that wasn't safe while he had no ice to put on archives, and he didn't want to keep it in hand because Sneak Door was live. It's safe there with border control in front of it, probably.
Yeah. They would need double barrier. Because if this is not border control or like strong double barrier, like Sneak Door Amina, a Boomerang Amina might be able to contest server 4.
So maybe your plan is, depending on what that ice is in front of HQ, but boomerang the inside, boomerang the bulwark, and then you can take 1 access. Probably you can take 1 access. You lose the Rizeki, so maybe you even get 2 accesses if you can recur that.
Yeah.
If the outside ice is a barrier.
I just don't know how good is like HQ pressure right now. Like Ohm is clicking for 3 credits. Like if they have an agenda, would they jam it on 20 and 2 ice?
Well, yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because if you think your out is a single axis on HQ, then the longer you wait, the higher the agenda density in HQ is going to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, if I'm not mistaken, there's still another bug alter in the game here that largely just does.
Oh yeah, there is. Right. So, but that doesn't help. Yeah, if you'd still had the sneak door, that would have helped.
Yeah. And again, with only 5 cards left in stack, 5 in grip, like that bug alter must be close to hand. Again, a boomerang also has to be somewhere within these bottom 10 that was shuffled back in. I feel like, a boomerang has a small chance of delivering access to server 4, which could be game.
Okay, so there's the big altar.
All right, we're safe against Trebuchet. 3 clicks left. Again, boomerang charge remote might actually be able to pull out the last points. Boomerang, where are we going? It's the remote. Chris has a chance here. It depends highly on this ice. And that you hit the boomerang on the barrier, outermost ice. Let's see if Chris has a res here on 20 credits. Seems fair.
Depends what the inner ice is, right? So the outer border, what's this one?
Oh, bulwark.
Okay.
Oh, brutal. Has to trash the Rozeki. But we don't know what the outermost ice is. If the boomerang was on the innermost, there's a chance that would have gone through.
No, because we know it's border on the outside.
Do we know that? Oh yeah, because we repositioned. It's
he
archived
memories.
Yeah, right.
So we're pretty sure that's border control. I don't know that Chris has any outs now.
Yeah, that boomerang is now stranded.
The boomerang's stuck.
I think that's it. I don't think they can get any more accesses on any central servers, on any servers besides archives.
Yeah. We run archives for an access every turn. And hope
they throw one in there. Asger might be able to pull it off again from the lower brackets. Asger might be able to push this to an exciting grand finals. Well, they will flip the tables. I believe it is another Wayland versus Criminal. Maybe it's a bit too soon to talk about that, but this looks pretty bad.
No, it's not. Yeah, I guess.
Asger's on the 419. I'm not sure what Chris is on. I think it's an Asger.
Let me have a quick look. I can't see here.
Chris taking a big thing here again. A lot of times, instead of smashing yourself against a board state, which you think you have no chance, and let that futility sit in, you might want to concede. It might help a bit. Again, there's mental parts to this. Chris says, okay, yeah, I'm done. Ohm saying that both of the ice unresed are border controls. It looks like Chris doesn't have a chance here. That's a GG well played in the chat. It looks like we're going on to a grand finals.
Yep, and it's Racer versus Geist.
Ooh, that's a concession. Big credit Kodos, but again, at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. What an exciting game. And let's talk about that draw that Asger got on the top. Double dedication to Double City Works project on ice. Like, can you get better than that?
And they also had the consulting visit to get the arc lockdown on the turn that it mattered as well.
What a game.
Good players are often lucky.
Runners access 30 cards.
Yeah, and that's rough, right? So you'd figure if you access 30 cards that you should on average win.
Yes. Oh, wow. We're rolling this back. We've gone the distance. This is 2 days. This is dozens, maybe. We're at that point yet of hours of Netrunner to crown 2020 European African Continentals champion. We are halfway through, a bit further, of Continentals month and Intercontinentals even after that. Yo, game 2. Grand finals.
I'm pulling the decks right up. This was quite the ride. Let's take a very quick look at the lists. We've seen them before, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, as a reminder, we have Chris Ferg on ASA Group, the ASA Group, I guess. And running an Armand Geist Walker, who's probably going to walk all over this, but we're not really that sure. The tour guides could be a problem, right?
So this is a weird matchup. We haven't actually seen too much Geist versus Asa, but I have no doubt, considering the prevalence of both of these identities, that this was happening a fair bit through Swiss in the top cut. So we're probably pretty familiar with Chris's Os's list. In terms of the ice suite, we do have some of the strong face checks that you're seeing, the mid to cheap range HB stuff. Now, Tour Guide is specifically very interesting. With cards like Grappling Hook, there's actually ways to deal with them if you can't deal with all the assets. You need Grappling Hook plus a bit of support, but you can actually challenge the Tour Guide. In terms of the assets, like we're talking about win condition with Chris. Chris is on Lakshmi Smart Fabrics and Biotic Labor. There's a lot of aggressive draw here. We've seen some pretty cool Biotic Recursion, but Lakshmi Smart Fabrics is not something that Geist can specifically deal with. Again, that card got so much stronger with the banning of Film Critic. Again, it's all about destruction. If you have Imp, anything like that, you're in an okay spot. Fast Advance happens with MC Austerity Policy. There's 2 on Chris's side. Now, these Geist decks did tech against Fast Advance. Not only do we have access to the Clot through a single Simul chip, which is pretty spicy and a very cool call for this meta. It's definitely proven to do well. But we also have access to the Black File, which is kind of taking HB or telling HB that their Vacherons weren't fair, and if you want to play that game, we can too. So even if you see that Asa will break the bank, play all their combo cards just to be able to get up to that 7 points, they still need to survive for hopefully 2 more turns.
Yeah, this is still anybody's game, I would say. I mean, of course, whoever wins this. So this is the exciting, as I like to call it, final. And yeah, we always, I don't know, anytime I stream something big or something with more than 15 players, so to speak, like where there are extra rounds and so on, when there's a cut, there's always 2 games. I don't know. It rarely happens that one game decides. Could be the people getting a bit tired over the day. But yeah, this has been quite a marathon. We are slowly nearing the 7-hour mark, so if we break that, that's great. Shout out to the chat. There's like a little over 200 of you over there. The raffle's still going strong. Team Asgore on one side, Team Chris on the other side. Whoever wins, but they're both amazing players. They have shown amazing resilience playing over the last 2 days. And I'm really hyped to see them in 2 weeks. We'll see how that goes as well. I cannot really even say what's gonna happen with the American Continentals next weekend, but wow, I mean, this has been an amazing ride so far over the last 2 weeks. Super happy to have both Andre and Russell here with me on the stream, and they're gonna be starting this any minute now. Is the chat ready? Chat, are you ready? Can I get we're ready or something? Oh, there's a Wild Blade, the current reigning Asia Pacific champion. Chat is not ready apparently. I'm doing totally the Rockstar thing here, standing on the stage going, hey, give me an air, give me an whatever. Are you ready, chat? Chat is not ready. Chat is totally out of this. They're probably overhyped. Trying to get that raffle prize. Are we still raffling things? Yes, a 3x Alt-R Archer raffle. As made by Akira, the tournament organizer and online event Queen Supreme. Okay, well, are we getting there? We're slowly getting there. The lobby is loading up with people playing and with people spectating, as in the streamers. Still, streams running. Koga streaming in Italian. So do if you speak Italian and you want to watch a stream in Italian. Koga is running that stream on Twitch. You just have to find the Netrunner category on Twitch, and the streams are all there. And Alice as well running a stream at the very same time, so you can, if you're bored with us here, which you shouldn't be, but yeah, if you are, you can switch to any other stream, and they're on. I'm leaving my 2 lovely commentators on their own now. Good luck to use. And here we go. Asa Group versus Armand Geist Walker in the finals of the Nisei Africa and Europe Continental Championship 2020.
Thanks so much, Vesper. This is our grand finals again. Ohm, who you might know as Toog to Goot, that's my second attempt at pronunciation, will be basically running it back. Whoever wins this wins the whole Continentals. I'm joined by Russell. Yo, how's it going?
Yeah, some interesting things with this this matchup, this pairing, right? So first of all, the Geist deck was teched to beat 2 deck archetypes, the Titan deck that we've seen a lot of, and this Acer deck. That's the first thing. But secondly, Chris is running 3 tour guides, and Grappling Hook and Begolter are the only solutions to those in the Geist list. So 2 tour guides on R&D mean that you essentially have to find R&D, or you're limited to how often you can recur grappling hook, which isn't that often. You've got to get the back. Simul chip is an option for you. So the order in which cards come out and the extent to which Chris can manage his ice placement. Geist isn't rich, especially early, so they're probably not going to be contesting much of the board state. So Stargate's very relevant, though. Acer doesn't want to commit ice to R&D early. They want to build remote ice to make fully operational there. But if they can get Stargate down and then just Stargate all of your ice away and stop you ever drawing any more ice, then that can really be a challenge as well.
So for those who might not know some of these identities, maybe you're tuning in, Asa Group is one of the newer HB identities. First time you install a card each turn, you may install an additional non-agenda card in or protecting that server. We have Geist, who whenever they fire one of those trash can abilities, they draw a card that gets a very explosive card draw. Now we have both players keeping their hands, so we're assuming for an explosive start, but no Acidifier, Ice Up HQ, that's to prevent the diversion of funds in the early game. Not too hot, not too sharp of a start from Chris. Now, that's the thing with Geist. Geist classically is a lot of cards to set up and doesn't run any cards that inherently help deal with assets with trashing. A lot of cards with high costs. We've been seeing a lot of these Geist decks getting a bit better at getting early economy. We're seeing them add sure gambles, even bravados. We got a face check here, and for only 2 credits or 1 credit, the math, 2 credits, Gatekeeper is going to be res early. Now 6 strength is huge. This will be lower strength for the rest of the game now, but that lets Chris not only cycle agendas back, but just to draw a lot of cards. That helps you fix your mulligan if you needed it. No mulligan's taken. It looks like we're just going to draw up a bunch of cards here. Ohm understands what they need to get that diversion off in the next couple turns.
And actually, you really don't care about the strength of Gatekeeper as Geist, because you're either going to be breaking it with a breaker that doesn't care, or you're going to be breaking it with a Mina where it's like 4 to break if it's strength 6, and it's 2 to break if it's strength 0. So Gatekeeper's strong for this, but it was going to fire anyway. And other than that, really, it's a breaker which forces you to find. But forces guys to find these solutions, whether it's boomerang or whether it's grappling hook or whether, whatever else it might be.
Well, what a start there. Trashing the Mamba Temple again, 2 credits a turn. That's not credits in your credit pool, but it lets you res ice and assets. That actually adds up very quickly on an economy that takes a while to set up with fully operational. Ohm on the other side of the table, throwing down a Tech Trader, the most important economy card in any Geist list. If you can find 2 of these in the early game, you're probably set forever. We've seen games where Geists are struggling. These are on the bottom of the deck. Finding 1 off the top is pretty good, especially that Ohm is down on 1 credit. It's going to need those trash can abilities to generate the economy, to generate the value. Asa flying out and server 2, install and ice that up. We know that the card is probably not an agenda, actually daily quest there. That means that if you can't interact with this is going to tick in 3 credits a turn for Chris. Now, Ohm is not on pad tap.
Yeah.
We've seen that throughout this tournament, which evening out those daily quests, making that money come in for both players. So it looks like that daily quest is probably going to stick for a while. Cybernetics Court, a unique high trash cost, low res cost facility, is going to increase the hand size by 4. So Chris can easily hold on to 7.
Yeah, and that's almost certainly going to live. I don't think Asger is going to come after trashing that.
Yeah. Spy camera cycling in. There you go. There's a Tech Trader. You not only see the top of R&D, but you get a credit and, in theory, a clickless card draw. It's kind of like a cantrip. And Ohm still has a lot of work to set up. Again, we see Tech Writers and Tech Traders. That's a lot of installs. We're not running any sort of like DJ Fenris into Haley Kaplan acceleration. So it's just going to spend a lot of clicks installing. That can be sped up by certain cards like Prognostic Q-Loop. And we're going to face check into it. A tour guide with 2 and run subroutines. One of the few ice that actually could have protected the daily quest in this list. So that quest is going to stay on for another turn. There's a Tech Writer. I love these face checks. Even just taking like a Drafter or a Gatekeeper at this point is not too bad. But again, 2 credits. That was a very, very narrow out.
1 more asset out there, and Boomerang can't break it. So probably that quest is going to live for a good while.
Asa again flying out. A big part of this deck is fully operational. A card that lets you draw 2 credits or get 2 cards and repeat that as many times as you have iced remote servers with something in it. Tech Writer triggering off that spy camera. Same with the Tech Trader. We do see an early ice in R&D. Again, Geist will have perfect information, seeing the top card of R&D, so they don't have to spend a click running R&D unless they know there's something there to steal. And it looks like they might have seen something. Maybe this is a bluff. 3 credits. Can't be the Hog and could be a Gatekeeper. We got an Axis here. SFT successful field test. That's a 4-2. And talking about agendas, you need to steal different, diverse agendas in this matchup. When we're talking about Lakshmi Smart Fabrics, that is a defensive asset that lets you show an agenda in hand to protect that agenda by name on the table. So if you can steal one of every named agenda in the deck, and there's only 3, that means it's much harder to draw the 2 agendas required to get a good Lakshmi Smart Fabrics combo up. So even that early aggression is pretty important.
Yeah. Interesting. For games that go long here, a couple of times we've seen Corps get decked because they're using Rashida fires and they've got big hand sizes and they fire violet level clearances, and the game goes long because of whatever pressure, and the black file can help there. And what happens is that you essentially run out of deck because you haven't been able to score stuff out. And as we've seen in other games as well, HQ is going to fill up. So if Chris isn't scoring agendas, they're going to be piling up in HQ.
So we talked about all those clicks Geist needs to set up. That MCA austerity policy not only robs the clicks from the runner trying to get to that momentum, but it also gives Chris this timer. In about, I think you need at least 2-3 turns more on this thing. You can start scoring agendas from hand. And that's obviously going to be an issue. Double icing this up. I think the best case scenario here is a tour guide. Daily quest, pulling it up to 7 credits, now 10 with another Rashida. Chris is going to have the money they need to res ice. Those face checks are probably not going to be too profitable. I think a big thing we need to see is that we saw 3 programs in a row hit the heap on Geist's side. We have a paperclip, expensive, but lets you deal with those Hagens. We have an Amina, which is probably not going to be installed for a while now, considering its price, but most importantly, we do have access to Clot. There's a single simul chip in here. If Ohm can get that down, if Asker can get that simul chip down, they do have access to Clot, so that MC austerity policy is a bit harder to use. Now, I do believe there's a single, if not maybe 2 Cyberdex Virus Suites kicking around on the corpse list, so there is still counterplay to that. But you're asking for a lot of cards.
Yeah, and Chris is probably also, he's wanting to get Jeeves out here because Jeeves gives a huge amount of value when with the agenda suite that you have, giving you that Vitruvius counter or letting you score a 5-3, for example. So Jeeves is super relevant, and Asger's almost certainly going to be unable to trash those without going extremely poor.
Yeah. We got a big oof out of Asker again. That double Rashida 2 turns in a row is incredibly aggressive. Double icing HQ, that prevents a boomerang into diversion of funds, which that credit swing might matter. And Chris hitting that austerity policy up once more is in a pretty good spot to score out next turn. I think the austerity policy can score out a 3-2 next turn. It always takes me a while to crunch the numbers. I also can confirm there's only a single Cyberdex Virus Suite, but fully operational. That fires 3 times, and that's just, 5 credits. It's pretty good. It's going to get better, but 5 credits. Still pretty good. Ohm, only 3 credits, only 3 clicks. Street Peddler is probably 2 trashes usually on top of it, so you can get that free card draw, that acceleration. Ohms, again, the econ engine here with Technical Writer does hinge on getting down an early master work and getting down a prognostic queue loop so that you can get those clickless installs that accelerate your board presence, that accelerate getting those counters on Technical Writers, getting those spy cameras down clicklessly. And it looks like Ohm is just lacking some of the things they need to start spinning up with only 3 clicks. You have just as many clicks to the corp. That's not good.
There's some interesting counterplay against Geist, which involves never resing your ice, because resing your ice is what lets them fire their breakers to gain more money and draw more cards and stuff. And so, you can't trash Jeeves if it's behind something if you don't have 5 credits when you access it.
Oh, what a face check there. MC Austerity, only 3 clicks for the turn, 1 for the run. We're going to slam straight into the Fairchild 3. Boomerang or Grappling Hook could do it. We're going to boomerang through this. Maybe lose 3 credits, maybe trash an installed card. Probably the 3 credits. Losing a Prognostic and a Bravado off of the Peddler. That's a really hard face check. And Chris still on a comfortable 11 credits. So you can probably still res the ice in front of server 4, protecting the Austerity. Losing 3 credits there.
This is just a blind single access, so they haven't seen anything with SpyCam.
No, yeah, they just want to get those accesses in. Again, that Boomerang actually might have been okay for them. They install it, gaining a credit. They install it for Technical Writer, pop it, gaining a credit. There's a second Technical Writer and a spy camera. So it looks like Asker is going to be okay in the next couple turns, maybe popping one of the writers to gain 4 credits and a card. And maybe they'll be an okay spot again. Once that austerity clears, they will have much more breathing room. But right now, they're not threatening access to that Clot. Again, it's only a single simul chip. So Chris might have it here.
And what they need is what Chris is looking for is a big successful field test, one of those big scores where you put a ton of stuff out and make in one turn your board state goes from challenging to just super
monstrous.
scary.
There we go. We have click and we have hit on the austerity policy, mirror morph-esque abilities. We have 4 advancements or 4 clicks to advance whatever we put in server 4. Could easily be SFT, even a Vitruvius with a agenda counter. It does a lot of work considering how strong some of these operations are. Let's see what Chris has. I think the Vitruvius might be better considering the successful field tests. You want to keep that pair if you're relying on the Lakshmi. It's a Vitruvius with a counter. That's good.
Get your MCA austerity policy back.
Yep. No clicks left there. I'm still only on 3 clicks because that austerity was clicked up that prior turn, but going to get breathing room in the near future if that Vitruvius isn't used for the recursion.
But the quest is now, the tour guide is now down to 2 subs, so you could challenge that.
Yeah, you could boomerang that if you want to. Again, daily quest only costs 1 real credit to trash, considering the refund when you complete your own quest. Technical writer.
3-click runner turns are so
rough.
hard. And
Technical writer popped for 3 credits plus an additional tech trader and a card draw. Only 2 clicks left. Again, any hardware programs installed are going to fire up the tech writer. There is the Begalter. That's free to get through the tour guide. Beside the install cost, it looks like the money ends here. And that not only trashes the daily quest, but that gives 1 less server with something in it. So if you want to recur or play it fully operational, it does get significantly worse.
Yeah, this is be a bit of a swingy turn.
Yeah. I'm still comfortably on 5 credits, 3 credits banked into the tech writer if they want to pop it off next turn.
They didn't trash it.
Yeah. That's actually kind of cool because if you do a run on this, the daily quest money for Chris doesn't trigger. So trashing this is interesting. It costs you only 1 credit and it does lower the value of fully operational. But just running this is basically, that was like a magnum opus, right? Because you run break for free, fire daily quest for free. I just have no doubt that tour guide's going to get a bit harder to trash going forward.
Yeah, you'd think so. With this many cards in hand, you want to do install Jeeves, install Umber Temple, install something else.
Yeah.
Asker's one more trader, and Asker's money's going to get to the point where he's going to have a bit more flexibility in what he can do.
Yeah, a lot of the slots, like I was never too big a fan of it, but some people will play hostage in their guys lists just to assure the tech traders hit the table early with a bit of tempo lost on the hostage itself. But the list we've seen in this last weekend so far hasn't shown so much of that. So drawing the tech trader, again, you need to get a bit lucky. 1 at the start is pretty good. And austerity is back. Can I get 4 clicks again? Masks a bit too late. Well, so that austerity is possibly ticking up again. This does threaten fast events in a couple turns. And the big counter to this, besides the clot threat, is being able to access HQ. You know there's agendas in there waiting to be policy scored, but with Gatekeeper and a second ice and only access to Begalter might be a tall ask. Again, tour guide up on 3 and the run subroutines.
Yeah. So Asker can run if it costs him I see the daily quest. Okay.
Your window is gone, yeah. Your daily gaming is really like harder.
That stick. Yeah.
Oh, I love the idea. For those who don't know, Chris Ferg is actually playing Jateki.net on a tablet, mimicking the daily quest setup. Only 3 clicks to their name.
That's really hard. And that combination of MCR's austerity policy and Fairchild. So when any ice can be a Fairchild, and you can't click through it, normally facing HB, you run first click so that you can soak the subs with the triple click, and that option's not open to you when you're only on a 3-click turn.
So Boomerang or Grappling Hook will do it pretty well. You just end up losing, 2 credits, I guess, after the refund. But getting that single Fairchild 3 on R&D, the one server that's threatened turn after turn with something like a Stargate, is pretty good positioning for Chris.
Yeah, forces you to find a mina to make it affordable to break, or you've got to find a Boomerang and play 3, or a Grappling Hook and play 3.
Yeah,
not straightforward.
You could even install trash some of your installables if it's in a pinch. And again, a lot of times you'll see what's on top of the deck with the spy cameras. I think we've cycled through maybe 2 or 3. I think we have the full 6, the full consumer grade package. We've gone through half of them. So Ohm could just get incredibly lucky with the spike cameras. There's no way to shuffle the deck mid-run. Very few abilities that do that anymore.
Yeah, unless you have the only way you can do it, if you're clever, or you have to do it before the run, which is if you have a Marilyn installed and an advanced assembly line, you can install something from hand to overwrite the Marilyn and shuffle, but there aren't many other ways. Or you have Mirage U, which nobody is running at the moment.
Yeah, actually, this list isn't even on AAL. We did see that in a couple of the ASA group decks. I think they're more of the like combo stuff. It's really cool that we see multiple ASA group sort of archetypes that were succeeding all the way up to the top 16 and even throughout. Bravado, just for value. Ohm checking out what Drafter looks like. Just gonna slam into this remote. Just a killer. You know, the Code Gates, the Hagen, not too bad. The Gatekeeper is a bit rough, but again, they've already been drawing and filtering their hand pretty heavily. What's 3 more? Am I right? Yeah. And there you go, straight into it.
One thing I think that Asker's doing right now is just Chris isn't wealthy. He's down to 5 credits, and if he can force him to spend enough money, then maybe the outer ice on server 2 can't be raised, and then he could come in and kill the daily quest, and then Chris has got to. What Chris really wants is another ice to put in front of the cybernetics court, and then another fully operational. And then he'll bounce up hugely.
So that Gatekeeper hit again. Ohm is using their resources just to get going. Right, they're rotating back to the daily quest. I've no doubt they have some regrets about leaving that on the table. Again, Chris's money, if that quest doesn't survive, it's kind of largely tied into the fully operationals. I don't even know. Does this deck even run hedge fund? No hedge funds, no IPOs, nothing. It's all fully operational, power gases,
daily quest,
and violet levels.
Okay.
Finding the third Gatekeeper, Banana Who? You can knock, but you won't be able to get through there. At least forcing Chris to spend those 3 credits coming in from the daily quest. But it's wild how well iced the remote is with just the daily quest in it. But Chris definitely needs those 3 credits a turn. That's a lot of money. Ohm also earlier in the turn firing off their second, if I'm not mistaken, technical writer. That's a lot of the long burst econ they need. So they're not showing a lot of ways to make money on the table anymore.
But Asker's playing this super smart, right? So he's saying, okay, I don't have much of a board state right now, and you're doing pretty well, but I'm going to force you to defend everywhere. So, okay, so now you've protected the daily quest, that's fine, and you'll start the next turn with 5 credits. But now you've got 5 credits, and you're going to, maybe I can challenge HQ, force a res there, keep you low on money. And if Chris can't find a fully operational, it becomes a little bit more challenging. If he does find the fully operational, then it's kind of really super challenging for Asker at that point.
But like you saw Asker typing out in the chat, looking to see what Drafter would cost them to get through. 3 Gatekeepers was the worst case scenario there. I think Chris drew the full 6, so the chance of finding the fully operational or even anything else to score out or set up a Lakshmi Asa out is pretty high. The Hagen hit there would have been fine. The Drafter would have been totally acceptable, but hitting 2 of those Gatekeepers is pretty rough.
14 cards in hand, 2 credits.
No big deal. They'll be up on 5.
5 credits after turn.
They're gonna Asa out, and then they're gonna play fully operational, maybe even 2, each of them getting 7 credits a pop.
My prediction is if he can ice Cybernetics Court and then play fully operational, that'll stabilize him, and then probably click up MCA austerity policy.
Yeah, seems okay. Again, 14 cards in the hand is a lot to deal with. Hand size is only 9, but Asa can get rid of 2 cards for 1 click. That helps you on the discard.
Okay.
Again, also it draws you into the CVS if that's the one of in the deck you need to combat the last fast advance piece. It's good to get that on the table. We have triple install here. Chris has 1 click left, whether it's for the MC austerity, whether we can fully operational out to recover on the credits. It's just austerity Ohm. Enjoy. I'm so sorry, your 3 clicks.
So maybe one of those is a Rashida.
Yeah, I think it's likely. A CVS. It could be a Ice Jeeves. I feel like Jeeves is still pretty important into Chris's game plan.
Yeah.
Lakshmi also could be the setup here. Lakshmi plus anything really in server 7. I just don't even know. Ohm probably wants to trash the Jeeves. It seems very important, but I just don't see where the money comes from.
Yeah. I've tried playing this Acer deck over the last couple of weeks, and I find it super hard to play. There are so many different lines you can take, and it's not as challenging maybe as CI7 was, but you often see Acer players taking a lot of time to think over their turns. Especially near the end of the game to see, okay, even small, subtle positional points. Where do you put the Lakshmi? What can you res? Where does the ice go? Can be super important in terms of optimizing your outs.
Real talk, though, how do you look at 14 cards on a tablet?
Well, there's a little button to the right-hand side of that plus to the side of the HQ.
Bring a magnifying glass.
Which was specifically there to help. I think Laurie Poulter asked for it to be implemented in order to help the CI players, but that helps a little bit.
So 3 cards installed on the table. We did discard 2 into archives. Again, Ohm needs to figure out a way to generate some sort of value and econ at the same time. Something that Geist is classically good at. We haven't seen no grappling hooks so far. I'm not sure if we've seen a boomerang so far. Regardless, it must have been shuffled back at this point. But there are still a lot of ways that Geist can generate access and generate value. I have no doubt. There's 4 agendas in HQ. Can you get through a Gatekeeper plus Mystery Ice, which the amount of ice that could be at this point is getting smaller and smaller. We're looking at 2 more tour guides, Hagens, and is that it? I think that's it.
Yeah, they've been. It's getting the ice has been good. So they getting ice set out on the table is good. But again, Asger's by no means out of it.
No.
Still plenty of game left.
Spy Camera cycling.
The scores are level.
So Spy Camera cycling into the Street Peddler, and that Street Peddler gives a lot of options. I was going to say that Street Peddler, in theory, threatens Simulchip into Clot, but just getting that Simulchip down last click means that if Chris wants to convert Austerity Policy into a fast advanced card, they're going to need a Cyberdex Fire Suite or just the ability to bait out the Clot in a remote that they think is safe. Chris? Yeah. Missing a before start of turn res. I think that only can be Rashida, right?
Probably the Russian. Yeah.
We also haven't yet seen Lakshmi Smart Fabrics. I imagine if you res a Rashida, you res the Lakshmi first.
That's a lot of cards, though. You're going to draw 4 cards.
Yeah, what do you mean now?
And, well...
The money is not amazing, right? Like, even scoring on an agenda here will be pretty expensive. Chris, it's just a Mumba Temple, which we're going to use to cheap res something before the recurring credits are refilled, and just Jeeves. Okay, that's good. Okay. That's good. So now if you do want an Austerity Policy out and just triple advance, you can get the Jeeves click back. You can also now later turns Purge plus something else.
He needs fully operational so badly right now. There's one in the bin, right? So he could always use the Vitruvius token for the one in the bin. You probably want to use that for Biotic.
Also, Biotic is a really big deal. And once you deal with the one Simulchip, the Clot isn't coming back until they get the back down, then cycle the back, get the Simulchip back in. It's asking for so much that I feel like you could probably just bait it out. Again, 1 CVS somewhere. We have no red level clearances, so you're not going to be able to install it clicklessly. Austerity Policy getting clicked up to 3. You can fire it off. It looks we have a 5-click turn. Let's see what Asger's going to do with that Simulchip.
So if he gets the Clot back, that's the Simulchip gone. And once you've purged, you then can't get the Clot back. Unless you use the back to get the Simulchip back to get the Clot back.
This is actually totally worth talking about. Chad is pointing this out. This is not Clone Chip anymore, right? This is Simulchip. So they're going to trash the program. But there might be something on Street Peddler, right? You would throw out a grappling hook or some. I guess it has to be grappling hook, really.
Well spotted, chat.
No actions here. We got triple advance on top of an upgrade. It looks like it's a CVS, so I think that's the only upgrade in the deck. So it looks like pulling the Clot, trashing the Bugalter seems like a really tall ask here. And if they can't get into the remote server and trash that CVS, fast advance is on the table for the rest of the game. 4 advancements, we're firing off Jeeves. I like my Bugalter.
I like my Bugalter. Okay.
SFT, huge. 8 cards in hand. Again, we're probably thinking about there's 3 agendas in there at a minimum, so still 5 cards you might be able to interact with. SFT again, once scored, you can install any amount of cards from HQ, ignoring all costs. Now, install costs, 3rd ice remotes, not really seeing that a lot in this specific deck, but we have something else in server 4 and server 8. We got to scroll out here.
Question here, Andre, is what are Asger's outs at this stage? So we're focusing a lot on what Chris is doing, but in terms of Asger's line to challenge this and get up to 7 points. What are his best options here?
It's so hard. We got to be honest. It's so hard. Stargate is one of the options. Getting lucky with the 2 more Spy Cameras, staying on top of R&D. I think HQ Pressure can do it. We're pretty sure Server 4 has a chance of being a Lakshmi Smart Fabrics, and Ohm has no strong way of interacting with that. Fast Advance is no longer a threat, considering we know the 1 upgrade perfectly as CVS, and Chris can basically just draw into double global food initiative, get enough counters on the Lakshmi, install advance, and I don't know what Ohm can do.
So yeah, wondering about with Jeeves on the table and the Lakshmi out, you could easily put out a Vitruvius now with a counter. You probably, but you're only on 3 credits, so he's still searching for that fully operational that he really needs for money.
Yeah, the fully operational is obviously very important for click economy, or sorry, for credits. But at this point, right, like if you have the single biotic, you could biotic out a 4-2 or a 3-2, and then recur the biotic with the Vitruvius token and close the game in 2 turns. As long as Jeeves sticks, it gives you that last SFT score if you can't find the Vitruviuses. Like there's so many ways out, and Ohm has to do so much. And again, with only 3 clicks this turn to start.
So one option is you kill the number temple, and Chris is on 3 credits.
I think if you
that gives you some IQ. But to kill that, to stop the res, and stop you resing anything on the outside on HQ.
Yeah,
because HQ is the place to be right now.
HQ pressure, like legitimately, is great because it does pressure out the Lakshmi counters if Chris wants to play it safe, and they'll also reveal what's in their hand here. Now you could trash them on the temple, but even if you do, I have no doubt the credits will be offloaded. That's a straight res of the Hagen. Now at the same time, Lakshmi wasn't res, so the amount of counters Lakshmi Smart Fabrics can get if it is on the table is fewer. Now this Hagen will end the run. It is 5 strength. I think we do have access to a paperclip. Actually, we can get through this, and that has to mean that Street Peddler has access to a way to do it. It would have to be a
boomerang, I think, because he just said otherwise he might have used it to get the cloth out.
You could grappling hook it. That could be a bluff. I don't know whether you want to grappling hook Gatekeeper. The draw 3 seems pretty rough when they just need a biotic to put a lot of threat on you, let alone the fully operational. But Ohm could definitely get in here. The diversion doesn't seem amazing. Obviously, 1 credit and a lot of ways to offload your money.
Chris on one credit here.
Yeah, do you bounce here and just like run server 4 if you do have access to a boomerang? Like they probably can't res what could be a tour guide on server 4. You get through the Gatekeeper, you trash the CVS, which doesn't come back unless they Project Vitruvius it. And then you can probably run whatever's in there, but it looks like we're just caballing through this. Again, probably a lot of agendas in servers in HQ, and Lakshmi Smart Fabrics is not really online.
So how does he? So
are we amining this?
He's got to trash the Begolfa to get the Amina back. Wow.
Whoa, Amina, gonna keep Chris down. Chris can, in theory, res something that costs 1 to save their credit. Amina, again, if you break all the subroutines, this is huge. We were talking about how Asker doesn't have a lot of plays here, but Asker taking those plays into their hands. Now that Chris is being on 0 credits, they can swing around to server 4, remove the CVS if they need to. Now they're not threatening Clot. They did lose their Begulter and their Simulchip. This is wild.
It depends. Chris could be hiding a Mumba Temple.
Could be. But you need a res now, right? Because you're going to lose the Mina credit.
Yeah, that's true.
Chris is thinking whether they want to res before break. At 1, that leaves you with what? I think we've seen 2 austerity policies. It would have to be like Lakshmi Smart Fabrics, which I think at this point you should have resed before you resed the Hagen. It would have had another counter. What else is a 1 in this list? There's not too much else.
You can't CVS. You can't afford to. You can afford to res CVS. Can you? CVS is 3 to use and 1 to trash, so you couldn't res the CVS, and that wouldn't be helpful anyway.
Oh, there might be problems.
Lakshmi's 1 to res.
Yeah, there's a Lakshmi in server 4, so that is going to go down pretty easily with the CVS on top of that if they want to. It's only 2 credits plus the 3 for the trash. Wow, you ever seen a Geist rig like this?
It's pretty minimal.
Pretty minimal. You got to keep that clutter down. 1 counter on the Lakshmi Smart Fabrics means no agenda in HQ is safe. Now, Lakshmi Smart Fabrics is protecting Vitruvius and food. Not so great on the successful field test anymore, and that's a food from hand. That's a huge hit. Again, Lakshmi needs extra copies. We have Kabali down. We're just going to HQ again. Leaving the Lakshmi up is interesting.
Well, Chris can't afford to res anything else. So he could, not this turn anyway. So he can't protect an agenda in HQ this turn.
No, he definitely can't.
Unless there's a Rashida on the board.
Next turn, the Lakshmi will. Maybe the pressure now is good enough. There's probably another agenda in there. It's only a Cybernetics court, so a bit of a whiff. Spending a Gabali the second on it. Chris is going to be on 3 credits. Has Jeeves. Has Mumba Temple. Is going to be able to fuel that Lakshmi Smart Box. It's a Rashida. That's brutal.
So
That's so rough. If there's 2 foods in hand, all Chris has to do is install double advance and res 1 more card.
That's it.
Be able to res 1 more card. That's all they have to do.
Yeah.
They'll have 3 credits coming in from the daily quest, and that's it. Chris just needs 2 foods and 1 more resable card. In fact, with G Sex, you don't even have to do double advance. You do install, single advance, install a card you can res. Just res it. It doesn't matter if it sticks, and as long as daily quest sticks, you're fine.
If you have Bartik in hand, you can also just install it and install it and not advance it.
Yeah,
you've got the G click and the Biotic.
As long as you have the money, yeah.
So that needs 9? Yeah, 9. So Biotic with Jeeves is 9 to score.
Yep. For what it's worth, we've only seen 1 diversion. Again, the diversion can always be offloaded into resibles. Like we do have what we're assuming it has to be the CVS in server 4, the Cyberdex Fire Suite. Server 9, it's a big question mark here. Could actually just be another Jeeves protecting one of them. Getting that sort of backup is pretty good data protection.
So this is the classic Acer thinking point.
Oh, server 10. Asa putting an ice in front of it again. That takes cards out of HQ. That could be agendas. That does increase the agenda density. Advance.
That's got to be the food.
Advance. That has to be the food. Now, this double advance it means that this score is not predicated on Jeeves surviving. Chris only needs to keep 3 credits, which means they can spend everything as long as daily quest fires. There's a lot of work here that has to be done by guys. This has to be double food. In theory, this doesn't have to be. This could be like a Vitruvius and a cool bluff. But the best case scenario here is as Ohm has 4 clicks to figure it out. Spy camera, that's a cycle. Credit and card draw, seeing the top of the deck. Only 12 cards left. This looks really rough. Again, Black File does exist, right? We still have access to that, don't we? I will pop off so hard if Asger throws down a Black File here.
Well, it's there for a reason.
21 cards, though. That's a one of, and you can't really tutor it.
It does buy him some time.
Huge. 3 kicks left. Again, a lot to do. If you want to even run server 10, it does force out the Lakshmi counters. If you do that and then pop down a Black File, you know you're good for a bit, and then they'll have to rebuild the Lakshmi.
Yeah.
It's an interesting play.
Chris still only on 4 credits. Can also take a single access off R&D. Doesn't seem very worthwhile.
The thing is, like, if it's a food, I think you use your Lakshmi counters no matter what, right? And if it's a food on R&D, it's safe as long as Chris doesn't like goof it. There's no reason not to use a Lakshmi unless Black File comes down.
No, for sure.
Oh, this is big.
Emergency Fisk.
High stakes mobile gaming. Guys, figure it out. They get 3 clicks. These are not timed rounds, so you can go for a stroll. You can meditate. Asker might only have 3 clicks to sort this out. And again, do you draw into a Black File? It's 1 in 16 if it's there in your stack somewhere.
So it's interesting, isn't it? 2 days of gaming, right? 120 players, and it comes down to this. These next 2 minutes are where it's at.
And just like, wow, the amount of aggressive play, like, it's so fun to watch Asger just like, pressure, understanding how far behind, what can you do? You have to force the corp to play your game, because if you don't, they'll run away with their own. That's great Netrunner to see. And still with 3 clicks left, we do know the top of R&D. For what it's worth, Spy Camera, I guess you need multiple, but does let you sort through your stacks sometimes.
Yeah, Asger HQ. He's sitting there, looking at his cards, looking at the boards, counting his credits, and thinking, 3 clicks. That's
it. But still sweating buckets, I have no doubt. 3 clicks. Amina
mystical.
Can pressure. You can spend 2 credits to pull back Chris to 3, but again, you do have the daily quest. It's also, this is predicated for that card to be safe. No, you can always res the CVS. No, it doesn't matter what server 9 is, right? They res the CVS to get the last Lakshmi counter. They res that for 1 credit with the temple.
Yeah.
They still do have the daily quest money.
Shows,
I don't know.
Shows how strong mobile food still is as an agenda. A difference here between stealing 4 and stealing 3 is very relevant.
Oh, Miss throwing out in chat. I can't really take a click without losing here. It's an understanding of exactly what the board state looks like. Again, Lakshmi Smart Fabrics. What a card.
An evil chuckle from Chris there.
Feels good. Has to make a play that they probably don't believe in. Maybe you go for those really narrow outs and just draw black file. I honestly feel like that might be the best case here. We know perfect information on top of R&D. We know there's a food in HQ that's safe. You still need to steal 2 agendas in HQ accesses, and we're not even showing a way to get through the Hagen.
Yeah.
Oh, technically we have access to paperclip, but it's way too expensive.
Yeah. And again, if you don't win this turn, the other thing that Chris can simply do is install assets. Like you can overwrite the cybernetics court for a turn just to give yourself that extra Lakshmi counter and make them essentially perennially.
Boomerang. Hagen on HQ. We're going in here. That gatekeeper's going to lose a credit. This Boomerang also draws a card, which leaves actually 1 credit short. You're going to be multiple credits short of getting the black file down. If Asger rips a black file off the top of the stack on the Boomerang, that's going to be rough. We're going to go here for an Axis. This is going to basically force Chris to res another card with the Lakshmi to show the Global Food Initiative.
Interesting. I have no idea how much the black file costs to install.
5. It's a big old 5.
It's a big R5. Okay, so that's not happening.
Gatekeeper Amina go through with 2. Corp loses 1. We're going to get a big Axis here. Let's see. Again, you need to dump the Lakshmi counters if you want to protect the food from hand. And if you don't do that, it's Jeeves into Jeeves. Oh, you can res the CVS. But Jeeves into free Jeeves. That's 3 counters. We're going to use the Lakshmi Smart Fabrics to show global food from hand. So not only are we assuming there's a global food on the table, but probably one in hand. This might be a good call. Could call a bluff here. Could assume that server 10 actually is in the food. I think it's more than likely.
Well, don't forget
that it is.
Let's think of it. If he run, yeah, you could hope you could say, is it a bluff? Maybe that's not global food.
Cybernetic
and it's a bluff. You run the remote to see if it's a bluff.
I think it's your best Seems chance, bad. Anyways. Actually, you can't break anything. There's nothing you can break. You've seen all the code gates.
You can't, but if they need 3, they're going to get the 3 off quest.
Yeah, so they're quested up. They're good.
Feels like that's all she wrote.
Clicking for a credit. Let's see if this is the food. GG. Is putting out in chat with a good old smiley face. Chris, have you done it? Or have you outrused the food? Yeah, GG seems to mean the difference. Chris Berg from the winners brackets taking it down to the second game of the semi of the grand finals. That is 3 advancements. Global
European
food.
and African, first European and African champion.
Well played.
Game both.
What a tournament. All the way to game 2. Some really strong decks. We did see that austerity policy. We did see Geist struggle to get up and rolling, which, that's Geist stories. That happens. That happens, but you did still get to see with such a back foot, a strong, aggressive play, calling some really strong runs coming out of Asker. But again, Chris piloting this near perfectly, if not perfectly, to be able to pull out against a criminal that does have access to the tools. I wonder how close we were to black file.
It's interesting, isn't it? So many games, Acer games we've seen over the last couple of days where this is how it's ended up with a mega board state for the Corp and just nothing installed for the runner. Contesting and developing your board at the same time against Acer is super hard.
Yeah, it very much is. It's just that sort of click compression, 2 installs for 1. And on top of that, it just spirals into that fully operational. We only saw 1 fully operational this turn, and it shows Chris only ending the game with 3 credits. It's that money matters. I wonder how big of a fork it was, trashing the daily quest or not. I think it must have been
absolutely
a huge difference.
So that's an interesting one, right? The choice there was let it run or take it out, and without hindsight's 2020, but without that 3 credits a turn, I think it would have been really, really hard for Chris to get to where he needed to be.
Interestingly, we did end the game with an extra resource, that Project Vitruvius with a counter on it. You could always pop that for fully operational. You had a click if you wanted to do it. So
yeah, sure.
So maybe that forces that out, but at the end of the game, still very tight to both players. Well done.
Yeah. So that's 2 days of really, really top quality Netrunner. All the Netrunner I've seen has been really, really excellent.
It's been great, and I keep saying this. I don't know if y'all like watching VODs. I do love watching VODs, but the games we've seen on this channel and on every channel that's been streaming, they've been very good. Very fun, exciting stuff, and some really top level play. It's been an absolute treat.
I'm back in here. I'm
For
trying to
sure.
get. Yeah.
So-
Oh yeah. Sorry. I concur. Apologies for getting. I'm just back here trying to tell you that I'm trying to get the finalists to join us for a quick chat if they still have the energy. I mean, it's been a long
Oh,
day.
rad. Yeah.
They might just say, "Let's call it a day." I'm trying to get to them through Discord. Or something popping up in here. Access to well, we need to get them the right roles and whatnot. But yeah, what a game! I don't know what a final. I wish we had like a way of replaying this so that all players in the final could get to play their best games. But this guys was super lean. Like I felt kind of sorry for Asger here. It's like you're doing your best with so little.
Yeah.
Basically, KonMari.
So does this mean we get to what? Does this mean we can unmask the mysterious Ohm, Vesper?
What do you mean?
Well, none of us knew until about 20 minutes ago that the mysterious Ohm was in fact the infamous To Get Good.
Well, I mean, I didn't know, so yeah, nobody knew. I think this was all about rusing, I believe, and this is what happened here. Exactly. So
This is a fair.
we've been rused. Oh, whoa, this is totally broken. See, this is what happens when I start clicking. Things don't work. Shame on me. But waiting for the lovely folks to join us. And of course that means no. Wrong. So what do you think? What do you think in this last game, was the breaking point? The part where Asger was actually out on the ropes, like, and couldn't do anything anymore, because he danced really nicely with all the different possible combinations of simul chip and the breakers, and trying to get the pressure in the right places. Did get up to 4 points as well.
We were chatting about it, so it felt like the not trashing the daily quest when there was that option. And Asger's a way better player than me, so it'd be interesting to hear his thoughts about why he decided to leave that rather than trashing it, because that economy by itself kept Chris back in the game.
Yeah. And right, like you see it's so obvious with that HP list of just how much, how quickly they can fly. Everything they do draws them cards, keeps them going. Again, like we're seeing so many games that are not that many turns left that the Corp is legitimately close to decking themselves. We actually did see that just the ends of games against Geist decks that can get the Clot Lock up, can get the Black File up, where the Corp will draw too many cards and actually deck themselves out. But Geist also has that option. Like Geist, once they're up and spinning, everything they do that interacts with the board state will get them money, will draw them cards. But unfortunately, MC austerity policy is a big factor into that. Just how many clicks Ohm lost. They just couldn't get up to speed and had to do. They were playing more fair, closer to like a regular criminal than a Geist, with maybe a bit different tools, and it's just hard to keep up there.
Yeah, we do have the finalist, or at least we got Om into the room. Or should we just say Asger? Is that you? Identify yourself. How dare you use a Smurf again? No, I'm kidding. Of course, everybody was rused. Well played.
Thank you.
Okay, I think.
Yeah, well played, yo, Asger. Absolutely great games.
Congrats, man.
Congratulations on a very, very strong run.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a ton of fun.
Can we talk to you?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Russell.
Just about the thinking on the daily quest. That when you didn't trash it, Asger, we were interested in that. That felt like that was a turn that swung the game a little bit. So, what was going through your mind when you were seeing that and leaving it there?
I was kind of hoping he didn't have enough ice to double ice it.
Cool. Okay.
Possibly making me able to get back in again. Like if I could draw a boomerang or something like that, make him invest and then go in and trash it for maybe a small profit or something like that. But it may very well have been a mistake not trashing there. I was also thinking that things were already going south, so I might need the money for just Hail Mary runs.
Yeah.
So that was my thinking, that the 3 credits might have been needed.
So that I have no doubt that sort of matchup, like Asa versus Geist, is something that happened a lot, not only in the cut early today, but as of tomorrow. Can you tell me a bit, as a Geist player, against an acid-heavy deck can be pretty difficult. I don't think you feel too strong dealing with all those assets. But what does that matchup look like? Like, what's your game plan?
I think the game plan mostly is finding Stargate soon enough. I played against Chris in Swiss as well, where I also lost, and I kind of went for the same line there as I did here, where I tried to contest Econ early on, and then after I tried doing that, he found Daily Quest, and then the game just spiraled. So
Right.
it was very similar to this game actually. So I think you should just you should probably just focus on getting all the accesses you want, and especially against this list with like double Daily Quest and 3 Rashidas and 3 valid level clearances and 3 fully operationals. You probably shouldn't try to deny money as Geist unless your draw is really good, and theirs is really bad. I also feel a bit roosed about all the naked Rashida installs.
Yeah, that was like 2 turns in a row, absolutely.
Yeah, and I was like, it can't be Rashida, right? I was thinking it would be Maryland campaigns, so I didn't want to run them. I am very much of the opinion that you should never install a Lady Naked.
Right.
But it worked out very well, so I probably should have checked those.
So that list is very interesting, and we saw a lot of players playing that tuned Geist list, the Geist list that's running specifically Clot, that's running Real Breakers, that's also running Black File.
Yeah.
I have 2 questions. Firstly, like at the end of the game there, I know it's really low outs, but were you considering drawing into Black File and slapping it onto the table?
I was thinking about it. It was I looked at my deck after the game, and it was 3rd from the top. But I even if I did that, I was on. So like I had Sure Gamble in hand on the last turn, so I could gain a credit, draw a card with Spy Camera, maybe play Sure Gamble if Black File was the top card. But if I just go to 5 and then immediately install the Black File and go down to 0, I'm probably not accessing any cards after that, and I need to deal with Lakshmi then to actually win the game.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
There's really interesting calls in that game. Like I think on the HQ runs on the penultimate turn, you went back in for a second where like the Lakshmi was in theory open. There was like some really like just the aggression that you showed, specifically when it seemed like you were on the back foot, was really, really fun to watch. And you were throwing out plays that, and with all modesty, as commentary, we were behind you. Like you were way ahead of the curve. That was awesome.
Yeah. Well, maybe like. At the moment, I'm not sure I played the matchup correctly. So, but like during that part of the game, I definitely needed to get as many accesses as I could. Like,
that combination of the MCA austerity policy and Fairchild 3 is one that's really, really punishing. If you don't have a solution for it.
Yeah, I really would like to have 4 clicks as Geist in the.
Seems good, yeah. About the list itself, right? Like we saw a lot of players playing it, so I imagine there's some sort of testing group, or whether this was publicly published. How did this list get to here, and why are so many people playing it?
The Geist list?
Yeah.
So in a testing group called the NWE.
Right on.
And this Geist list is basically Oliver's Pinsel's creation. He won German nationals with it and changed a few cards around, and then during testing to this Continentals, he took Simultibout and put Cloud in. So like all the innovations and stuff like that are basically Oliver's idea.
Super cool.
Yeah. So
did you all think what sort of meta you'd have to run into? Obviously, NWE, you are European centered, I'd imagine. Did you expect the meta correctly, or any surprises you saw coming in here?
There was less Titan than expected. So Cloud and the Black File are mostly deck cards against Titan, and we had trouble beating Titan in general until we put Clot into Geist with the Black File, and then the matchup actually became quite good. So that was what we expected.
It's interesting because you've only got you've got you have clot, and then you have Simulchip, and then you've got the back. So in terms of recurring clot, you don't have a ton of options. You can stop one, but I guess the other thing is that you're always running and trashing any upgrade, any upgrade that you can find. You're going to clear that out so that CVS isn't live on the same turn that you're trying to score out on Atlas, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. And like against Titan specifically, if you stop one Atlas, it's kind of game already.
Yeah.
And you get bad pop against Titan a lot, with them playing too big to fail, which just makes Masterwork and Q-Loop monster cards. Like you get to install your stuff for free, draw a card, then use it to break for free, draw a card, gain money. Like it just spirals really fast.
So a lot of the corp lists, like swinging over to your outfit, I'm a big fan of your outfit list. I feel like if I was to play in the tournament, that's something close to what I would have played. I love the diverse win conditions and the excitement that it offers. Firstly, that finals game with Double Cityworks Project was absolutely wild. That was just so fun to watch. But this outfit list isn't standard, I don't think, to most of other people playing in your testing group. Why did you end up on Wayland while most of your brethren showed up on ASA and HB stuff?
So I was pretty sure that there would be a lot of Leela, and I didn't feel confident playing ASA against Leela.
And you think the Leela matchup and the outfits is pretty good?
Well, not pretty good, but I was hoping that people would tech so hard for corps like Asa and corps like Titan that they would not play Citadel and maybe skimp a little bit on breakers and stuff like that, giving me more opportunities to punitive and cheat people in Swiss with Arc Lockdown once they discard Paperclip without knowing it's in the list and stuff like that.
Super cool.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Can you talk about...
Oh, sorry, go on.
Shoot. No, Vesper, it's all you.
Okay, no, we have a question from the chat. I think it's from Mike. Mike B. Why did you trash the Buckhalter for a single access on HQ? That's one of the lines that was hard to understand for some of the people in the chat as well. It's like the trash of Buckhalter for the swap to single access HQ.
Oh yeah, I was never ever breaking to a guide again at that point. I had no money. So with the Simulchip discount, installing Amina was kind of free. And so Chris fired Gatekeeper 3 times during that game, and he never ever shuffled an agenda back. So I was pretty sure that he was playing around Stargate by keeping all the agendas in hand. I'm not sure this is correct, but it felt a little bit like it. He might just not have had any agendas in hand, which makes the line terrible. But at that point, I just needed to access cards. The only other sentry in the ASA list is a Drafter, and then there is 3 tour guides. And I was never going to be able to break the tour guides with Bugalta again. If I were breaking tour guides at a later point in that game, it would have been with Grappling Hook and some other trash can ability. So that's why I went for the line. Like I was at that point, I was hoping to access HQ 2 times, steal 4 points, and then see 2 points on R&D with Spy Camera.
Right on. We have some other questions from chat. Someone asking, Bachlan Botchkin's asking, why did you install the Clot over Bugalter then? I'm assuming that you understood there's a CVS in that remote as well, right?
Install the Clot?
Yeah, you had that option where you could have trashed your Bugalter to put a Clot down with your Simulchip on one of the MCA austerity policy scores.
Oh yeah. There's only one upgrade in the list he played, so that had to be CVS.
Right on.
Yeah. So that was just it.
We have a question also asking about the value of Engram Plush in your Wayland deck. Is that specifically I've had worse tech or just a taxing ice? How do you see it?
It's definitely very good against I've had worse. It's also good in the sense that criminals like to play Bravado early in the game, and it's just a super punishing face check. For those Bravado runs, especially if you're so it's kind of a cheesy include, but the goal with it is basically to hit breakers or key operations, and then Arc Lockdown them. So the list is kind of fine-tuned because like the prize in this tournament, I see like the goal for me at this tournament was to make top 8 to get into the invitational intercontinental tournament.
Right.
So I included Dark Lockdown, knowing it probably would be very bad in Swiss because runners would be more careful knowing the lists. But for Swiss, like having Engram Flush hitting breakers and then you can maybe Arc Lockdown them and stuff like that is really valuable. It's also not it's not useless on the remote if you have Cityworks project. It can take 2 cards out of the hand that they're maybe not expecting.
Yeah.
So basically stuff like that. There could be an argument that you should just maybe float an influence or and play Merciless or Horsham instead to have better end the run ice lockout lines. It was just a fun include.
Yeah, it looks fun.
For some definition of fun.
Yeah.
I suspect many people didn't find it fun.
I think I'm not sure I rested during the entire tournament.
Oh no!
I had it on a remote once, where my opponent was breaking ice with Faust. So in that game, it was a good piece of ice.
I just want to throw one more question back. I have no doubt people have some questions about this, and of course, you don't need to answer this. But you're playing on an account which is not what people know you as. Why was that decision made?
That's specifically because of the tech cards in Outfit and in Geist. So because we're all playing the same Geist list, and I'm playing the same Outfit list as Peter Dinya, Kokomis.
Okay.
So I didn't want to play against players who might have played against Peter and have them know that we're in the same testing group and that we're on Arc Lockdown.
Did your testing group know that you were under an alias?
Yes.
Okay. And why this alias? Does it mean anything?
This one? No.
Yeah.
It's just like resistance, right?
Exactly. I was going to say it's a unit of resistance. So there we go.
Right on. Well, Asker, thank you so much. Just absolutely a really fun play to watch, and we went the whole distance. A really good run back there from the losers brackets. That's super exciting. It looks like in terms of Chris Ferg, we won't be able to get an interview in right now, but that's quite okay. I want to congratulate both players, obviously in the finals, but everyone in the top cut. And again, I like to keep saying this, everyone who participated in this tournament, thanks so much for organized play. Obviously, the highlight here only gets to a really small amount of players, but just participating and getting yourself involved is obviously the most important.
Indeed. Just to clarify for people in the chat, yeah, Chris, we asked Chris to participate in a tournament. In the tournament. He did. In the chat, in the post-tournament chat. That's what I wanted to say. The tiredness getting to me as well. And Chris, as you can imagine, after all these rounds, over 2 days, playing on a tablet, really needed rest. He's also, he's not feeling his best right now after all these games as well. So basically just crashing, going to find his crash space and relax. And I would totally do the same. Exactly, this is actually my plan for later on. I'm just gonna go and nap. But definitely great play from Chris. Congratulations. Definitely coming back for the Intercontinentals in 2 weeks, the Invitational. Asger, a quick question to you from the chat. If you were playing next weekend in the American Continentals, what would you play? Would you bring the same lists from, let's say, the European R&D department, or would you actually tech against the American metas slightly differently?
Oh, interesting. I would expect the American metas to have more Freedom players, since White Blade won APAC with like the Asian Continentals with Freedom. And I think that list is actually very good, and I think it's good against Asa and also Titan. I'll probably still play Geist, because I think Geist is just very, very crushing against anything that's not Asa, basically. CTM is also bad. For Corp, Corp was really hard to decide on this time around. So I'm not sure about Corp, actually.
Would you play Sports Metal ever? I'm still hoping for Sports Metal to win a big tournament at some point.
I if it's good.
Fair enough. I mean, see, this is the difference between you getting to a top tier tournament and a very good position consistently versus me, who's like, hey, this card is cool. But hey, we're both enjoying the game a lot, and this is what matters the most.
Yeah, definitely.
Checking in with the chat. Is there anything else that you want to say something, dear people of the chat? If not, I think I will be slowly wrapping this up just because we have another tournament next weekend. You know that, right? Everybody knows this. So, congratulations to you, Asger, for a great placement and an amazing run. I mean, the bracket was not easy at all. Yesterday was also kind of tough. So, great running, great getting to the finals, great games in the finals as well. Super exciting. Thank you so much for providing us all with a lot of entertainment and a lot of cool things to learn and maybe try and replicate with those 2 decks that you brought to the tournament. Thank you so much for this. Also, huge thanks to all the commentators today. So everybody on the stream, starting with Bridgman and Princess Space Kitten, to Andre from Metropole Grid, to Russell, also known as Talasian from Nisei's EDI team, to everybody watching, huge thanks. Huge shout outs to Shanodin and Polyesokoga and Blackswan Grid, New Andes, Rookie JNR, anybody else who we forgot who was streaming as well, who was making the game more fun, more accessible, more international. We had streams in 3 languages. Like, you know, show me another tournament running a card game where they have multilingual streams. I mean, they probably do. I just don't know about them, so please don't. Please don't prove me wrong. Anyway, this was really amazing to have as a huge community event. You know, we ran into the 200s of viewers and more over the last 2 days consistently. So that's really cool. And if you want to show love to Asger, go doot. People going doot in the, chat. I'm not going to ask about that meme.
Sorry, real quick, Asger, can we just get on the records? How do you pronounce Tuk to good?
Oh yeah.
Tuk to good.
Tuk to good.
Yeah, pretty much.
Nailed it. Thank you.
Now this was the final mystery of today, and now it's solved. I don't think we have anything else to add, huh?
Yeah,
well, I do actually. I want to give a huge shout out, Vesper, obviously, to yourself. You've been mixing this multiple weekends at Wild Time Suns. You're not even done yet, and it's obviously huge to so many people. Thanks so much for your time. Of course, as you said, everyone on Nisei, everyone getting organized play. There's so much work that goes into this. It's absolutely stunning that everyone does it just because, you know, they like this so much. So cheers to everyone.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Any other final shout outs on Discord before I disconnect? Discord connect? Well, no, that's a bad pun.
So I want to just give a shout out to all of the stream folk who are streaming alongside this. I think it was really cool that we had different language streams. We had the beginner stream. So I think what Alice was doing there was really super encouraging for people who may be less familiar with the game. I think she did an absolutely awesome job there, and just really good, right? I think that I'm just constantly amazed by and impressed by the professionalism of the Nisei organization with every month that goes on, and it's impossible to please everyone all the time. You just can't do that. But Nisei's pleasing most of the people most of the time, and I think that's as much as you can ask. But in terms of just the sheer professionalism of what they've been able to achieve as an organization, and just keeping this amazing game alive when we all thought it was going to die, just absolutely superb. And so especially going to say, if you have time on your hands, you're not sure what to do with it, you want to give it worthy back, why not come along and join Project Nisei? Volunteer. There's always roles to be fulfilled, always opportunities opening up, from the small jobs to the big jobs. So yeah, step right up if you're interested in keeping Netrunner going.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better, because there is no better way to say it. Thank you so much, Russell, for this. Absolute thanks to you for being here as well on today. And with that, I'm jumping out of Discord. So thank you once more, finally, and I'm out to tell everybody on the stream that we are meeting indeed next weekend. This is gonna be happening again with a totally new bunch of people playing, as the people participating in the last two Continentals. So in the last two Continentals cannot participate, and only the top 8 players from both of the tournaments can get invited to the Intercontinental Invitational happening in 2 weeks. But next weekend, it's time for Americas. It is time for Americas. If you know the KLF, they have a really cool song called What Time Is Love, and it's about Americas as well. But basically, America, What Time Is Love, it's a cool KLF song. If you don't know who KLF are, well, you might be in for a surprise. Music aside, it is time for Americas next weekend. It's gonna be probably quite amazing with so many names still not seen in those two tournaments at a time in time zones that are probably a bit more convenient for them. We are going to be streaming this, of course, live and direct from Project Nisei's Twitch account. Definitely and for sure. I have no idea just yet, just because I'm so not organized as a person right now on a Sunday evening here for me. After a long day of streaming, I have no idea who's going to be guests. Who's going to be the guest commentator crew, so to speak. So no idea what our guests are going to be, but they're going to be definitely numerous and well, exciting. I hope we can get Andre coming back for sure, unless maybe Andre decides to play. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe the hunger for Netrunner is gonna prevail. We'll definitely try and organize this even better. It's gonna be even bigger in some ways. It's gonna be even more exciting. But for that, we need some time to recharge, reload, and basically gather up some strength. You know, spend some clicks on those sweet credits from liberated accounts and whatnot. Maybe stop having all-nighters because they're rotated anyway. They're no longer in the standard meta, in the standard format, and get ready to rock your Netrunner world again next weekend. Join me, join all the other people coming together for this beautiful game, for this amazing community. Hope to see you there, hope to talk to you next weekend, but until then, I'm just gonna say always be running, and once again, huge thanks for everybody who's been a part of this today and yesterday in whatever way, shape or form. You rock, we all love you, yeah, see you soon, that's all I'm gonna say, and over and out, here we go.